Chaliye guys, good morning to all of you. How are you all? Good to see some of the known faces too. How are you guys? Good. Online also people are connected with us. Just let me connect to them. Online people just comment if you are able to hear my voice and see the video. You online live hai, Govind? Alright guys, how's your preparation going on? You are at the right juncture where you can understand what are the flaws in your preparation, right? So how's your preparation with respect to the tests which you have given of ancient and medieval? How was it? Are you satisfied with how your preparation was with respect to ancient and medieval? Or you have assessed yourself that there are certain shortcomings which you have to see also, right? ये volume ज़्यादा तो नहीं है ना? It's all right. ठीक है. So the purpose of today's discussion is the analysis which we have to do. So if you are regularly giving the tests and not doing the analysis, then sorry to say all your efforts will be futile in this preparation. Right? Analysis is the core part of your test series which you are giving over here, and this is the purpose. That's why we are having this discussion. And as you have joined this discussion part, I want you to sincerely follow whatever insights I'll be giving you with respect to ancient and medieval. The good part is ancient and medieval, we are going to get it over with over here. Shortly we will be doing it, right? What are the core parts? What are the important parts where you have to focus, right? That we have to understand. Some of you have already attended the last year also, I can see, right? And many of you are new over here, right? Okay guys, so let us begin the session. First of all, how many of you are assessing, like analyzing after giving these tests, going back, kar rahe ho, right? So this is the core part which I want to say. Okay? That will improve your revision capacity and also your enrichment part. Okay? Now let us begin. First of all, I want to understand with respect to history, how many questions are coming in the examination, guys? Prelims. Okay, online people, I'm seeing your comments, right? Whatever my suggestions to offline, same will be for you all, okay? So tell me, how many questions are you seeing from history? History. 15 to 16 question, right? Fix. 15 to 16 question from history, and history will comprise of, in prelims, 4 parts. That is ancient history, medieval history, modern history, and art and culture. These 4 parts fixed, 15 to 16 questions will be there. Ratio, number of questions which will be coming in the examination will be up and down, right? It will not be fixed. Okay? So 15 to 16 questions are coming in the examination, that's for sure. That's you are preparing for right now. Okay? Out of that, 2025 was the lucky year for history. Why? Modern history easy question, ancient history easy question. Why it happened? Can anybody tell me, like, why from history there were so many easy questions which came? Try to have the insights first of all of the examination. If you are understanding without understanding the pattern of actual examination, it will be futile. Many of you must be understanding. If you have understood it, I'll be repeating for the new people, right? Tell me, why from history you were seeing so many easy questions? Direct, dancing girl, bronze, Fahin came in which period, Mahendra Varman, direct questions. Why? Have you ever thought, like, why history so many easy questions which you will not see in the last 10 years? History always comes in the medium to difficult category. And when I'm saying, my terminology will be easy, medium, difficult. When I'm saying a question is easy, what do I mean? Direct from the sources, standard sources. Standard sources are ample over here. So it is itself difficult, but easy. Why? Because it is somewhere mentioned in your NCRTs and in your standard books. That's why I'll be terming it as easy. And that will be only easy for you when you have the standard books on your command. Okay? It's not about only underlining it, it's about having that particular topics in your command, in your mind. That is the basic difference which you have to learn. जब ये basic difference आ जाएगा, उस attempt में you will be through. Okay? So why it happened in 2025? You have to understand that UPSC works in cycle, guys. Out of the 6 subjects, 1 subject is going to be easy. 1 or 2 subjects, they are going to give you easy in the examination. And that is up to UPSC. Sometimes agriculture, more questions will be coming like 10, 15, and they will be on the easier side. Polity, you will be finding easier side. 2025 history question was thrown easy so that you can capture all the questions. They were the low hanging fruits, you have to understand. Buddhism and Jainism, the most core concept. 2025 they did not give it. At least 2-3 questions were coming in the examination which were. So that means you have to analyze that this is not going to happen again. You have to prepare sincerely. You have to focus on each and every subject first of all, right? That's why I'm not directly jumping into the topics. First of all, have an insight of what examination is about. Okay? So see over here, this is the number of questions, sometimes 15, 16, sometimes 14, 13. But overall, on an average, you are preparing for 15 from history, right? Now tell me, as we are over here in the discussion of ancient and medieval, tell me about the ancient and medieval, guys. Ancient, how many questions you are seeing? Ancient, कितना आ रहा है? In recent years, you will be finding ancient is asked more repetitively. Right? Repetitively, ancient is asked more. 6 questions, and 6 to 6 question was easier in nature, which if you have right understanding, you will be easily solving it, and that will make you, give you like near to cut off, take you near to cut off. These type of questions. Sometimes history will take you, if history from history questions are coming easy, sometimes eco, sometimes polity, and out of these subjects this will shuffle. But basic understanding should have, so that you can spot the easy to medium questions in the examination. That means 6 questions over here, and this trend has been increasing for ancient history, you have to understand this. If you will ask these people 2020, 2019, 2018, one common thing you will hear from the toppers is don't study ancient and medieval in that much depth. Study modern history, because at that point of time from modern 10 questions were coming, right? So have this clear insights. That means ancient history is quite important for you. Whereas medieval history, how many questions you are seeing? Medieval history, only 1 or 2. Only 1 or 2 in recent times. See, 2025 1 question, 2024 1 questions. Sometimes in 2022 they have given 5 questions. And then there was decline trend all throughout. So what does this signify? You are in December. December is quite going to be over. What does this signify, and what your understanding of this? That you should focus more on ancient, less on medieval? This should not be the case, guys. Right? Equal understanding of every subject, and that too from the standard of, settle fast guys, settle fast. And that too from the understanding of PYQs, also your standard sources, because you don't know in 2026 they can increase the number of questions of medieval. That is how they are playing. You have to understand. That is how they will throw easy questions of medieval, and you have not done medieval quite well because of the analysis you have done. This trend you should utilize in the end, near to March, April, you should utilize to revise the important topics, not right now. This is the time to have these core subjects on your tips, right? As similar way I was saying for the modern history too. Modern history, though this is not the class for discussion for modern history. Modern history, last year I told you that the trend was declining. 2 questions were coming in the last 5 years. Exactly same thing I told you. You never know that how it will go up like this. 6 questions or 7 questions you will see from modern history, and that happened in 2025. So it is not nothing new I am saying, but I am saying that you have to prepare with all these particular sub-subjects of history, right? Okay. Now let us start with the discussion, and before having these questions, the questions which I want to understand, the questions which I want you to understand is the PYQs, because PYQs should be on the back of your mind, right? Then you will be able to assess yourself that what is irrelevant to the prelims and what is not. This is up to you, right? So first of all, tell me how questions are coming in the examination. How questions are coming, guys? Tell me the themes. The new people, first of all, I would want to answer the themes, that this type of questions you will definitely see in ancient history. These are the topics. I'm not asking the topics. Okay, ये important है. Topics is a different thing. But these type of questions, the nature of questions I am asking you. Famous author and books like this. Now, irrespective of the period, though Indus Valley Civilization, we have not deciphered the script yet. So we are not having important books, but apart from that, important Buddhist literature, important Brahmanical literature, Jainism literature. This is an important theme. This is a theme. Shortly you will be going to see it in the examination. Chalo, let me show you the questions and you analyze yourself that how they are asking the questions, right? Let me make you see certain questions. This is an important questions of 2022. Right, Bharat, books, terms, chronology, good. See this question. I don't want you to solve it, but keep in your mind that how they are asking the questions. I'm going to repetitively make you see the same type of questions. And this you have to do. What they are asking over here? Contemporaries. Timeline sense. What was happening in 8th century AD? What was happening in 6th century BC? Instantly you should come up with these things, that what was happening in India in the 6th century BC, 5th century BC, AD or BC. This confusion should not be there. That means they are asking 8th century AD. They are not concerned. Now those who are not understanding it in the right way, they will be studying about Hoysalas, Gahadwalas, Kakatiyas in detail, because they think that these have come in the examination. But the question is of timeline, not of these particular dynasties, you understand. They will never ask you in detail information about these dynasties. These are regional dynasty. इसको लेते चलो, नोट करते हुए चलो, भूल जाओगे आप. Because there are many subjects. और अब तो पेपर भी हो गया, तो न जाने कब आपका टाइम आएगा एंशिएंट मिडिवल का. Right? So if you are sitting over here, try to utilize to the maximum if you are giving your time over here. Online people, same instructions, guys, try to follow. Now over here you come. See this. This was 2022. This was 2021, guys. Understand it. Read it clearly. I don't need answers first of all. Again go through the PYQs. Those who have read also, those who can remember it also, try to see again. Nature बताओ इस क्वेश्चन का कैसा है? Everyone? Contemporary based. Everyone can see through it. Now they are asking the 6th century AD or the late 6th century or 7th century AD. They have mentioned it also in the particular thing. So they are not asking you that when Guptas was existing. They are not directly asking you, but they assume that this you know. That's why they are mentioning the timeline itself in the question. And then they are giving these dynasties. Again, Parmaras will not become important over here, guys. These dynasties you don't have to explore much more. Guptas, Mauryas, Harsha is important. Parmara is not that much important. It is regional dynasty. So again, you are understanding the theme. So one particular theme which I am showing you. See this question. Every year, scholars and their contemporariness, rulers and their contemporariness. See it, read. Because any questions which you will be assessing later on now, because you are at the very right time where you can improve yourself. Understanding the contemporary nature, and you have to see this PYQs also in this way, guys. Otherwise, if you will not see this, otherwise you will be feeling like anything is coming from ancient history. But there is a pattern you have to identify. See this question, 2024 prelims. 2024 prelims. And as usual from last 5 years, I am saying my students the same way, those who have attended also, similar thing I used to say. 2024 you will be finding. Why I say 2025 was easy? Because there was no question on timeline based. There was direct question, direct, straightforward. These are typical medium to difficulty level of question. Once you have understood it, the ancient history and medieval history timeline correctly, you will be very easily solving it. Upanishads were composed earlier than Puranas. That means they will never ask you what about Upanishads. You don't have to read about Upanishads, guys. They are just checking one thing, timeline. They will never ask you about Matsya Puran, Purans. These are you can say religious in nature. They will never ask you this. But simply they are asking Upanishads were compiled earlier or Puranas. Dharam Shastras was compiled earlier or Dharam Sutras. Panini was earlier or Patanjali was earlier. Where was Harisen? Like this you should have clearly in your mind, because these questions you have to solve within seconds in the examination. These are the type of questions which are easy. Okay. So these are one type of nature which I have shown you is the themes of which I am focusing over here. First is your, what I have shown you over here, timeline sense. timeline sense questions, again this pattern will return for sure. I am telling you, in 2026 one question will be fixed on contemporariness, because as again I am telling you 2025 was completely easy. Okay, now medium to difficulty level of question, timeline sense you will be seeing. Also timeline sense you have to understand in this way. There are certain important periods like 6th century BC, like 1st century AD, like over here you will be finding 7th century AD. You should exactly know that what was happening in this period if you have revised it good enough. Like what was the condition or political condition of India in 6th century BC? What was the political condition of India in 1st century AD? Everyone, 1st century AD, what was happening, guys? Good. Over here, if I ask you, then this area of Patliputra, Bihar, what was happening? Right? Sungas canvas. This is how fast you have to read. Then in Sungas, you will be reading about Patanjali and on, and as we will move forward through the questions, we will be finding important, I'll be giving you certain summaries with respect to that topic. Okay. Over here, what was happening in the northwestern borders? Right, that 4 Indo-Greeks, Kushanas, you will remember automatically. Good. What was happening in this Deccan part? Satavahanas. What was happening in the southern part? Sangam age. If I change it to 7th century AD, what was happening over here, southern India? Good. Over here in Karnataka region, Chalukyas. What was happening in this particular Tamil Nadu region, Karnataka region, oh sorry, Andhra Pradesh region? Pallavas. Ye thoda sa this you have to work upon, because I know few people are having good command and they will be revising, but few people do not have even the clue, right? So this you have to come on the same page, because like this questions will appear in the examination, and that way you will be finding ancient and medieval are quite easy. Anybody of you in Sambhav program or in Prelims bootcamp? Anyone of you? Okay, so you don't worry about that. We will be doing it in the class itself. ठीक है? Right now, just focus करो. जो खुद से पढ़ रहा है, those who are studying on their own, focus on these aspects. ठीक है? खुद से भी अगर पढ़ रहे हो, यही पूछा जाने वाला है. Now this type of questions, see what they are asking over here. Sites. I don't need the answer. Sites they are focused upon. What are the prehistoric sites? You should know. What are the IV sites? There is difference between Paleolithic and Chalcolithic sites. There is difference between megalithic sites. Then you will be come to the Mauryan site, Sohgoda, Harsha site, Ban Sekhada, like this. And these are not the things which I am generating information on my own or from X book. This is written in your standard books. Standard books also we will be talking about. कितनी standard books हैं आपके पास ancient history के लिए, वो भी देखिए. ठीक है? See the type of question over here again, like this. Similar pattern I was teaching. 2024 you will be finding this question. 2023 aspirant also I was saying the same thing. 2024 this question appeared. What kind of question is this? Site based. Okay, that's why I'm saying 2025 was completely easy, because you will not find any questions like this. And in these sites also, 2 sites were known to you and 2 sites were new to you. This is the pattern which UPSC wants you to take risk, because they also understand that what is written in your standard books, that's why they will throw 2 easy questions. Like Chandraketugad, PYQ they have asked. Importance of PYQ. In Amgaon, already we know. But these 2 sites are new. And based upon these 2, you could have easily solved this part also. Those who have solved this particular PYQs. Understanding? Okay, site based. Again 2024. See this question, Dhanya Kataka, 2023. You will find that this is of Buddhism and Jainism. But आप theme में उसको place करो. If you will put it in theme, you will find that doesn't matter the topic. आप हर्षा की साइड भी यहाँ पर देख सकते हो. They will throw questions like you. They will intermix question like this. So don't put initially the topics into your mind, but put themes into your mind. Then you will prepare the topics likewise. That okay, in Harsha, if this inscription is coming, this becomes important because this is related to Harsha. Sonpat inscription, Madhubain inscription is related to Harsha. This is fixed, and Harsha, Ashoka, Gupta are important personalities. समझ रहे हो? ऐसे काफ़ी सारे क्वेश्चंस मैं दिखा सकता हूँ आपको 2022 प्रीलिम्स. रीड इट आउट. हर किसी का अलग नज़रिया होता है, बट आई एम ट्राइंग टू शो यू अ पर्सपेक्टिव. इफ यू लाइक इट, यू टेक इट that way, otherwise you can go ahead with your own understanding, right? This is again Korkai Pumpuhar Mushris. Sangam. But over here, ports they have asked, the location based question they have asked. Okay, let me show you one more. One good question which I have found over here was, see this question, guys. Can you spot this question? Prehistoric times, not frequently question comes, but in recent years, 3 questions you will be finding. In last 25 years, there were no questions on prehistoric times. But in recent 5 years, so what does it mean? That anything can come in the examination with respect to your standard sources. You should not take anything lightly, any topic lightly. ठीक है, वो लास्ट में होता है. Near around March and April, you will be revising only the trending themes, not right now. ठीक है, see Burzon, Chandraketukad, Ganeshwar. Again, what are these related to? Ganeshwar repeated again. Chandraketukad you have seen repeated again. 2019 question coming again 2024. So PYQs will repeat irrespective of the subject. It will not happen that in history only you will be finding PYQs. All subjects, certain quota of the questions out of 100 will be of PYQs. That by PYQs which you can solve. Easier question, and by if you will combine these 2 questions, you will be able to take the risk, and that is how you will clear the prelims of civil services and of Indian Forest Service too. Okay, this is the understanding should be there. So second type of themes which we have seen over here is what is that? Sites. And this will again come into picture, guys. 2026 you will find it again. So if you have prepared hard, if you are working hard, you will wish that question should come difficult in the examination. If you are preparing a subject sincerely, ठीक है? Because अगर easy आ जाएगा तो वो सबके लिए easy होगा, समझे? Third type of also there is a pattern which you will find. And let me show you the questions again. These are also site based, guys. These are 2025 based. Mahajanapads, easy question. See 2025. Fahin traveled into. Very easy questions. SSC type questions you will be finding over here. But these are thrown deliberatively. These are not कि उन्होंने ऐसे दे दिया. Deliberately throw किया है, right? See this 2023 or 2024, 2023 I guess, or 2024 prelims. What they are asking? Literature and scholar. Very important scholar and very important literature part you are going to see over here. Then we will be like fastly we will be revising the questions. But आपके दिमाग में तो ये रहेगा ना. Then as per you, as per individual understanding, आप इनको दिमाग में रख सकते हो. Right? That's why I'm putting more time over here right now. इसको बार बार देखेंगे हम. And I'll be referring to these type of questions again. ठीक है? कुछ questions in the test paper also you will be finding of similar nature. Right? Again, अभी आंसर्स पे मत जाओ, लेकिन ये समझो स्कॉलर इंपॉर्टेंट है. भाषा, पननी, पतंजलि, हरिसेन, और कौन है आपके? Who was existing in Pulcation 2? Ravi Kirti. Good. So like this you are going to find n number of scholars. So when you are studying in this way that okay, these sites are important, scholars are important, so your list of scholars should get ready on your own when you are revising it, because you know in the last time you have to revise these scholars only when they were existing. Okay, that these are the learnings which you have to take of these analysis and discussion sessions. 2022 prelims. This was 2024. This was 2022. Try to see, observe, analyze. Online people also. ठीक है, again similar question and the pattern is same. Two known, two unknown. 2026 also if you are going to sit, be prepared that in a questions this might happen that two known things will come. But for that known thing you are revising over here. You are doing this preparation. For the two unknown things you have to take a risk. तो वहाँ आपको छोड़ना नहीं है क्वेश्चन, वहाँ रिस्क लेना ही लेना है. ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं होगा कि that some other aspirant will be knowing that particular part. ठीक है, so over here Milind Pano and Devi Chandragupta written in every standard book, guys. The rest two were difficult. That's why this nature of this question became difficult, medium to difficult. But you will be solving it. You have to take the risk over here, right? There is one more flaw I'll be telling you with respect to Naga Arjuna. Okay? Because in your 11th class old NCERT, Naga Arjuna is also written as Nagasen. Okay? So those of who you are following the 11th class old NCERT, see it like with objectively you try to see, ठीक है, उसमें कुछ आपको मिस करना है वहाँ पर. Again over here 2024 similar pattern questions you will find guys, और मैं आगे दिखाता जाऊंगा तो आपको ऐसे मिलते चले जाएंगे. 2024, ठीक है, again Upanishads, but this you can consider in that also. So third you will be finding over here becomes important, that is your literature and scholars. And then there are mists. Miscellaneous means important, kings will come, some n number of terminology will be coming, but these are the questions where you can have the hold of a particular subject. In miscellaneous you cannot have the hold, in terminology part you cannot have the hold. Terminology वो डालते ही इसलिए ताकि वो difficult बने, समझ रहे हो? So यहाँ पर they are putting these questions so that you can solve it in the examination. ठीक है guys. Let us now go to your questions. And the topics, let us discuss first of all. How many topics you have to see in ancient history? What are the topics which you have to prepare? कौन-कौन से topics हैं आपके पास? Prehistoric times. And prehistoric times you are going to find, this timeline should be fixed, 20 lakh BC to 1000 BC guys. Now this can be different. Those who have understood from me history from my perspective, they know the timeline you have to keep it by heart. Those who will be attending the bootcamp session of mine, I'll be making you remember in the class, don't worry about that. But those who are doing it on their own, don't fluctuate between timelines. If you will fluctuate between timelines, it will be difficult for you to retrieve that information in the examination. So I tweak the timeline also. Why I tweak? So that you can able to remember, because nobody will ask you that when Samudragupta was existing and 4 options, you will be finding that. ऐसा कोई नहीं पूछने वाला, right? So we can tweak the timeline, 100 to 100 years we can tweak. But as we will move in history, we cannot, the tweakness we cannot do, because history will become more concrete. ठीक है, single day पे आप चलोगे फिर. Prehistoric times. Under prehistoric times, the important ages are Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, Chalcolithic, and Megalithic. These are the important phases which you have to understand over here. As you will move ahead, what particular topic will become important? IBC is quite important also. Again, you will be finding the fixed timeline of IC. I have told you 2300 to 1750 BC. Again, different timelines, different books, different timelines. But if you will follow me, I give only one timeline so that it will be easier for you to recall it in the examination. जितनी बार नई timeline पढ़ोगे उतना fluctuate करना पड़ेगा, right? Then you will move forward and you will be finding which topic? Vedic age. And Vedic age from 1500 BC to 600 BC. This becomes your important topic, Vedic age. Then you will be finding the next topic as Mahajanapads. Over here 3 topics will be coming guys. Understanding of Mahajanapads, understanding of pre-Mauryan dynasties, understanding of religious development, Jainism and Buddhism, quite important. And one more thing you are missing over here. When we are politically fragmented, what will happen? Always attacks will happen. And the attacks, the invasions, and invasions of 2 people you will be finding, of 2 countries you will be finding, Persian and Greek or Achaemenian you can say. These are the topics which you have understood, right, for your examination. Mahajanapads, Jainism, Buddhism, pre-Mauryan invasions. And then you will be coming to the most important topic over here, the empire formation, that is Mauryan. Again, Mauryan you have to keep it fixed, 321 to 180 BC. And as we will move forward, I'll try to give you the timeline also. Just I am writing the topics right now. Take a Mauryan. After Mauryan, what you will be finding guys, 180 BC. 180 BC to 400 AD, you are going to find the post-Mauryan. And the post-Mauryan condition will be different, because again we will be politically fragmented. There will be no central power. When there is no central power, you are always prone to attack from these sides, because attacks cannot happen from here, from here, from here. So only one side is left. So attacks will be happening over here. That's why you are finding the invasions in the form of Indo-Greeks, Sakas, Parthians and Kushanas. Right? Whenever you are weak politically, internally, external attacks you will always find. Keep this in mind. And that started from the Mahajanapads period. Okay? Rest we will be seeing through the questions only. Questions ke hisab se I'll be explaining you things. Post-Mauryan. After that, Guptas will be consolidating over here. So Guptas will become important, guys. And Gupta's timeline, I tell you, 350 to 550 AD. I'll try to give you the timeline while we'll revise, don't worry about that. Guptas, important. After Guptas, Guptas was the golden age over here. And it was not golden age for us only over here, Indian subcontinent. Throughout the world, every development, scientific, religious, archaeological development, if that was happening somewhere, that was the Indian subcontinent. And likewise, if you will see, if you have read world history also, this development rotates continent-wise also. Golden age was of Indian subcontinent at this point of time. Then Roman Empire golden age you will be finding at the similar time frame. Then you will be finding the Arabic Peninsula. The golden age was the Islamic age you will be finding under Umayyads. And then you will be finding the revolution under the Europeans in the 17th, 18th century. Gunpowder revolution you will be finding, right? Guptas. After that, Harshvardhana, or you can say a small period comes over here of 550 to 600, which we study in post-Gupta period only, and that is the post-Gupta period, where you will be finding again fragmented polity. Over here Pushyabhutis, over here Matrakas, over here some Grahavarman and all. Okay, we will be revising Shashanka, Gauda, right? That we will be seeing in the topic. And then you will be finding again the polity will be united under Harsha. So the last topics comes as Harsha in the north and in the south, southern Indian kingdoms in the form of Chalukyas and Pallavas. This is the overall gist I am telling you right now, 550 AD to 750 AD. So through these sessions, now we will be revising the questions of each particular topic, and I will be giving you certain format that this you should know. Those who are studying on their own, try to find out these answers on your own. Those who are in my class, don't worry about that. You wait for the class. In the class itself, we will do. Okay, Harsha plus Southern Indian Kingdom over here, where you will be understanding about Chalukya and Pallava. I basically stop ancient history in 750, but sometimes you will be finding that this is the early medieval era, we call it 750 to 900 around. So some people will be including the tripartite and the Cholas also in ancient history, but I start with the early medieval in medieval part only, and that will be beginning with the tripartite struggle and the imperial Cholas. So medieval history, after we'll finish with this particular discussion of ancient, then we'll be starting with medieval. ठीक है, अभी लंबा टाइम बैठने वाले हैं थोड़ा, so have patience and connected रहो, ठीक है. But we will be quickly revising now because you have got the gist. अगर आप खुद से भी आप पढ़ना चाहोगे तो इसी वे में you try to see the questions now, ठीक है. Let us start. And prehistoric times, guys. अच्छा, सोर्सेस कौन कौन से हैं आपके पास? You must be confused about the sources also. Can you spot this book? कौन सी है? एक ऐसा सब्जेक्ट है जिसके लिए 6 स्टैंडर्ड बुक है आपके, एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री इज सच सब्जेक्ट, ठीक है. You will be finding the most recommended also 11th class old NCERT, but good book, but very elaborative. Very elaborative. Also you will be finding what over here there are certain anomalies with respect to horse question. Horse question, because in this book you will be finding that horse remains were found in Indus Valley civilization, but in actual examination when this question came, then UPSC reject this claim that horses were found in Indus Valley. Write this down. If you are studying on your own, you have to see this. Second anomaly you will be finding with respect to Nagasena or Nagarjuna, because if you will go reading this book in the examination, you must have got confused by seeing that Nagasena and Nagarjuna question, because as per this book Nagasena or Nagarjuna were same personalities, but UPSC incorrected it. Right? UPSC fixed it that Nagarjuna was separate, Nagasena was separate. Right? Then this is the most infamous book also. Only the history optional books, history optional people will be knowing about this, and this is recommended by, I don't know, some of the people too. This is Upinder Singh. No need to go into this book, guys. This is the wonderful book, but it is from the historical mindset, that how each and particular event was constructed. You don't have to go this steep, right? They, like in Upinder Singh, you will be finding one full page on what should be the name of Indus Valley. Different scholars, different interpretation. So I will not recommend again to go for Upinder Singh. Old NCERT you can go. I will be telling you the best book also to go for your reference. This is our past one, 12th class NCERT, past one. No, this is 6th class NCERT, really sorry. Themes is 12th. This is recommended for all. ये तो करना ही है. इसके कुछ maps मैं आपको बताऊंगा, quite important. This you all have to do, like very small book, बहुत छोटी book है, 6th class बच्चों के लिए होती है, ठीक है, आप एक बारी में go through कर सकते हो. So this is recommended for all. Again, themes, class 12th. Some portions are written from the point of view of archaeologist, that you are going to be a historian ahead. So you have to leave that part. Historiography you have to leave over here. Rest of the information, if you want to go through, you can go through. The last book which I would recommend for you all, where concise information is given, that is Tamil Nadu NCERT, guys. In this, you have to lead some of the details of the southern Indian sites they have given more detailed about, like Payampalli. Like many sites you will be finding, there will be huge paragraphs. You have to leave that. You have to read it selectively, right? But other information over here is precise, concise, and appropriate. If you are studying on your own, I would recommend you to read this book. If you are studying from me, you will be getting like important part of all these particular books. Okay, you don't worry about that. So these are the sources which you have to follow, guys. This is medieval India. We'll be talking about later on. So this particular first questions, I have divided all the questions topic wise. So easily we will go through. First of all, if you are making the notes of prehistoric times, guys, देखो prehistoric times के notes अगर बना रहे हो आप, prehistoric times, these are the notes, these are the note making which you have to do. Over here, first period which will be coming, Paleolithic, then Mesolithic, then Neolithic, and then over here these will be overlapping, right? Chalcolithic, and then over here Megalithic. These are the specific areas which you have to read in prehistoric times. Okay? So first you try to fix its timeline, 20 lakh to 10K. This huge period we keep it in paleo. And in books, in your standard books, 11th class old NCERT, they have divided it into further. Upper, old, middle and lower you will be finding. Lower, middle and upper. Like this I will not ask you to remember, because ultimately they will never ask you this. This is the importance of matter, because I can tell you exactly what they will ask, what they will not, from the standard sources. So यहाँ पर आप इतनी nitty-gritties में मत जाओ. But in 6th class NCERT, you have certain sites which you have to keep in your mind. That is 6th class NCERT I am talking about. One map I will be telling you about. Okay? Then Mesolithic from 10K to 6K. Now I am keeping it fixed. I keep timeline fixed in my classes for you all. But these timelines are not that much fixed, guys. ठीक है, ये आपको दिमाग में रखना है. So somebody will say certainly that this period started from here only. Extreme statements will be wrong over here. ठीक है, because we don't know much about these particular parts. 6K to Neolithic. I extend it to 1K, guys, because some sites you will be finding, and this is going on all in BCs, right? So this you part 6K to 1000 BC, you will be finding many Neolithic sites, many Neolithic sites which are mentioned in your NCERTs too. And for sites, because sites are n number of sites you will be finding in every book, there are many sites. So which sites we should follow? Only the NCERT one. Rest if they are coming, you can add it from the. That is why tests will be helpful for you, and the PYQs will be helpful for you, right? Chalcolithic will be going on in between 3500 BC to 1000 BC. And Neolithic, this is over here, Neolithic, this is Megalithic, sorry. Megalithic will be one site which will cross 1000 BC too, because some of the remnants of megalithic sites will be getting in ADs too. So that's why this is one exception which will start from 2500 BC and it will go on to 250 AD, something around this. But you can keep in mind that some of the remnants of megalithic you will get in the ADs also. When you are getting it in post 1000 AD, that means you will be finding some of the elements, some of the metal which was not present throughout this particular sites, because this is a lithic culture. Lithic means stone culture. So over here you will be finding the stone tools. That's how they have divided it, on the basis of stone tools. But in megalithic you will be finding what? Metal also. And which metal you will be finding? iron. So this is one exception you will be finding with respect to megalithic. Now they will never ask you the evolution of human beings from here to here, which is written in your books also. Species are also written. They will never ask you this. They will never ask you what was their occupation over here in Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, because everybody can understand that. And everybody has the idea also that they were hunter and gatherers, domestication, primitive housing, then over here agriculture, settled societies came. So this they will not ask. What they will be asking for sure over here, and you have seen in the PYQs also, sites. Sites becomes important over here, guys. ठीक है? तो उस पे focus करेंगे. There are certain sites which are written in NCERT. These are NCERT sites which I am telling you. Rest you should add from the tests and from the PYQs. But I am focusing upon only the NCERT sites. So tell me about the sites of Paleolithic which are mentioned in NCERT, guys. Very important, Bhimbetka. Those who don't know, first attempters, second attempters should be comfortable with the sites and their place where they are in which state. Bhimbetka, MP. Then Patne. Patne, where you will be finding? Maharashtra. Patne. This is a Bhimbetka. Very important site. Some sites will be having the overlapping features. Like Bhimbetka, you will be finding the Paleolithic phase, Mesolithic phase, and Chalcolithic phase. Some sites will be only specified to that particular period only. So this you have to keep in mind too. Be flexible with these particular information. One more site which is mentioned in your NCERT, that is in Karnataka. Hunsgi. Hunsgi, Karnataka. Hunsgi. One more site which is mentioned in your NCERT in Andhra. NCERT. There is a caves, Kurnool caves, right? Kurnool caves. Now there might be many sites, guys, like Hathnora you will be finding, in the test you will be finding Buddha Pushkar also, but these are not NCERTs. That is how you are enriching yourself also through the test series. Then only you will be understanding कि enrich क्या करना है. ये basic information तो पता होना चाहिए, standard है, standard sources information, right? ठीक है, these are certain sites which are mentioned in your with respect to Paleolithic in your NCERT, that too 6th class NCERT map you will be finding. Also one more thing which I want to highlight, they will never ask you the things which you have found over here. Prehistoric times they will not focus over here. In IVC they might focus that what you have found in Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Lothal. So those are much important sites than these. So यहाँ पर इतना पढ़ो और move on करो, right? Apart from this, now the Mesolithic sites which you will be finding over here, guys. Meso. Adamgarh, good. Adamgarh site you will be finding where? Near about Bhimbetka only, and that is Adamgarh. Good, guys. Adamgarh, very important site, and over here you will be finding the connections of early domestication. 7000 BC, early domestication you will be finding over here, though they will never ask you this. Apart from that, in Gujarat, do you find any site? Langanj. Birbanpur is somewhere else. Langanj, Lalganj, you can pronunciate the way you want. Lalganj, ठीक है. Bagor is where? Very important. Rajasthan, very important. They might throw you anytime, guys. Bagor, mentioned everywhere. Bagor, Rajasthan. And in West Bengal also there is one site present. Birbanpur, good. Birbanpur over here. Birbanpur, this is in West Bengal. Certain sites of Mesolithic like Kodavayur you will be also find, but these are in current affairs you will be finding. Again, I am stopping myself with respect to standard sources. Otherwise, ऐसे तो बहुत सारी sites हैं आपके पास, ठीक है? I don't want you to get overwhelmed with this information. हर जगह आपको नई site मिलेंगी हर book में, but standard source में क्या लिखा है वो मैं आपको provide कर रहा हूँ. जितना पता होना चाहिए, इतना base पता होना चाहिए. Then the Neolithic sites mentioned clearly in your NCERT, 6th class NCERT. If you will go in the Kashmir region, what site of Neolithic you will be finding? Good, Burzon. And Gufkaral is mentioned in your 11th class old NCERT, Gufkaral, nearby, Gufkaral. One exception in Burzon you will be finding what? Pit dwelling, the houses were pit under the, you will be finding ground you will be finding, pit dwelling. Also their primary domestication, primary occupation was not agriculture. What was that? Hunting and fishing you will be finding. This was an exception because Neolithic people started practicing agriculture full flourished way mein, right? So this exception you are going to find. In the Pakistan region also, which is sometimes considered to be a pre-Harappan site also. Mehergarh, very important site guys, Mehergarh. Though they will not ask this information, Mehergarh, but you don't know, but this is mentioned in your NCERT, Mehergarh. These are Neolithic sites which are mentioning. In the northeastern region, Daujali Hading, still not yet asked but mentioned in 6th class NCERT, Daujali Hading. Assam, Daujali Hading. If you will now come to this UP area, in UP 2 sites are present in your books. That is one, Chirand. In Bihar you will be finding Chirand, Bihar, Chirand. And in UP you will be finding 2 sites, that is Mahagara or Mahagara, pronunciate the way you want, and Kodilwa, 2 sites. Somewhere over here Mahagara, and somewhere over here in UP itself you will be finding Kodilwa. These are mentioned in your NCERTs in the northern way. They can ask you in any way, north to south, south to east. Okay, any way they can ask you. But this much information you should have. In the southern, in Karnataka area, in Karnataka, Payampalli, you are right, but that is in Tamil Nadu. So Payampalli you will be finding over here. Maski, Hallur, this you will be finding in Karnataka. Maski, Hallur. ठीक है, और ये एक ही बार में नहीं होगा, इसको अलग अलग करके आपको देखना पड़ेगा. When you will be making notes like this, 1 pager for Paleolithic, 1 pager for Mesolithic, 1 pager for Neo, 1 pager for Megalithic. In that you don't write most of the stuff related to political and social life, because historians are itself not sure about that. Also PYQs, they will never ask you about this, and they have never asked also. What they have asked? Only and only sites. So sites will be coming over here. Okay? And in Andhra also you will be finding 1 site guys. Payampalli you will be finding over here. In Andhra also I am missing 1 site, but in NCERT you will be finding 1 more site over here. 6th class NCERT, if you have my PPT you will be seeing over there. Otherwise if you will go through that 6th class NCERT, you will find exactly like this map they have made. They have also included 2 more sites of megalithic. What are those 2 sites? Adina Chanalur, again pronunciate the way you want. Okay. Adina Chanalur in Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu NCERT also they have mentioned this. In 11th class old NCERT, in 6th class NCERT also. Adina Chanalur. And in this area of Karnataka also they have mentioned 1 site, and that is Managaddu is new site over here. Managaddu is in Kerala. Appeared in PYQ. तो अब आपको Managaddu के बारे में भी पता होना चाहिए, because it has appeared in the PYQ. So Managaddu is in Kerala. Managaddu. In Karnataka you will be finding, first of all, which is mentioned in your NCERT, that is Brahmagiri. Maybe asked in your paper also, test discussion when I was seeing the questions, right? Brahmagiri. So they have mentioned only 2 sites. But in the examination they have give you PYQ Managaddu. That is in Kerala. In recent times, in Kerala, 1 more site we have found that was in news, that is Koduvayur. 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 And this seems difficult, those who are seeing it for the first time like this, but this is the way you have to say it. है ना? एक 2 बार और revise करोगे, the same information, it will get fixed guys. ठीक है? But you have to do it in the same way, again and again. ठीक है? Koduvayur. And 1 more site if you want to. देखो Koduvayur, what we have found the link of Mesolithic to Megalithic. And Mesolithic feature is, like, how will you saying if you are excavating something, and how will you be saying that this is the site of Mesolithic? Microliths. You will be finding small tools, few centimeter, few tools. If that is the case, your identification would be that this might be related to Mesolithic. But how they are connecting it with Megalithic also? What is the key feature of Megalithic? Burial also, and iron implements also you will be finding. And this is one indication that this is related to megaliths also. So there is a link which historians are finding with respect to Megalithic and Mesolithic link with respect to Koduvayur. In recent times you will be finding it in the news guys. So this is important from your prehistoric times, this you have to make the notes of too. See this question, first question, देखो जो simple question होगा उसमें ज़्यादा time नहीं लगाएंगे, right? What you have marked over here with respect to, now this is Sohanian culture. This Sohanian culture, where you will be finding this culture? I'll be telling you that how questions can come in the examination or not. Now this is particularly you will be finding in the present day Pakistan region. So chances are less, Sohanian culture. But this is the culture where you will be finding. What they have asked you, which one of the following statement is correct? It is related with the pebble and flake tool tradition of the lower Paleolithic age. What is the correct answer over here you have marked? Or how have you solved this question, guys? Skip kar. What have you marked? It is characterized by the use of microlith tools made up of chert and jasper. Microliths नहीं है, तो ये आपका cut हो गया. You are permanently sure about this, that this cannot be the case. Good. Based upon your basic knowledge. Good. It marks the beginning of Neolithic phase with evidence of domestication of pottery. Right or wrong? Why? Right, directly they have asked you about the Paleolithic time frame over here. D, it represents the Chalcolithic tradition associated with copper tools and painted pottery. So these are all what you are finding, the characteristic of a particular period. Chalcolithic tradition, Neolithic, Microlithic, you are left with this particular part, and Sohanian culture is an example of Paleolithic site. This is Sohanian site, you will be finding Paleolithic. So keep this fixed. Now you don't have to dwell more in this. Just keep in your mind Paleolithic, you will be finding Sohanian culture if it will come in the examination, right? Like this you move on. Good question over here with respect to site. अब आपको पता है आपको sites कहाँ पर add करनी है, ठीक है? That's why your notes, first of all, notes should be fixed. That's why I have told you that these are the standard book sites which you have to know. Now add multiple sites as you want from the test series. This is how test series will come handy. और तभी आप इसको एक ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे में भी रख सकते हो. एत्रपक्कम, वन ऑफ द ओल्डेस्ट लोअर पेलियोलिथिक साइट, राइट और रॉन्ग? यू माइट नॉट बी नोइंग. करा था आपने, अटेम्प्ट करा था? कोई बात नहीं, इसका एक यूज ही है कि आप यहाँ से आप साइट समझ पाओ, राइट? सो ओवर हियर एड दिस टू योर नॉलेज बेस. एत्रपक्कम, दिस इज अ राइट ओवर हियर. सेकेंड, कल्पी, वेर यू विल बी फाइंडिंग कल्पी? Seems like it is the southern Indian site, but it is not in southern India. It is a UP site. It was new for me too. Now there are n number of sites, guys. ठीक है, कितनी याद करोगे? But जो टेस्ट सीरीज में आ गया, जो स्टैंडर्ड सोर्सेज में है, जो PYQs में, more than enough. This should be the approach. Kalpi UP, you add, and this is earliest evidence of controlled fire over here because of burnt bricks and all you will be finding over here. Hathnora, MP. And what you have found? Narmada hominin fossils, right? Narmada, and this is quite important, okay? Because we Hathnora kind of human beings we have seen over here. Take this information over here. Hathnora, Narmada hominin fossils. Okay? So answer will be all three, right? One again good question. These type of questions you are seeing in the PYQs also. See, Paleolithic, Atrampakkam, right? Right. Atrampakkam you will find where? Tamil Nadu. Good. Keep this in mind, Tamil Nadu also, guys. Acheulean artifacts and animal footprints. What do you mean by Acheulean? Right. This is the type of techniques of tool making. Now I want you to take one more thing from here. What you will be taking over here, because this has been asked in CAPF, guys. That in Paleolithic, when you will be understanding Paleolithic, the tools were categorized by certain types. Like over here, you will be finding certain techniques of tool making, and these names are with respect to the scientist who worked with respect to that technology, right? For example, older one technique you will be finding, one of the lower Paleolithic technique, old one. One you will be finding Acheulean, which you will be seeing in the test series also and in other examination also. And one you will be finding Levallois technique. These two techniques were asked in CAPF in 2024 or 2025. But even if you just know that these are related to prehistoric times, not with respect to the IVC, not with respect to the particular Iron Age technology, right? But these are related to prehistoric one. This information is more than enough. क्या difference है? इसमें है क्या टेक्निक, कैसे हुई है, पेबल कौन सा, फ्लेक कौन सा, कोई नहीं पूछने वाला. This is the importance of how much in depth you have to study something. But you know that these are stone technologies, older one, Acheulean and Levallois. Add this to your knowledge base again. Paleolithic, you will be adding Athrapakam, this is right. Mesolithic, Bagor, most famous site guys. Every serious aspirant should know this. Again, this is one of the site also which we discuss in the class. 5 sites I tell you about: Bagor, Lalganj, Birbanpur, Adamgarh. उसमें से एक साइड बागौर, again you will be finding over. Domestication of cattle, right. Chalcolithic, Hunsgi, नहीं, right. So ये question बहुतों ने सही किया होगा, I hope, because this is based upon your understanding of the standard facts. Because Hunsgi you have understood it in Paleolithic and how they have played. Can you tell me the Chalcolithic sites which we have not discussed, I guess? Right. In Maharashtra you will be finding Daimabad, Inamgaon, Jorwe culture, right? These cultures are known as Jorwe. In the Malwa area, you will be finding, जिसको कोई क्लू नहीं लग रहा वो नोटिस करे कि आपको कहाँ पर मेहनत करनी है, right? Online also, offline too. In MP, you will be finding Kayat culture, Malwa culture, and the most important, twice they have asked in the examination, the Rajasthan region, Ganeshwara Jodhpura culture, Ganeshwar culture, basically related to the copper artifacts, and then you will be finding one more, Ganeshwar हो गया, उसके बाद जोधपुरा भी हो गया, तो सेम ही हो गया. The main part you are forgetting, the culture which we call it, Ahar and Gilund. ठीक है, तो keep that also in mind. Let me just give you the Chalcolithic site also. Chalcolithic. देखो Chalcolithic over here in the Rajasthan region you will be finding Ahar, Gilund, Ganeshwar, Jodhpura, twice PYQ. In MP you will be finding Kayat, Malwa. Malwa they will never ask because automatically you will know. Then Maharashtra, Daimabad, Inamgaon, and Jorwe culture we call it all together. Don't get confused in your books, they will confuse you with respect to their timeline also. That when Jorwe was existing, when these culture, nobody will focus upon these things guys, right? Just have an understanding that these are the sites related to Chalcolithic. Well and good. Those who have good understanding of these sites also, like earlier those who have studied from me, try to see, don't ignore anything guys. ठीक है, आपको नहीं पता कब कौन सी चीज़ आने वाली है, और वो जितनी multiple times you have done the revision, it will be good for you. Keep that in mind. ठीक है, तो answer will be Chalcolithic, Hunsgi, wrong. So answer will be only 2, B will be the answer guys. ठीक है, check this. So this is one easy question, and similar type of questions you might find in the examination again. This what is the question? Domestication of animals like cattle becomes clearly visible by the Mesolithic period, right or wrong? Right. Climatic stability during the Holocene facilitated regular food production, which enabled selective animal management. What this statement you might find a bit dubious, right? कुछ को dubious लगा होगा. Climatic stability during the Holocene facilitated regular food production. ये गलत कहीं से भी नहीं है. Holocene period कब से शुरू होता है? Now my class basically start from geological time scale only, and that is precisely because of this reason, because they might mention Holocene anytime. Holocene period start कब से होता है? This is why this is important guys. Right, देखो जब आप prepare कर रहे हो तो आपको geological time scale my class starts with. Over here we understand the eras. You are into certain eras. ठीक है, there are certain 3 eras which you have to read. Out of that era, you are in which era? Oh sorry, you are in which eon? Really sorry, eon. You are in Phanerozoic eon, right? Phanerozoic eon, you have to remember that, and that is too big because over here you will be finding that we are going ahead from 4.5 billion to 3.5 billion to 2.5 to the present. So we are in Phanerozoic eon, right? And if I ask you the era we are in, because eons will be further divided into era. But forget about these eras, Hadean and Protean, right? Focus upon over here, Phanerozoic. Phanerozoic is divided between certain eras. What are those eras? Great. Paleozoic, Mesozoic and Cenozoic, guys. Again focus upon Cenozoic. You are in Cenozoic era. आप Cenozoic era में. This much you should have an understanding of. Geographical understanding is different. Over there you have to learn a bit more. After that, all these eras are further divided into periods. And over here Cenozoic is also divided into then periods. Then there will be Paleogene, then Neogene, and then Quaternary. And this you must have seen in your books also. Quaternary, this is mentioned in the books. History books starts from Quaternary, and as you are moving ahead you are coming near to history, guys. Quaternary, and then every periods will be having the epochs. So but we are concerned about only Quaternary for now, from the historical, from my understanding. Quaternary you will be finding two epochs, that is Pleistocene and Holocene. And Holocene time I want you to remember from 10,000 BC to present day. That is going on Holocene. Then Holocene is further divided into certain ages, which you are studying it in the form of these topics, right? Holocene. That means, so अगर आप इसके हिसाब से देखोगे that climatic stability during the Holocene facilitated regular food production, तो statement सही हुई ना? Holocene period is going on, but the way you have to also understand why an examiner is framing a question, and this you have to do with the UPSC. वहाँ पर आपको as it is book का नहीं आएगा. You have to understand the philosophy why they have given. So they might have given it with respect to these ages only, these topics only, right? So this Holocene facilitated regular food production not in a Mesolithic period but in a Neolithic period, and that is how you can say they have given or framed the question with respect to that. Otherwise this question is dubious, you can ignore it. थोड़े बहुत ऐसे question मिलेंगे आपको, ठीक है? So as per this, if you will go, the answer will be C, because one is correct and second is incorrect. But are you understanding the knowledge which you have to take from here? The understand Holocene कब से कब चल रहा है, ठीक है? Okay, fourth question is this. What is this? Fifth question, guys. Fifth question. What is the fifth question? Consider the following feature with respect to prehistoric rock art. Rock art they are talking about. More dynamic representation of human figures. Dynamic representation of human figures. That was the case over here. Introduction of geometric and stylized animal forms like rectangular, trapezium, like that you will be finding the figures. So this will, you will be understanding when you will be doing the art and culture separately, है ना? वहाँ पर ज़्यादा focus करोगे. Evidence of community levels activities as dancing. This you might have seen. They have made this also. Realistic portrayal of large animals in paintings. This is not the case, right? Large animals they have not drawn. Even if they have drawn bison, they have drawn it very small. Precisely they have drawn it, right? But again, this question, this type of question you will not find in the examination. This is for your revision perspective. ठीक है? अभी जो कोचिंग्स की टेस्ट सीरीज होती है दो पर्सपेक्टिव हैं. एक तो आपकी रिविजन हो जाए, दूसरा आपका एनरिचमेंट हो जाए, right? Enrichment means more information you should gather. That is how you will be increasing your knowledge base also and consolidating what you have learned to do. दो perspectives you try to see them. Answer will be based upon this. A 1, 2, 3 you will be finding. Which of the following statements about the Harappan scripts are correct? Easy question, I would say. It is written in Bostrofedan style. Left to right, then right to left over here. Right or wrong? True. It was used primarily for monumental inscription. Monumental inscription. No. Where they were utilizing these inscription? Seals. You will be finding mainly seals, and in other like amulets also you will be finding the this particular Bostrofedan. Was this pictographic or not? These were pictographic, guys. The script is predominantly pictographic. So answer will be C. That is 1 and 3. So C will be the answer. Easier in nature. ठीक है? ये question solve होने चाहिए. Come to 32. Consider the following statements regarding Chalcolithic culture. देखो अब Chalcolithic के बारे में if you want to develop more information, then how you will be developing more information based upon these questions only, right? You don't unnecessarily read from the standard sources. The Chalcolithic period marks the first widespread use of copper tools along with the continuous use of stone implements. Seems right? ऐसे questions हमेशा देखो examination में also when you will be finding the questions which are not extreme, you don't like neglect it, right? वो सही होने के chances होते हैं उसके, and UPSC में ऐसे ही questions आपको ज़्यादातर मिलने वाले. You will be finding 60 to 70% of the questions like that. You have to take the risk, guys, based upon the basic questions which you are doing correctly, which are coming directly. You have to like जो directly आ रहा है ना उसको तो सही करना ही करना है. Based upon that you can take the risk in your prelims. The Ahar Banas culture is known for its distinctive black and red ware pottery and copper smelting evidence. क्या करा while attempting it? Now also if you have faced certain problem with respect to particular statement, you can ask me that too. ठीक है? What have you done with respect to this? Quite right. ठीक है, अगर sure भी नहीं हो तो dot तो जरूर लगाया होगा. This might be right over here. You have not neglected this also. Third, Inamgaon is a major Chalcolithic site that provides evidence of planned settlement patterns and cattle domestication. Right? So this is sure, this is sure. 1 and 3 you are sure. Second probably might be right. Fourth, the Chalcolithic cultures of India show no overlap with the Harappan civilization in terms of chronology or material culture. This is hugely false, because will you be finding any Paleolithic cultures existing still today? मिलेगा ना. PVTGs क्या है? PVTGs are still following the hunting and gatherings. In Andaman what you are finding, and all over the world also you will be finding certain cultures are flourishing parallelly. तो ये parallel वाला aspect तो हमेशा रखना अपने पास, because in CAPF they have framed 3 questions like this, very easier in nature once you have understanding that okay they can exist parallelly, and this was happening also. So the answer will be, this is fourth, you are completely sure about, this is wrong. So where is fourth? D will not be the answer, C will not be the answers. A and B. In examination also you will stuck like this. So if you are feeling that this probably is right, there is no reason why you will cancel this out. So you have to go ahead with the 1, 2, 3. Examination perspective I am talking about. ठीक है, आराम से कट ऑफ क्लियर होगा अगर ऐसे करोगे तो. ठीक है, 1, 2, 3 will be your answer. ठीक है, A. Then you have 33 guys. The archaeological record of the Mesolithic period in India, particularly from sites such as Adamgarh and Lalganj, again mentioned. That means your knowledge should strengthen again, guys, because Adamgarh and Lalganj you have found in or you have studied in Mesolithic. तो जो आपके notes हैं वो strengthen हो रहे हैं नहीं हो रहे? हो रहे हैं, अगर आपने notes ढंग से बना रखे हैं तो. ठीक है. Helps us understand the transitional nature of prehistoric societies. Which of the following inferences can be most appropriately drawn from the evidence from these sites? The presence of, now you are getting to know more about Adamgarh and this Lalganj, though there is no requirement for the examination, but as you are giving the test, this is an enriched question, enrichment question. The presence of animal bones with cut marks suggests controlled exploitation and early domestic practices. This you are seemingly, it could be right, because of early domestication practices you have found over here. There is no reason why you will be cancelling it out, right? Human burials along with bone tools and remains of hunted animals point towards emerging symbolic and ritual behavior, right? Or there is no reason again to cancel it out. Reason होना चाहिए आपके पास किसी statement को completely cancel करने का. The tool assemblage from both the sides reflect a shift from core base to flake and blade industries, characteristics of early Chalcolithic community. In the statement also they have shown you that Chalcolithic type of features. So in Mesolithic you will not be finding the Chalcolithic type of features, guys, right? Mesolithic was just a transitioning phase. So the question, the answer will be, third will not be the case. 1 and 2 should be the answer. But if I replace third statement and if I ask you that they were having the microliths as the special feature which we'll be finding with respect to Mesolithic, that third statement will get right. And you will find one type of statement like this only in the examination. ठीक है, so the answer will be A, 1 and 2 only. 34. ये भूल तो नहीं गए, पेपर कब हुआ था तुम्हारा? पिछले हफ्ते तो भूल ही गए होगे क्वेश्चन. 16. ठीक है, देखो, as we are doing the discussion right now, analysis right now, so try to focus today, at least give certain time so that you can arrange your notes. और नेक्स्ट टाइम व्हेन यू विल अगेन कम टू दिस सब्जेक्ट फोकस अपॉन दीज एरियाज, दीज लूपहोल्स, तभी आपके जो रेगुलर टेस्ट दे रहे हो ना इसका यूटिलाइजेशन होगा. अदरवाइज दोज हु आर इन देयर सेकंड थर्ड अटेम्प्ट, उनको भी ये लग रहा होगा दैट दे आर डूइंग एवरीथिंग बट कुछ कंसोलिडेट नहीं हो रहा, आखिरी में यही एक फीलिंग होती है विच इज़ नॉट फुलफिलिंग. ठीक है, बट ये थोड़ा करोगे तो सही रहेगा आपके लिए. कंसिडर फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ मेसोलिथिक सेटलमेंट्स. अगेन they have given you a lot of question with respect to Mesolithic. Mesolithic settlements are often located near lakes, rivers and marshlands. No reason to cancel it out, right? Mesolithic subsistence diversified to include fish, turtles, birds and plant foods. No reason to cancel out. And what you will be finding that early humans had a better diet than when agriculture flourished. Right, so we think that agriculture might have given stability in terms of nutrition, but that is not the case. Early humans were having the better diet as per the archaeological and anthropological evidences, right? Just a fact. So what is the answer for this? Both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and statement 2 explains statement 1 over here. 35 guys. Online people. 35. Again, Neolithic sites question. Payampalli in Tamil Nadu provides evidence of an early Neolithic Chalcolithic cultural sequence in southern India. True, even if you don't know, this is right, that this will be giving you the Neolithic Chalcolithic evidence. और कहीं ऐसा लिखा है जैसे Mesolithic and Megalithic also I have told you with respect to the Koduvayur site. That is also right. So that can happen. You think that these things can coexist simultaneously. Likewise, you think. Excavation at Payampalli have revealed polished stone axes along with early copper-based tools. Right. Over here, you will be finding what? Iron. You will be finding the implement. This is a you can say जहाँ पर trap है वो stone वाला trap they have given you. That's why you will be finding a bit of iron axes. You will be finding at Payampalli. ठीक है. So answer will be C, because second is incorrect and first is correct. See, good question over here with respect to site. This is somewhere you will be enriching your information. 30, 45. 45 guys. Buddha Pushkar, Hunsgi, Didwana, Brahmagiri. Which of the above sites are categorized as Paleolithic sites? Now, as per your knowledge base, you could mark correctly Hunsgi, which I am finding that as per your knowledge base right now, because Buddha Pushkar किसी ने नहीं पढ़ा होता, right? Hunsgi, 100% correct that this is a Paleolithic one. So they have asked Paleolithic only. So where is second? Second is over here. Second तो सब में ही है. ठीक है. Then you go that you know about Brahmagiri. That Brahmagiri is definitely, because this is NCERT information I am talking about. This is definitely is of megalithic site. So this should not be there. So fourth will not be there. So fourth cancel karo, ye cancel karo. You are left with A and C, and this type of things you must have experienced in the real examination also. है ना, यही होता है UPSC के ज़्यादा questions में तो. So you have to take the risk. If you can eliminate 50% of the question, आप उसको attempt करके आओ exam में, right? So Paleolithic site. Buddha Pushkar is also a Paleolithic site, guys. This should be getting added over here. Buddha Pushkar, and you have Hunsgi. Already know. Didwana also added. Didwana they have asked once, but not in this type, in this framework. They have asked certain sites like Didwana and certain other names and asked what are these related to. These are related to lakes, these are related to something else, like this they have asked, guys. So when you will be analyzing the PYQ, एक बार उसको जरूर देखना, right? So the answer will be 1, 2 and 3. Brahmagiri will not be that, so C you will be going ahead with. This is an enrichment question. Keep it, guys, over here. Acha, Buddha Pushkar you will be finding in Rajasthan. Location also you see. Hunsgi, Karnataka, you already know. Didwana is a salt lake also. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पर आपको राजस्थान में ही मिलेगा दिदवाना में. ठीक है, these were the things you will be finding from prehistoric times. Now let us increase the speed also and see the next part, that is IVC. देखो IVC के notes. Again, I will not be explaining you anything, but I am giving you the format. IVC first of all. First of all, understand that IVC, first of all, you will be fixing the time frame 2300 to 1750 BC. there are different dates written in different books. Any book you open up, different dates you will be finding. But this date you keep it fixed for yourself as per DP Agarwal 2300 to 1750. At this point of time, there was mature Harappan sites which were existing. So it is not like that prior to that Harappan sites were not there. Harappan sites were there, but in the form of early and pre-Harappan sites. Then you will be seeing the age of mature, which you study also, which you deeply study, mature one. This is the mature sites 2300 to 1750. So if I ask you that when these early and pre-historians were existing, pre-IVC sites were existing, what you will be saying to me? 3000 BC, 3500, automatically you will be making the guess, right? This guess is important. And then you will be finding certain sites as late Harappan. Iska classification important hai, as it is class 12th NCERT, you will be finding this classification. Can you give me some example of early Harappan sites? Good. Amri, Koji, Mehergarh, early Harappan sites. Early Harappan site ka feature hi kya hai? That they are not urbanized. People might have worked in these mature Harappan sites to make them urbanized, but these are rural societies over here. Proto-urban societies, you can say. Right, so these are the features. Then in mature Harappan sites, which you will be finding in the form of, then you have to read the salient features. And all these salient features like, quickly batao, jaldi. There is a question nahi aayega salient features se kabhi, because these are easy. Grid pattern you want to say? The whole township is divided between citadel and lower town. Standardized size of bricks you will be finding. Drainage system you will be finding. Standardized weight system also. Okay? Or ritualistic bathing practices also you will be finding. So like these salient features, you all know, you must study also, but questions will never be asked from here because these are easy to understand. Again, IVC prehistoric questions will be coming from where? Sites. Sites यहाँ पर भी important रहेगा. So salient features कर लिए, early, mature, later का कोई example if you want to give me, where you will be finding the ruins of Harappans, that the society was not now urbanized. The rural features we were finding. At this point of time, we have got all the evidence from Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, Chanudaro. But over here now you will be finding, and it is not like that one site will be over here, so it cannot be over here. Like Dholavira will be present over here also, over here also, over here also. Right? So like this. But most patterns of Dholavira in mature also, and later also you will be finding some patterns where urbanized features were missing. So thoda bahut idea you have to have. Then you will be coming, site aspect is the most important over here. Like where you have found the wooden plow. These type of things used to ask like 10 years back. So ये static होना चाहिए. This is the PYQ which I am asking you. Wooden plow, where they have found? Kalibangan. Where they have found the plowed fields? Kalibangan नहीं है, बानवली है, right? And plowed fields कहाँ पर मिलता है? ये इसमें confusion रहता है, ठीक है? इसमें मुझे भी confusion हो जाता है. Keep this in mind. Great bath and all you must be knowing. One particular mother goddess you were finding almost everywhere. This was the common feature. That was showing the religious practices with respect to the female origin, fertility aspect. Right? More things you will be finding over here, like the 11 signboard, like the signboard you will be seeing. Very important. और ये अभी तक पूछा नहीं गया. This will be asked if they want to frame any easy question from the standard books. Dholavira. Dholavira se they have asked about the water harvesting system, early water harvesting system from Dholavira. So like this, you should have each site, like some of the important sites I am letting you mark. इससे जो भी information मिले, you keep it, right? Tell me some of the sites in Gujarat. Very important, Lothal. Lothal. And Lothal is famous for port, dockyard. अब आप उपिंदर सिंह जैसी बुक पढ़ोगे तो there is one full page where they are specifying how historians were calling it as a water reservoir, that over here reservoir system was also flourishing. Right? So over there this has been written that how we have constructed the history. Upinder Singh. One fine book to understand how history has been constructed, but not for UPSC civil services examination right now. Prelims examination, right? Lothal. Apart from that, Dholavira. Exact location भी इसकी पता होना चाहिए. Dholavira कहाँ पर है and Lothal कहाँ पर है. इतना precisely you have to know about this information. Apart from that, Rangpur. Important. Apart from that, Rangpur. ये सारी गुजरात में है. Rangpur. Good. Lothal, Dholavira, overrated information. Everybody know this. Apart from that, What? Nageshwar. Nageshwar you take. Surkotada, where you will be finding Surkotada? Surkotada. The spelling you must check. Surkotada you will be finding in Gujarat itself. Rojdi. ये सारे एग्जाम रिलेटेड हैं इन यूपीएससी एग्जामिनेशन, आइदर सीएपीएफ, सीडीएस और यूपीएससी सिविल सर्विस. सो रोजदी यू आर गोइंग टू फाइंड इन गुजरात. नाउ with respect to Dholavira and Lothal, you should focus more. Absorb any information you are getting in any test series. With respect to other, you just know that where they are existing. ठीक है? In this particular area of Rajasthan, one important site you have Kalibangan. With respect to Haryana, Ropar. Oh, the most important site from where you can expect the question is Rakhigadi. इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी साइट भी बोली जाती है राखीगढ़ी. इंपॉर्टेंट, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट राखीगढ़ी. सो राखीगढ़ी, बानवली ऑल्सो यू विल बी फाइंडिंग ओवर हेयर, राखीगढ़ी. ठीक है, एंड फ्यू मोर साइट्स यू विल बी फाइंडिंग फ्रॉम हरियाणा टू. देन कमिंग टू द मॉडर्न डे पाकिस्तान ओवर हेयर गाइज, in the Indus river you will be finding at the top Harappa, then Mohenjo-daro. Overrated, but you have to read this. So अगर आपको क्वेश्चन का आंसर भी नहीं पता, for example a particular feature they have asked, probability will be these sites, these important sites. ठीक है, probability ऐसे आपको solve करना आना चाहिए. For example there are 4 sites given, उसमें से एक site Lothal mentioned है and 3 sites you have not even heard about. Chances of Lothal would be more correct. अब ये apply cautiously करना है, ठीक है, एज पर द पैटर्न ऑफ द एग्जामिनेशन, बट ये ऐसा होता है, ऐसे सही करने होते हैं, ऐसे यू विल बी फाइंडिंग द क्वेश्चंस. ठीक है, यहाँ पर यू विल बी गेटिंग दीज साइट्स. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट द टॉप मोस्ट साइट इफ यू वांट टू से शोरतुगाई. इन योर बुक्स मांडा इज रिटन बिकॉज मांडा इज वन prominent station where you will be finding the cities also features, but Shortugai is a trading station from where lapis lazuli we used to get, only the trading post near about in the Afghanistan borders. Shortugai. In the western side you will be seeing Sutka Kendor. In the eastern side now overrated info, Alamgirpur, right? Also one more side where there was no citadel found, Chanuzado. It was like a manufacturing city, right? So like this you can take the information. Apart from that, like the political life, I don't think question will be coming because this is still dubious. Political life either theocratic or oligarchic, the debate is going on that. The religious life, what was the religious life? Animistic religion you will be finding related to culture, right? You understand the religious perspective also from ancient history. When I will be teaching you ancient history, you will be understanding in the boot camp, you will be understanding from animistic point of view. Animistic point of view क्या होता है? That we are connected to nature. Good. One more thing it means that you are not human centric. The religion is not human centric. Right now the religion is human centric, but animism says that human is just the part of the nature, right? They have equal importance to animals, equal importance to natural sources like rivers, rain, etc., right? Mountains, equal importance. Slowly and slowly as civilization developed, the animistic religions got transformed into polytheistic religion. Everywhere in the world, like in Hinduism over here you will be finding, apart from like in Europe you will be finding some other polytheistic religion. As this went on ahead, you will be finding the world will be equipped with now the monotheistic religion. So ऐसे आप evolution देखोगे at the right point of time in the history itself. Religious aspect, this you, but these are not the areas from where in the last 10-15 years they have asked the question, guys. तो यहाँ पर क्वेश्चन बनाने की प्रोबेबिलिटी कम हो जाती है. कंपटीशन को आप हटाओगे कैसे? By giving the site based exact questions which they can also eliminate the people from. ठीक है, अब ये sites important है. Let us see the questions. IVC. See the question, question number 30. Firstly, we will be doing, which will be easy, we'll be skipping it, guys. Few archaeologists have accepted the single state theory of Harappan civilization, right or wrong? Right, few archaeologists. This is not an extreme statement, no reason to cancel it out. Second reason, similarity of artifacts across the subcontinent. True. Standardization ratio of brick size 1, 2 and 4. Homogeneous urban settlement patterns. Urban settlement patterns are also. So this is all three are right. Statement is also right. So how many of the reasons given above are right? All three. No confusion. The term Magan, often mentioned by historians in context of Harappan civilization, refers to Magan. Right. नहीं पता था ये. देखो, in your 12th class NCERT, now let me tell you from where they have framed the question. You should know. In the NCERT 12th class NCERT, they have made the map like this. You can understand this is Africa, Eastern Africa, Arabian Peninsula, our country, India. So over here they have mentioned that this is the region as Magan. At that point of time, this region was known as Magan. This Bahrain region on all was known as Dilmun. This is written in your NCERT. See, a question like this might not be framed, but this is a good question so that you can understand that these are the regions. These are not the ports of India. Okay? These are the regions with which we were having trade relationships. And earlier people were more into trade relations rather than in wars. So you will not be finding any warrior artifacts from the Indus Valley civilization. This is one of the peculiar fact also. Mesopotamia, not generally Mesopotamia is, you can say Dilmun is related to Mesopotamia, but Magan is related to Oman region. Gulf of Oman side you will be finding, right? So term Magan is related to which of the answer is that? An important trading center located in West Asia. C will be the answer. How many of you have done it correct? Good. देखो क्या है, how they have framed this question, that few archaeologists have accepted the single state theory. Single state means there was centralization. अब centralization के evidence क्या है उनके पास? What are the evidences they are having on which they are saying that the single state existed over there, right? So third is saying homogeneous urban settlement patterns. What homogeneous urban settlement patterns you have seen? Homogeneous. Let me tell you how. आप इसमें मत जाओ. Homogeneous how? Because in every site you will be finding that there was citadel, there was lower town. In every site you will be finding there was grid pattern of the houses. The houses were same. Drainage system was same, right? So this way, now again you have to see the positive side of this. Heterogeneous तो होंगे ही होंगे. There were certain, like you will not be finding great bath in anywhere else except Mohenjo-daro. Cancel out करने के लिए तो reason है, but you are finding few archaeologists. समझ रहे हो? अगर यही statement समझने की कोशिश, अगर यही statement मैं change करूँ, that few archaeologists are saying that they are believing in the oligarchic nature of the state or the priestly nature of state, the reasons will convert. फिर यहाँ पर आपको priest statue, priest king का example भी मिलेगा. फिर यहाँ पर आपको distinctive features भी मिलेंगे जो और कहीं नहीं मिलते, like Lothal dockyard, like there will be like great bath in Mohenjo-daro. You will not be finding any religious structures like that. ठीक है? Understand this clearly. ठीक है? ठीक है गाइस, नेक्स्ट चलें. ये 31 हो गया. 36. With reference to the economy of the mature Harappan phase. Again, mature Harappan phase automatically in your mind 2300 to 1750. Again and again you revise it. Harappans engaged in long distance maritime trade with Mesopotamia. Any reason to cancel it out? No reason. True. Chanudaro is the only Harappan site without citadel, indicating its exclusive focus on craft production. Basic info. Iron artifacts from the bulk of metal remains from a Harappan site. जैसे आयरन देखोगे वैसे ही फॉल्स हो जाएगा. देयर वाज नो एविडेंस ऑफ आयरन्स. इजी पार्ट. व्हाट इज द आंसर? 1 and 2, राइट? ठीक है, इसको कर लेना. सो ए विल बी द आंसर, राइट? 37. The presence of standardized weights made of chert. Chert, what is chert? Right, it is a type of material, natural material. तो chert, carlenial, ये natural material है. Whereas faience, man-made. Good. ठीक है. और ये faience का example I am giving you. Why? Because it is mentioned in one box in your 12th class NCERT. तो देखना. The presence of standardized weights made up of chert indicates a highly regulated system of trade and commerce in the Indus Valley civilization. How many of the following support this inference? Again, reasons. Uniform cubical weights found at multiple sites. And this is related to the highly regularized system of trade and commerce. So this is right, because over here you are getting to know that trade used to happen. Widespread use of seals in commercial activity. Right? Can you tell me what are the major type of seals, size of seals which we have found in our Indus Valley civilization sites? Square, good. Rectangular. Have we found any cylindrical seals also? Cylindrical also we have found. And that is the Mesopotamian seals. And that is how we are getting to know that trade was used to happen. Have we found any spherical seals? We have found in our sites, and that representing that the trade used to happen with the Persians too. And this particular spherical and this particular cylindrical are mentioned in your 12th class NCERT images. That's why it becomes important. Okay, so this is also right. Standardized brick ratio in urban centers. इसमें confused होगे आप. That's why I think it is quite good question. Because standardized brick ratio in urban centers has no correlation with highly regulated system of trade and commerce. Also, one peculiar feature of Indus Valley civilization is that we were using burnt bricks in our construction, whereas in other parallel civilizations there was no use of burnt bricks, that too, that systematically, that organizably, right? So this becomes cancel out. Third, wrong. Fourth, Mesopotamian references to Meluha. Why this is wrong? Because we know that we were used to known as Meluha, Indus Valley, because of Mesopotamian sources only, right? So this is right. So answer will be 1, 2 and 4. Okay, Indus Valley civilization over. Now you will be shifting to the Vedic civilization. Vedic age. Questions have very less asked from here because the question framing is not too good from here, guys. Question बनने के chances बहुत मुश्किल होते हैं यहाँ से, right? The only question in last 10 years which you will be finding from here is that Upanishads were framed earlier or Puranas, and that too is not a topic-based question. That is a timeline-based question because Puranas will be constructed in the Gupta's time frame, and Upanishads will be constructed in the Vedic age time frame only. Vedic age, first of all, the timeline you must have fixed 1500 to 600 BC, and that too there was a bifurcation between Vedic age, 1000, and why? Because of the finding of iron, and because of that everything changed, right? So Vedic age you have to understand first of all who were Aryans and where they came from. This theory you have to understand from where question will not come. But who were Aryans you have to know. Aryans were the tribe, Central Asian tribe. But who are Aryans then? It was a linguistic group. These people used to speak the same language, that is Indo-European language or Indo-Iranian languages. So this is a linguistic group, guys. In linguistic groups, there can be several tribes. Understand that carefully because they have asked this earlier. That Aryan denotes two: tribe, warrior tribe, one more thing, and then linguistic group. Answer will be linguistic group, right? Then there are many theories related to that. No need to go in that. Okay, but एक बार read जरूर करना होता है. Then you will be coming over here and understanding the sources of the early Vedic period and the later Vedic period. And the sources of early Vedic period is primarily Vedas, and that too what Ved? Rig Ved. So all the information which we have constructed of the early Vedic period, the polity, the society, the economy, the polity, we have constructed it from the Rig Ved. Very important, 1028 times थोड़ी बहुत information आपको देखना पड़ेगा वहाँ पर, right? Then over here in later Vedic period, what you will be finding? A lot of compilations started, like the Yajurved, Samved, Atharvaved. This is the Veda Samhita. Then you will be finding the Smriti literature also will be coming into picture. And that Smriti literature will be Upaveds, Vedangs, and apart from that Mahakavyas and all other Upanishads. Upanishads also is a part of your Rigvedic literature, right? But later on you will be finding in later Vedic phase Upanishads were compiled, Brahmanas were compiled, Aryankas were compiled. ठीक है, लेकिन इनका सब later Vedic period पे चल रहा है. And this will go on. There is no fixed date, guys. The Upanishads were compiled in exactly 1000 BC. There is no fixed date. This was compiled, getting compiled in 1000 BC to 600 BC. This long time frame you will have to understand in your mind. ठीक है? उसके बाद Vedic age में you have to understand it in the form of transitioning phase, like how the economy was changing of early Vedic and later Vedic, how the polity was changing because of that, how the society was changing, and how the religion was also changing over here. These are the aspects which you have to understand. Easy to understand over here, but not asked. What is the primary occupation of early Vedic period? Primary. Pastoralism. Pastoralism, guys. If you want to understand the reason where these people were coming from. देखो, if you will see the history, अगर मैं आपको reason दूँ, the reason is quite interesting, right? Quite interesting. Over here, the human spread from this part of Africa, and they, when the over here warm ages were coming, they shifted over here, guys. These areas, and these areas were good, were known as the steppes right now. Steppes are basically grasslands. So this was good for the grazing of animals over here. Also, when the human shifted from here to here, one prominent change happened in their DNA, and that prominent change is they became, the dietary habits changed. They became lactose tolerant. पहले हम lactose intolerant हुआ करते थे, but when we became lactose tolerant, what we will be finding? Our strength will increase, the nutrition will be more. So over here they became lactose tolerant. They had these large grasslands, animals they have. Also they started domesticating the horses, and horses are the difficult animals to domesticate. It nearly took 3000 years for humans to domesticate horses, guys, over here. So over here they were domestication horses also. They understood how to make wheel, chariot and horses. And their primary occupation was grazing the lands. That is how slowly and slowly you will be finding they were moving out for resources, moving out for more land. So from here spread happens, and this is how they will be coming over here. One branch will be coming over here and known as the Indo-Aryans. ठीक है, तो ये वाली चीज आपको यहाँ पर समझनी है. That is how their primary occupation was pastoralism primary. Later on they understood the importance of iron. Over here it changed to agriculture. Polity. The king was absolute or not? The king was not absolute. It was dependent upon the assemblies. Over here king became absolute. यहाँ पर assemblies were important. यहाँ पर assemblies were not important. Again, like this. So these are easier information to understand. Okay, that's why no questions in recent times. Let me open up the questions. देखो, this is right. This question is good. देखो, parables means that there are kahaniyas. Parables is nothing kahaniyas. ठीक है, stories. So this is probably they have given open-ended question, like generic in nature. This is not specific. So don't assume that they will be giving you certain statements from Brihadrak Upanishad. वहाँ से कोई statement नहीं आने वाला. So don't worry about that. And also this is religious in nature. Right. Okay. So you thought that there were no stories involved over here. This is not the case, guys. In earlier, what used to happen, even Aryabhatta when gave 0, he gave it in shlokas. Right? Understand it carefully. He did not mention it with numbers. He mentioned with these 2 shlokas the importance of 0. Right? So understand in this form that this is the story-like of form only. Upanishads are story-based, philosophical writings. Okay? Rigveda, though contains some history, like they will be mentioning about dasas. Right, Dasyus, the battle of 10 kings. What is this? Story only, hai na? So don't become rigid with the information in a history. I'm saying, be open-ended. Agar open-ended statement hai, there is no fixed statement that we have found. Like Mundaka Upanishad is quite important, and one of the phrase we all know that is from there. Everybody knows that. So वो थोड़ा important हो जाता है. Otherwise, they will not deal with the religious scriptures. ठीक है, अभी तो नहीं पूछा गया, पिछले last 10-15 सालों में नहीं पूछा जाएगा. Don't worry. चलो, see over here. 20. क्विकली जो इजी है उसको हम स्किप करते हुए चलेंगे. अब इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन, व्हाई इंपॉर्टेंट गाइस? इसको मैं इंपॉर्टेंट बोल रहा हूं बिकॉज दिस वाज आस्क्ड इन 2000s इन यूपीएससी. ठीक है, शायद आपने ना देखा होगा क्योंकि आपने रिसेंट 15 years PYQ देखे होंगे. राइट? So this was asked in UPSC once, and that is one of the, you can say, a peculiar question. This is not the fixed pattern. So this is related to रीत, कीप इट फिक्स्ड, ठीक है, पढ़ा होगा आपने। 21 गोविंद गरम पानी ले आना। 21 guys, how many of the above are categorized under Shruti literature? The Brahmanical literature is compiled, bifurcated into Shruti and Smriti. Shruti is which have been passed on through years from stories in the verbal form. What are those? Were Vedas the category? Right. Brahmanas? Right. Aryankas? Aryankas also. This is also right. Then Samhitas? Samhitas is, they have confused over here, Vedic Samhita हम बोलते हैं इसको. Vedic Samhita includes all the Vedas like Rig Ved, Samved, Atharvaved, right? So बोलते हैं Samhita, right? So Samhitas will also the case. You might have got confused with Samhitas, might have got, right? So keep this in mind. Puranas and Upved, these were the Smriti literature, came near around 300 to 500 AD. Okay. So the answer will be only 4, 21. ठीक है, एक बार देख लेना PPTs, I'll be sharing you out. और जब आप पढ़ोगे भी तो see it over there. 22. The Vedas are authoritative sources of spiritual knowledge and guidance. Spiritual knowledge and guidance. No reason to incorrect. आपको reason चाहिए कोई question neglect करने के लिए, उसके लिए knowledge के base पे you will be doing. The grace of God more important than knowledge of salvation. The grace of God more important than knowledge for salvation. It might be true. You understand that in Hinduism, the salvation means they are talking about, and which are the books were referring to salvation? Upanishads. The salvation concept come a bit later on, but they were connected with the God primarily with the Vedas. Indra. The mention of Indra you will be finding, Varun you will be finding in the early Vedic period literature. Okay, open-ended question again. Plurality and distinction exist between Atman and Brahman. Again Upanishad, broad reality. Okay, that there is an universal soul and there is a individual soul. Right, right. So what you are focusing upon, that they used to read these Upanishads, Ram, Manuj, Shankaracharya, they read these Upanishads and then propounded their philosophies. So the answer will be 1, 2, 3. 44. Again, these type of questions you will not find in the examination, but if they have given you test series, you enrich your knowledge, guys. 44. What do you have marked it? Yoga Shema. Yoga Shema, guys. Yoga Shemam Vaham Yaham. पता था? नहीं पता था, कोई बात नहीं. Second, transmigration of soul. This you know. Even if you don't know, then take this information from the test series. Otherwise, you will not find any information with respect to these religious scriptures in your standard sources. Standard sources की information नहीं है, so be free. Upanishads you might have guessed because they talk about the transmigration of soul. Good. Transmigration of soul, Brihadrag Upanishad, right. 4 ashrams of life. The 4 goals of Hinduism over here is written in Jabala Upanishad, guys. This is also right over here. So this is correct. So answer will be, and first is mentioned where? Yoga Shema. Is the phrase from Bhagavad Gita. Okay, so keep it in mind. So these type of information, less chances of getting asked. Okay. So first is wrong, second and third will be right. Answer will be second and third. Okay, next question. Next topic, guys. IVC you have moved on. Next part. The Mahajanapadas phase. Or you come over here, you see this. And the Mahajanapadas was flourishing when? Mahajanapadas topic, only and only sites are important. Last year also I was telling, last year also I was telling. Question came when? On these sites. 25 तो दिया होगा तुमने 2025, तो question आ गया वैसा ही 2025. As I was saying, only sites are important from here. Sites and where they are presented basically, right? So Mahajanapads, 16 Mahajanapads are important. Apart from that, when we are internally divided, and for the first time you will be finding, first the Aryan over here migration you will be seeing, not invasion. Then you will be finding over here, when we are internally divided, our western borders are open. And what is in the west? our scientific borders are open, guys. From here we are protected. From here we are protected. But West में हम open है. And that always the wise ruler have tried to curb this problem. Always the wise ruler. In throughout history you will be finding either Chandragupta Maurya, either Samudragupta, or Babur you will be finding later on. Akbar you will be finding later on. The major problem you will be finding the three passes which are open over here in Hindu Kush and Kirthar range. And that is a KGB pass. Khyber, Golam and Bolan passes over here. याद नहीं करना because these are not our passes, but these are the passes which are important over here. Chandragupta इन्हीं passes को capture करता है, and that's why the Akhand Bharat, you have seen the Indian subcontinent was completely under Mauryan because of this control over here, right? So when we are like fighting amongst each other with respect to 16 Mahajanapads, this was open, and because of this, who will be coming over here, guys? First the Persians, and Persians in the form of Cyrus, Darius and Xerxes. There are less chances of questions coming primarily on Cyrus, Darius and Xerxes. ये आपके दिमाग में फिक्स होना चाहिए. क्वेश्चन ये नहीं पूछा जाएगा कि साइरस के बारे में 3 स्टेटमेंट देंगे वो, नेवर. But they can form the contemporary question with respect to these Persian invasions. This you should know, and that is how you can neglect most of the information which is written in the books. आपको ज़्यादा फोकस करने की फिर यहाँ पर जरूरत है. That is how you can scan through the test also. क्या important है क्या नहीं है. डेरियस के बारे में कभी नहीं पूछेंगे जर्सी, बट ये कंटेम्पररी जरूर बना सकते हैं. That Cyrus was existing when Ashoka was existing, right or wrong? With respect to Ashoka, they can make it right or wrong. Wrong, because there is a huge 200-300 times of difference you will be finding. Cyrus was existing when Bimbisar was existing. Cyrus attacked on the northwestern frontiers when Bimbisar was there. This you have to see. Cyrus was around 550 to 500. Bimbisar was also existing during the same period. Though the exact time period you have to see, but they were existing at the same time period. Like this you have to think, and that is why what will come handy again the timeline. 16 महाजनपद जल्दी जल्दी बता दो मुझे. बिहार में कौन सा है? मगध, टॉप मोस्ट बिहार. वैशाली, वाजी. ईस्टर्न बिहार, अंग. गुड. इन यूपी यू विल बी फाइंडिंग ऑलमोस्ट 6. नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न यूपी, यहाँ पर बताओ कौन सा है? नॉर्थ ईस्ट. व्हेन आई एम सेइंग एग्जैक्ट, तो एग्जैक्ट पता होना चाहिए. यहीं आपको मेहनत करनी है. यू डोंट हैव टू लाइक पुट योर एफर्ट्स इनटू समथिंग एल्स इन महाजनपद्स. यहाँ पर वेयर बुद्धा डाइड, पैदा भी वहीं. कुशिनारा और मल्ल प्रोविंस, रिमेंबरिंग. ओवर हेयर इन द ईस्टर्न साइड, काशी. ऑन दिस पर्टिकुलर साइड, कौशला इतनी नीचे नहीं है. ओवर हेयर यू विल बी फाइंडिंग वत्सा. बेसिकली दिस इज वत्सा, मिडल यूपी, मिडल सदर्न. ओवर हेयर नियर मथुरा, तुम्हारे तो टेस्ट भी ओवर हो गए, अब कब पढ़ोगे? सुरासेना, ठीक है, और सुरसेना, द वे यू वांट टू से. इन द नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न, रायबरेली वगैरह डिस्ट्रिक्ट यहाँ पर पड़ती हैं. पांचालास, ठीक है, उसकी कैपिटल्स भी ध्यान रखो. एंड इन द मिडल ओवर हेयर कोसला. दैट मीन्स कोसला इज फ्लोइंग, आइदर दे कैन गिव यू सरयू, either they can give you Rapti. And when you are seeing the Indus or that Ganga river system, now you think overlap, ये आपको करना है. And the same question was asked in 2025. Some rivers were given of over here, some rivers were given of over here, right? This is the UP region. Then over here, if in near around Delhi, Haryana region, you will be finding Kurus. Then around in the Pakistan, present day Pakistan, Punjab region, Takshila, Kandahar. Then Afghanistan border, Kamboj. Good. ये हो गया. नीचे और राजस्थान में कोई प्रेजेंट है क्या? मात्स्य, विराटनगर. गुड. यहाँ पर मध्य प्रदेश में छेदी. गुड. एंड द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट जनपद अवंती. एंड द सदर्न मोस्ट यू कैन से असमा. ग्रेट गाइस, एक दो बार और रिवाइज करो. गुड टू गो. क्वेश्चंस पहले भी ये बोलता था, क्वेश्चंस फ्रेम होगा यहीं से. हुआ कब? 2025. राइट. नाउ द गुड चांसेस ऑफ यू इज दैट टाइमलाइन सेंस बेस्ड क्वेश्चन माइट बी फॉर्म्ड, स्कॉलर बेस्ड क्वेश्चन माइट बी फॉर्म्ड, क्योंकि अभी ये 2025 में नहीं आया, तो अब चांसेस है 2026 में आए. व्हेन दिस इज हैपनिंग ओवर हियर, आउट ऑफ दिस 4 जनपद्स गॉट इंपॉर्टेंट, दे कुड ऑक्यूपाई द स्पेस and nobody could think of Magad getting important, guys, at that point of time. Once you succeed, we will find the factors of your success. Once you are not success or getting success, we will not even know, right? तो यही होता है यहाँ पर. In fact, in the Roman at the same time frame, nobody thought that Roman will flourish. Right, over here, let me tell you, Magad was nowhere in the fight because the Ujjain people, the Avanti people were powerful. The Kosla were getting very powerful. But the rise you will be seeing of Magad primarily because of factors we can analyze later on. After the success, we will get the factors, guys. And why Magad got success? Iron ore, that is strategic importance. Strategic rivers of iron ores you will be finding. Good iron smelting. Automatically tools and weapons became more powerful. Apart from that, natural barriers, good. Like Rajgriha was surrounded by mountains. Like Patliputra was surrounded by rivers. But how you will be utilizing these sources? एक अगर चीज मिसिंग है तो आप ये यूटिलाइज ही नहीं कर पाओगे क्योंकि ये तो पहले भी प्रेजेंट था. स्टैंडर्ड सोर्सेज तो आपके पास भी हैं. हाउ यू विल बी यूटिलाइजिंग इट? द एम्बिशियस रूलर्स ओवर हियर इन द फॉर्म ऑफ, देन third topic will open up, that is the pre-Mauryan dynasties. Again, the chances of questions coming from pre-Mauryan dynasties is a very rare. And pre-Mauryan dynasties you will be finding in the form of Haryanka, Shishunag and Nanda. Roughly 550 to 400, good, BC. तुम लोगों को याद है 400 to 350 and 350 to 321 BC. Now this is the tweaked timeline. Exactly not in 550 you will be start seeing the Haryanka started. 554, 555 they must have mentioned, but we have tweaked it. इससे होगा क्या, help होगी हमको, that we will be understanding exactly when the rulers were existing. And Haryanka you will be finding whom? Bimbisar, Ajatshatu, Udayan. 1 or 2 lines are written in your standard books, more than enough. More than enough you have to read. Then in Shishunga also, Shishunga and Shishunag also, and Kalasok, important, second Buddhist council. Then over here in Nandas, Mahapadmanand, very important, and then the downfall reason, Dhananand. Now during this time period you will be finding the Cyrus Darius raids in the northwestern region. But where coming to Nandas you will be finding Macedonian raids, Greeks raid, and the same thing was happening in Europe. आपको यूरोप में पता है which two nations were powerful at that point of time? You must have heard about the Spartas and the Athens were the most powerful nations at that point of time, right? And the people were knowing that some of them will be ruling the entire subcontinent, entire continent. But on the contrary, what happened? Nobody thought of that Macedonian, one Macedonian king will be ruling all over the entire continent of West Asia to East Asia, and that was Alexander. And his father was equally important. That's why again history has multiple examples that where you will not focus, sometimes the underdog will emerge. Similar case in the Indian subcontinent, Magad was that the case. ठीक है, तो यहाँ से question आपके पास less chances है, contemporary के ज़्यादा chances रहेंगे. Like Jivak was existing when? Jivak. Like Buddha time frame, that means Buddha time frame was contemporary to Bimbisar. Right, Bimbisar, Ajatshatu you will be finding they were existing, Jivak was existing there. UPSC will never play on minute 1 or 2 years. Either they will give Bimbisar or कोई आगे 100-200 साल आगे की personality, so that there should not be confusion between minor years, because history is not fixed right now with respect to these rulers, guys. ये तो हमने fix बना रखा है logically हमने समझने के लिए, but history is not that much fixed. ठीक है, so which topics we were seeing? The Mahajanapads, the Persian invasions, and the Achaemenian invasions. Achaemenian are also known as Macedonian, और इसी को हम क्या बोलते हैं? Greek invasions. In the form of Alexander at the near or about Indus River, they will be coming. ठीक है, this is the topics you will be finding over here. Now you see the questions. Mahajanapads. अब ये format है आपका. Why I am telling you the format? So that you can all these questions which we are discussing आप वहाँ पर कुछ put कर लो अपने basic notes में, ठीक है? Wherever you are arranging it. Those who will be again attending, don't worry about this. जो बाद में classes वगैरह करेगा. And Mahajanapads, they have formed quite good question in 2025, guys. Again, 2 questions, 2 statements you can understand clearly. 2, there was dubious in nature, right? एक बार देखना जरूर 2025 को भी. अगेन ओवर हेयर सी, eighth question. What is the answer? Only to Kosla region around the confluence of Ganga and Yamuna. Kosla, Ganga and Yamuna. This is Ganga and Yamuna. You will not be finding Kosla, guys. Ganga and Yamuna is coming nearby in the lower particular phase. ठीक है, अगर आंसर कुछ मिसमैच है तो सही कर लेना. कोसला यू विल बी फाइंडिंग ऑन द कॉन्फ्लुएंस ऑफ, कोसला ही है ना ये, तो कोसला देखो आपको यहाँ पर दिखेगा. दिस इज गंगा, ठीक है. यमुना तो ऐसे आ रहा है, तो मथुरा वाले रीजन, सुरासेना अगर लिखा होता राइट, वत्सा लिखा होता राइट, ओवर हेयर काशी लिखा होता राइट, बट द सरयू इज कमिंग लाइक दिस, सरयू, राप्ती, एंड ओवर हेयर वन मोर रिवर काली करनाली, ओवर हेयर यू आर फाइंडिंग कोसला. ठीक है, तो इसे सही कर लेना. अगर पीछे आंसर कुछ गड़बड़ दे रखा है तो भी उसे सही. पांचाल, पांचाल वेस्टर्न रीजन अराउंड मॉडर्न डे मालवा प्लेट्यू. मालवा प्लेट्यू, पांचाल इज नॉट द केस राइट. मालवा प्लेट्यू, मगध, जो इजी क्वेश्चन है उसको तो जल्दी जल्दी बताओ, बढ़ाएंगे आगे. मगध साउथ ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ गंगा बेसिन राइट. गांधार सेंट्रल गैंगेटिक प्लान्स ऑफ अराउंड प्रागयाज रॉन्ग. सो आंसर विल बी, दिस इज रॉन्ग, दिस इज राइट, दिस इज रॉन्ग एंड दिस इज ऑल्सो रॉन्ग. सो ओनली वन विल बी करेक्ट राइट. नाइन्थ, विद रिस्पेक्ट टू पर्शियन इन्वेजन. अब जो पर्शियन इन्वेजन के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन मिल रही है, टेक इट फ्रॉम हेयर, अदरवाइज देर आर लेस चांसेस ऑफ कमिंग इट इन द एग्जामिनेशन. नाइन्थ, साइरस इन्वेडेड गांधारा एंड एनेक्स्ड इट. अच्छा इवेंट्स है ये, गुड क्वेश्चंस विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द टाइमलाइन सेंस, वेरी गुड. कैसे किया है, किस किसने किया है? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल साइरस, आपको अगर यही पता है दैट साइरस, डेरियस एंड जर्जीज टाइमलाइन के बेसिस पे भी हो जाएगा, एंड दिस इजी इन यूपीएससी डजंट कम राइट. वहाँ कुछ ना कुछ एक दो स्टेटमेंट कंफ्यूजिंग होगी जो आपको पता ही नहीं होगा, जो शायद मुझे भी ना पता हो आफ्टर रीडिंग ऑल दीज बुक्स. ठीक है, तो साइरस इन्वेडेड गांधारा एंड एनेक्स्ड इट. साइरस लेड द फाउंडेशन ऑफ अक्मिनी, यही पहला हुआ होगा. So third one, Darius annexation of Punjab, then third 1, 2 and then fourth. Easy, Xerxes will be coming later on. अब जो information यहाँ पर लिखा है थोड़ा सा देख लो, because these are right statements which are written, right? अब आप how you will be practicing it. For example, you are revising some day ancient history, you have taken it out, you are revising the 3 topics Mahajanapadas. Take these question papers also. PPTs आपको भेज दूंगा, या arranged है topic wise में. इन questions को भी एक बार go through करो. Most of the questions you have to ignore. ठीक है, बट मोस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस यू हैव टू टेक ऑल्सो व्हाट यू हैव लाइक टेकन आउट फ्रॉम दीज क्वेश्चंस. तो ये सारी चीज़ें यू ट्राई टू फॉलो, देन ओनली यू विल बी क्लोजिंग द लूप विच आई ऑलवेज टॉक अबाउट. आपको ये लूप क्लोज करना होगा. क्लोज करोगे तो इसके रिजल्ट्स आपको डेफिनेटली यू विल बी सीइंग इट इन द एग्जामिनेशन. प्रीलिम्स थ्रू रहेगा हमेशा. ठीक है. 10 नहीं, सेम है, सेम. पर्शियन का है. ओ सॉरी, Achaemenian and Persian Empire are the same. Really sorry. मैं थोड़ा सा भूल गया. Achaemenian and Persian are the same. Macedonian and Greeks are the same. ठीक है, इसको सही कर लेना. 10th question. An early Indian artistic tradition. What is the answer? इतने बड़े का आंसर क्या है ये? Easy, गांधार. सबने सही किया होगा. These are the schools also. There are chances of questions coming from गांधार, मथुरा एंड अमरावती. ये इंपॉर्टेंट फेज रहता है आपका आर्ट एंड कल्चर में. 13th, दिस इज रिलेटेड टू अवंती. हाउ यू विल बी रिमेंबरिंग वन. उज्जैन से रिमेंबर कर लिया होगा, लेकिन क्वेश्चन कैसा आया है पीवाईक्यू में? लेट मी टेल यू द पीवाई. एनीबडी रिमेंबर्स इट? पीवाईक्यू अपने दिमाग में रखा करो. The question was, who among the following were the contemporaries of Buddha? अब बताओ भाई, who among the following were the contemporaries of Buddha? All of the four? Three, except barring this particular part, right? Now, these are not important personalities, Prasenjit, Bimbisar, Pradyot, but they are used in framing the timelines in question because these are containing or are presenting parallelly in the Mahajanpads period. Bimbisar के parallel Pradyot को देखते हो. Pradyot is the king of Avanti, and Prasenjit Kosala, important. And Vatsa king also is very famous, on which Swapna Vaswadatta is written, the Bhasa book. And in class I'll be like, even if you are studying on your own, Swapna Vaswadatta, King Udayan, very important. इसके chances highly हैं. मैं last 3 साल से कह रहा हूँ, लेकिन question अब पता नहीं कब बनेगा, right? ये महाजनपद पे तो बन गया 2025 पे, पर 2026 we can see now. 14. Consider the following statements regarding the emergence of Mahajanpad, guys. 14th. इसका आंसर बता दो, सिंपल लग रहा है मुझे. 1, 2, 3, right? Information again about Mahajanpads. These type of information doesn't come side-based. Alexander on the Indian subcontinent, consider the following statement. Invasion opened a new land and sea routes connecting India with Mediterranean region, strengthening transnational trade. No reason to incorrect it outrightly, right? The Greek settlement established in northwestern India disappeared soon after Alexander's death. So that means false. You're sure that this is wrong. Greek accounts of Alexander's campaign constitute the earliest detailed foreign description of Indian political and social conditions. Right, Megasthenes was there later on, right? The cultural interaction that began during Alexander later contributed to emergence. Nothing wrong. So the second will be incorrect because the Indo-Greeks are the extension of these Greeks only. जो आप Indo-Greeks later on देखते हो ना आगे 1st century AD में, ये extension इनके remnants हैं इनके, ठीक है? The invasion opened new land and sea routes connecting India with the Mediterranean region, strengthening transnational trade. The one sea route which I can think of over here, not the Good Hope region, but over here you will be finding this is the region. So this particular might be the sea because यहाँ पर trade route हो रहा था, right? So this might be the case they want to highlight, right? आप ये सोच रहे होगे, right? Portuguese वाला वो नहीं है. 16th. Again good question, but ये हो गया होगा if you have clear understanding. Shifting of capital to Vaishali, first of all किसने किया? बहुत अच्छा question है. This type of question you will see in the examination. चलो ये भूल गए आप. Next, second Buddhist council, ये तो fix होगा. काला शोक, and that is आपको काला शोक से याद नहीं आएगा कि timeline क्या था. Correctly I am telling you. आपको second Buddhist council से याद आएगा because I told you to remember all the 4 Buddhist council, and 4 Buddhist council are important. So 483 happened in first, 383 happened second. So because of 383 you will remember, okay, this happened in 383, Kalasok. Shishunga became the king of Magadha. That means this is before, prior to Kalasok. So 3-2. Formation of capital city Patliputra, Udayan. That means 4. And shifting of capital to Vaishali, Shishunga only. So what will be the answer? 4, 3, 1 and 2 will be the answer. Option is 4, 3, 1, 2, B. Okay, one very good question. These type of questions you will be seeing in the किसने सही किया? चलो बहुत बढ़िया. Let us move forward. 17th. Again good question. First Buddhist council, second Buddhist council. First Buddhist council, division of Buddhism into Mahasangha and Sarvastivadin. Wrong. दो basis पे wrong है. One तो first में नहीं हुआ. Second, it was divided into not between Mahasangika and Sarvasti, but divided between Mahasangika and Sthavirvadin. Right? ये बहुत important question रहेगा आगे. Second Buddhist council, permanent split in Buddhist order into Sthavirvadin and Mahasangika. This is right. हाँ. Right. Okay. Permanent split between Sthavirvadin and Mahasangika. Sthavirvadin आगे separate हो गया. Then multiple schools also came under Mahasangika and Sthavirvadin. ठीक है. Third Buddhist council. Compilation of philosophical teachings of Buddha in Sutta Pitaka. This was not the case. ये तो बहुत ही easy है. Overrated है. Everybody knows this. ठीक है, ये सबको पता है. सो इनकरेक्टली मैच्ड, एग्जाम में 2-3 क्वेश्चन ऐसे रहते हैं जहां पर इनकरेक्ट और करेक्ट में आप फंसोगे, तो वो भी ध्यान से देखना, बिकॉज दिस इज द प्रैक्टिस विच यू हैव डू ओवर हेयर, राइट. तो पहले यहाँ पर क्या पूछा उसे मार्क करो, देन यू ट्राई टू आंसर. क्या है इसका आंसर? ओनली 2 पेयर्स, राइट. अजात शत्रु. He was contemporary of Lord Buddha. Easy question. All must have done it right, because the third statement which I can see over here is incorrect. Physician Jivak to treat king of Ujjain suffering from jaundice. It was sent by Bimbisar to the court of Pradyot. Right? This is exactly written in all your NCRTs. So 1 and 2 is right. 3 will be wrong. 1 and 2 will be your answer A. 24. Buddhism believed in the concept of an eternal soul and its transmigration. False, right? Eternal soul they did not believe in. Second, Lord Buddha taught Anatamvada. देखो, Buddhism believed in the concept of eternal soul and its transmigration. And second, Lord Buddha taught Anatmavad. Anatmavad means no soul. Right, so this will be right. देखो, Buddhism and Jainism, how you have to study, first of all. Now I have told you that what were the developments happening in the 6th century BC? Mahajanapads, Persian invasions, and the early Mauryan dynasties. Religious side, what was happening? The religious revolution, and that is in the form of major ideas were flourishing. Out of that, 2 became prominent. That is Jainism and Buddhism, and that is also important for your examination, barring 2025. बट ऐसा नहीं है कि दोबारा नहीं आएगा. अगेन क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम बुद्धिज्म एंड जैनिज्म गोइंग टू कम. प्राइमरली फ्रॉम बुद्धिज्म यू सी अ लॉट ऑफ क्वेश्चन. इसके कुछ आई एम मेकिंग द पार्ट्स, यू ट्राई टू रीड इन दैट फॉर्मेट. कहीं ना कहीं क्वेश्चंस यहीं से फंसेंगे आपको. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, अर्ली लाइफ ऑफ बुद्धा. क्वेश्चंस you will not see from here, guys. Then you will be understanding the early life, then renunciation to enlightenment. This phase you try to understand. Important events, what happened over here, what are the names of gurus he met, what are the names of disciples which later on became disciples. पहले तो companions होंगे. ठीक है. Next part you will be seeing, which you have to understand under Buddhism, will be the concepts, or you can say philosophies, and also you can add is over here teachings. Good. ठीक है, यहां से क्वेश्चन इंपॉर्टेंट, यहीं से बनते हैं सारे क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, मोस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस. दिस इज नॉट इट. देन यू विल बी अंडरस्टैंडिंग द स्किज्म, द बुद्धिस्ट काउंसिल्स. बुद्धिस्ट काउंसिल्स becomes one of your topic which you have to command. Then becomes one of the topic that is your schism. Schism means types of Buddhism, Buddhist schools. Buddhist schools. So you don't have to study only about the overrated information like Mahayana, Hinayan and Theravada or Vajrayana. You have to have the clear understanding between Mahasangika and Sthavirvadin, different between Sarvastivadin, Lohattarvadin, Sautantrika. ये सब पूछा जा चुका है. ठीक है, रिमेंबर दैट. और इसमें प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अगर आप मल्टीपल रिविजन नहीं करते तो देयर आर चांसेस ऑफ गेटिंग कंफ्यूजन. ठीक है, दिस इज नॉट येट ओवर. ठीक है, ओवर हियर यू हैव अंडरस्टूड द स्किज्म. Then comes to your literature part. The canonical literature in the form of Sutta Pitaka, Vinaya Pitaka, Abhidhamma Pitaka. The non-canonical literature in the form of Buddha Charita, Mahavastu, Deepavamsa. Like this, many books you will be finding with respect to Buddhist in nature. Right? Alag-alag time frame pe you will be getting different books. ठीक है. Still it is not over. One more thing over here, and the last one is art and architecture. That is the stoop, viharas, chaityas, simple in nature, but you have to understand where are the major Buddhist sites. Nagarjuna Konda, right? Dhanyakatika are the Buddhist sites, right? अगर आप ये कर लोगे, you are good to go for the examination. अब ये content, if you are in the class, you will be getting it. नहीं तो आपको अपनी book से find out करना है. मेजर प्रॉब्लम कहाँ पर आती है? हर बुक में सारी चीज़ें लिखी होती है. मेजर प्रॉब्लम आती है स्किज्म में, बिकॉज नोबडी इज अपडेटिंग द स्किज्म्स पार्ट. ठीक है, वो आई होप कोई क्वेश्चन होगा तो आई विल बी टेलिंग यू हाउ द स्किज्म्स आर हैपनिंग. ठीक है. ओके. 42. द नंदास वर कंसिडर्ड टू बी अधार्मिक बिकॉज दे वर द फर्स्ट नॉन क्षत्रिय डायनेस्टी एट मगध. नंदास नॉन क्षत्रिय. because देखो this is right, because you might be confused between adharmic or dharmic. Adharmic because dharma says that kshatriya should be ruling with the legitimacy of the priest, but for the first time what will be happening over here, that a non-kshatriya means शूद्र in origin you will be finding that महापद्मनंद was, ठीक है, तो उसकी वजह से अधार्मिक you will be finding. ये चेंज कैसे हो रहा है अपने आप? ओके, सेकंड, Dhananand's army is credited to have stopped Alexander's advance towards Magad. True. Third, Mahapadmanand called himself, though if you will see second statement, you will be finding this was the importance of the deterrence of the war elephants which we were having. Also, you will be finding, so because of this deterrence, he did not come forward. Primary reason was that. Also, the soldiers were too terrified and exhausted of the 10-year-long campaign which they had. So the clear reason is that. Okay. Third, Mahapadmanand called himself Ekvrat and even added Kalinga to Magad. This is a right statement, important statement also. कहीं कहीं पर एक रथ लिखा होगा, कहीं कहीं पर एक व्रत, right? Wow, single wow. So answer will be D, 1, 2 and 3. Analyzing the characteristics and impact of pre-Mauryan Magad empires on political and cultural landscape. The Haryanka dynasty laid the foundation for Magad rise as a significant political right. No reason to cancel it out. Shishunga dynasty succeeded the Haryankas but marked a period of waning influence for Magad. Confusion because marked a period of waning influence for Magad. A bit confusing over here you will be finding. The Nanda dynasty which followed the Shishungas is often associated with the period of administrative efficiency and stability in Magad. This is again a dubious statement because initially under Mahapadmanand, Nandas and this Magad became quite strong, quite centralized. And the first empire state जो आपने देखोगे वो Nandas के अंडर ही देखोगे. Again, have the clear understanding. Question को छोड़ दो अभी, right? Later on during the Dhananand time period, you will be finding the corrupt practices which were happening, which became the turning point for Mauryan overturning the empire. ठीक है? Mauryan empire तब भी weak नहीं था. Mauryan empire was strong then, but only in the mainland. In the northwestern, Alexander's army was invading the places over there, right? So this is the clear understanding. The pre-Mauryan Magad empires played a pivotal role in shaping Magad as a prominent cultural and political center in ancient India. No reason to cancel it out. ठीक है, तो clear understanding दे दिया, answer जो भी हो एक बार देख लेना इस question का, right? They have given. अच्छा, third one is wrong. They have given ना, because of they are talking about the end phase, right? है ना? आपने क्या करा? Right, right. तभी मैं बोल रहा हूँ आपने सही किया होगा इसको, right? मतलब ये वाला स्टेटमेंट सही मार्क किया होगा यू हैव, है ना, इस वजह से गलत हुआ होगा. कोई बात नहीं, तभी मैंने आपको क्लियर पिक्चर दिया इसमें. ठीक है, नाउ यू सी द बुद्धिज्म एंड जैनिज्म क्वेश्चन गाइस. Buddhism and Jainism sources I have told you. Buddhism and Jainism file. Just wait, let me check the Buddhism and Jainism file. There is not. Saurav? Just wait. Well, tell me the question. Till then, he will be downloading it, है ना? Buddhism, Jainism को question देख रहे हो आप? देखो, you try to understand. I have told you the different aspects of Buddhism, early life, and the renunciation to enlightenment. From there, this is a story only. Question doesn't come from there. Early life से कभी कभार state pieces and all they ask the question. Otherwise, chances of UPSC framing the questions from there is next to negligible. The questions are coming more from the concepts part. Can you tell me the philosophies of Buddhism? The overrated philosophies for our examination point of view. These are philosophies are really great. कौन सी philosophies हैं Buddhism की? इधर देखो, इधर मत देखो, बताओ. बहुत बढ़िया. Buddhism की philosophy त्रिरत्न. Four noble truths. The overrated thing, four noble truths. Everybody knows this, right? In four noble truths, you will be finding the fourth noble truth is the marg, and that is the Ashtangic marg. That is eightfold paths. Apart from that, 12 vehicles. That is what? Right. But that is the philosophy. Good. That is one philosophy. You will find the Patika Samupada. Right? Patika Samupada, the way you want to pronounce it. And that is the philosophy of dependent origination. That everybody is like everything is connected, and everything is having the cause, and because of that the past emerged, future emerged, and the present state emerged. Right? This is Patika Samupada. I'll be discussing it. ठीक है? अब इसमें क्वेश्चन कैसे आएगा? देखो, philosophies, if I want to discuss with you, philosophies of Buddha, or tenets also you can say, tenets. Right, principles also you can say. Four noble truth. Under this you will be finding eightfold path. The second one which I want you to understand is the doctrine of dependent origination. Now nobody will ask you that what is dependent origination. Nobody will ask you this. I will be telling you how questions from this will be coming, and surely you will be finding one or two questions from here, because like this questions are coming in the examination. One more thing you will be finding, guys, over here apart from this. Anathema, that is, they are not believing in soul concept. No soul concept. They were not believing in no soul, because they understand human beings are the transitory nature. They are having the transitory nature. Right? So there might be transmigration of the constituent elements of our body, which is made up of, will be constituting to something else. Transienting nature you will be understanding. Apart from this, again, natural laws, ठीक है. Apart from that, Sunyatvad is basically again is the schools of Buddhism. These are not the core Buddhist philosophies. ठीक है, core Buddhist philosophies में four noble truth, nirvana तो enlightenment मिलेगा आपको. Right, that is the ultimate thing, that if you want to get the nirvana, you have to pass through these phases. You will be finding 5 percepts. And these were compiled during the time period of Buddha only. 5 percepts: not killing, not stealing, right, staying away from sexual misconduct. 5 चीजें आपने देखी होंगी जो same है with respect to the Jainism too. And one more thing you will be finding over here, that middle path. इनको बोलते हैं हम philosophies. Later on, Yogacara, the Nagarjuna school, these are different schools you can add on. These are the core philosophies. अब problem ये है कि हमें इसे समझना ऐसे ही नहीं है in the academic way. We have to understand it in a competitive way. यहाँ से question कैसे frame होगा, ये आपके दिमाग में होना चाहिए ultimately. फिर आपको चाहे एक एक लाइन ही क्यों ना पता हो इनकी. How questions are getting framed in the examination, guys? PYQ अगर आपने analysis किया है, how questions are getting framed. Right. So देखो कैसे आएगा. For example, they will be giving you 3 statements or 3-4 passage का एक statement बना के देंगे, and you have to come out with the inference. If that is talking about that soul is present in the living beings also and non-living beings also, is this a Buddhist philosophy? No, that is the philosophy of Jainism. So likewise, if they are talking about in the statement and it is inferring that they are talking about the middle path, will that be related to Buddha? That's how you will be understanding Four Noble Truth also, you will be getting it. You will be understanding the no soul concept also, the 5 percepts, but 5 percepts are in both. तो problem आएगी ज़्यादा doctrine of dependent origination में आएगी. That everybody, that every being, every constant element in this universe has a cause to come into existence. Right? And everybody is passing, nobody is having a distinct origin over here, that they will be living forever over here. Permanent kuch bhi nahi hai. Non-permanence is the feature of Buddhism. Barring one exception, one school talks about that there is some permanence. And that is there one school which UPSC has also asked. कौन सा school है वो? जो बोलते हैं पास्ट में भी है, प्रेजेंट में भी है, फ्यूचर में भी है. सर्वस्तिवादन, that is asked in your PYQ in 2019 or 2018. That is the importance of understanding philosophy. एक बार ये पढ़ लिया, no need to learn more about this philosophy. In depth नहीं जाना, horizon को broad करना है, that what they could talk about, right? And when you will be analyzing the PYQs, पहले तो PYQs आप देख लो यहाँ पर, the different names 2024, the different names of Buddha, ये real PYQs हैं, एक बार देख लो Buddhism and Jainism. और Buddhism primarily, Buddhism gets repeated often. Right, the terminology base you will be finding what are the different names of Buddha. This is not of UPSC, this is also not of UPSC, this is the art and architecture. आप मेरे को वो बताना जो हमने एस्पेक्ट्स बनाए बुद्धिज्म के, किस में फिट करोगे आप? धन्य कटका. The art and architectural aspects you will be finding the sites of Buddhism. Schools of Buddhism. और व्हाट इज दिस, महायान है ना, इसके बारे में किसके बारे में पूछा आपको? नहीं, आर्किटेक्चर के बारे में पूछा, स्तूपा के बारे में. दैट इज आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर में फिट कर दोगे. एवरी क्वेश्चन यू विल बी फिटिंग. सी दिस क्वेश्चन. Philosophies, not once they have asked. If you will be analyzing the PYQs correctly, you will finding n number of times they have asked from here. Soul's concept, Jainism. See this question. कहाँ फिट करोगे? Literature. See this question, guys. Scholars and literature. This question over here. Schools and schism of Buddhism, the most important part, the most difficult questions of that year too. Still अभी भी हमको ये ढंग से समझ में नहीं आता, और आपकी क्वेश्चन भी मेंशन्ड है, आई गेस उस पर डिस्कस करेंगे हम वो. एंड द एक्सप्लेनेशन इज रॉन्ग ओवर देयर. ठीक है. स्कूल्स, paramitas, अगेन द फिलोसफीज यू विल बी फाइंडिंग विद रिस्पेक्ट टू हाउ यू विल अचीव द सेल्वेशन. सेल्वेशन अचीव करने के कुछ टाइप्स हैं, राइट? दैट ऑल्सो विल बी डिस्कसिंग विद द क्वेश्चंस. सी दिस. What they are trying to ask? Schools with respect to a particular philosophy of that school. ठीक है, future Buddha and all, right? Like this you are going to see many questions from Buddhism. पूरी एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री को अलग रखो और बुद्धिज्म के क्वेश्चन सबसे ज़्यादा आपको मिलने वाले हैं. ठीक है, तो आप जब उन सारे एस्पेक्ट्स को रीड करोगे उसमें सारे क्वेश्चंस आपके फिट हो जाएंगे, बिकॉज दिस इज द वे दे आर आस्किंग द क्वेश्चंस. ठीक है, और कुछ जो उसके बाहर आ रहा है, रैंडम आ रहा है, दैट इज रैंडम, दैट इज डिफिकल्ट फॉर यू टू, दैट इज डिफिकल्ट फॉर ऑल. That is how you will assess that information, right? Let us solve the questions now, guys. See the question, 7th. Buddhism rejects the existence of permanent self, whereas Jainism accepts an internal individual soul bound by karma. Even if you don't know, this is a right. ठीक है. Both Buddhism and Jainism uphold ahimsa and Jainism, but Jainism applies it more strictly, right? So इसका आंसर क्या है? Both are correct over here. Simple, easy question. Sarvastivada school believed that past, present and future dharmas exist, and this doctrine was debated in the Kathavatu text. Kathavatu text. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, ये कथावातु टेक्स्ट के बारे में आपको नहीं पता होगा, राइट? यू मस्ट हैव गॉट कंफ्यूज. जिसने पीवाईक्यूज ढंग से पढ़े हैं उसको सर्वस्तिवादन के बारे में पता होगा. ठीक है, वरना बहुतों को सर्वस्तिवादन का भी कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं पता होगा. सर्वस्तिवादन, इन वन लाइन यू ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड, इट इज अ स्कूल अंडर विच ऑफ द स्कूल, विच ऑफ द मेजर स्कूल? स्थाविरवादन. गुड. देखो, यू ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड इट, गुड, बिकॉज यू विल नॉट फाइंड इट एनीवेयर एल्स. सेकेंड बुद्धिस्ट काउंसिल, what happened in 383 BC? Who was the leader of this particular, who was patronizing this particular council? Kalasok. Where it was happening? Vaishali. Under whose presidency? Under whose presidency? तो लास्ट में आएगा. I am guessing Sabakami, I'm not remembering as it is, अभी हम देख लेंगे, but one of the president also you have, but this is overrated, ये तो सबको याद होना चाहिए. अब जो मैं बात कर रहा हूँ वो थोड़ा देखना है पर. Second Buddhist Council में there was schism happened in the Buddhist संघ. जो आपका संघ है यहाँ पर split होने वाला है. And like as always when the leader goes away, the group gets divided, and the group will be dividing over here. And the major factions you will be finding as Mahasangika and Sthavirvadin. Now first question which you should know, that why the split occurs. First question which you should ask, why the split happened over here, and you should know only one statement. After Buddha died, but what was the reason for the schism to happen? Right, the interpretation of Buddhist rules which they were framing in Vinaya Pitaka. When Vinaya Pitaka rules were getting compiled, there were few sections, smaller section, like 10-15 people were asking that few more strict rules should be added to the Vinaya Pitaka. Vinaya Pitaka was compiled by, generic information है तो सबको रटा होना चाहिए, Upali or Anand, Upali you will be finding. So few section, few people, these Sthavirvadin were known as, these few people were asking to add more rules in the Vinaya Pitaka, more strict rules, because they were believing that these were the original teachings. They were claiming that these were the original teachings of Buddha. How can we not add it in Vinaya Pitaka? But the majority section, that's why Mahasangh was not accepting it, and that's why clear this diversification happened, differences happened over here. Mahasangika will be parting their ways, and over here Sthavirvadin will be parting their ways. Now later on, 100 years after, in the time of Ashoka, there were several schools which were emerging, like the schools of Mahasangika. कुछ school बताओ. लोहत्तरवादिन्स, एक व्यवहारिका, एक बार मैं आपको I'll be showing you it in the PPT, don't worry, and some more schools will be coming over here. And Sthavirvadin, then there will be few more schools will be coming over here, guys. What are the known schools? Sarvastivadin, Vibhajyavadins, Sautantrika, and Vibhasika and Satika will be coming over here. तो कुछ rules, कुछ schools मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आपको fix रखना है as it is, right? Let me tell you the schools, just wait. See this over here, guys. If you want to take and keep remembering them again and again, because if they want to make a difficult question, they will be simply asking you that Gokulika is the sub school of Mahasangika or Sthavirvadin. If they want to make it difficult, if they want to make it easy, then Gokulika and Satika are from Buddhism or Jainism. This is easier in nature. तो यहाँ पर आप स्थाविरवाद देखोगे, महासंघिका देखोगे. And Mahasangika later on, and these schools were devised. Don't go into the nitty-gritties of what is the ultimate agenda of these schools. इसका आंसर आपको नहीं लेना. You just understand that based upon the regions also these schools were flourishing on the local leaders too. So यहाँ पर आपका example जो आपको याद रखना है महासंघिका में एक व्यवहारिकास. Teachings are more or less same. Gokulika, Satika, and Lohattarvads. If you want to remember that, you can remember. But these four schools you should remember from an understanding that these are related to Mahasangh. बस इतनी understanding बिठाओ. Next, when you will be moving to this Sthavirvadin, one of the most important school which has been asked in the UPSC also, Sarvastivad and Vibhasika and Sautantrika. This has also been asked. How they have asked this? Have they asked the philosophies of Sautantrika? Never. They will never ask it also. They will simply make it difficult by asking Sautantrika is related to Mahasangh or related to Sthavirvadin. Three schools, Sarvastivad, Vibhasika and Sautantrika. Remember from the Sthavirvad school, guys. आपका काम हो जाएगा, right, with this, because in this much depth you should go till over here. Now, from where Mahayana school came into picture then? Mahayana आप पढ़ते हो ना directly, आया कहाँ से? All these schools will be compiling in the end under the Kanishka 4th Buddhist Council, and the documentation will be formed as Mahayana Buddhism. And then these Mahayana people will be calling these people as Hiniyan. Nobody will call them lesser, right? So these people used to call them the Hiniyan people or the Hiniyan, lesser vehicle. That is how these schools compiled later on in the 1st century AD. Mahayana and Hiniyan. And when this was happening? कब हो रहा था लगभग आइडिया तो अब आपको पता होना चाहिए, दिस सेंस यू शुड हैव। ये सारे स्कूल्स आ कब रहे हैं, एक ब्रॉड टाइमलाइन अगर मेरे को बताना चाहो, इफ यू वांट टू टेल मी। राइट, 383 BC after, and when you will be finding the Ashoka's reign, 278 to 230 BC। अशोका कुछ स्कॉलर्स होंगे जिनको मैं फोकस करता हूँ, आपको एज इट इज पता होना चाहिए, लाइक अशोका's reign, समुद्रगुप्त reign, हर्षा reign, Akbar's reign, right? Like this you should have fixed. In Ashoka you will be finding he was erecting one of the minor pillar edict to beware these people to not have more schisms in the school. तो कुछ pillar edicts वो भी minor specifically was focused upon that there should be no schism happened in the Buddhism henceforth, like this. So which of the following, like this they might ask you the question that where Ashoka beware of the people of the Sangh to not go into more divisive groups, that was the minor pillar edict you will be finding. एक बार अशोका में भी आपको बता दूंगा, ठीक है। The importance of this you will be finding, ये आपको कहीं नहीं मिलेगा, बाकी सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन कोई भी आप बुक उठा लो वहां पर आपको मिल जाएगा। So we have discussed this, ये तो हमने डिस्कस कर लिया, राइट? और भी कुछ रहता था हमारे पास? ओके, Sarvastivada school believed that past, present, future dharma exist over here. This is a right statement, right? Sarvastivada is one exception which says, because overall Buddhism believes in non-permanence, but whereas if we are reading Sarvastivada in philosophy, you are understanding that something is existing in all the phases, which is remaining in the past also, present also, and future also. That means they are talking about something permanent thing, right? So over here you will be finding that Sarvastivadin is one exception under Sthavirvadin. जरूरी देखो momentarily exist करेगा ये लिखना जरूरी है, ठीक है, because this is the school which talks about. But if they have mentioned that momentarily is it exists in all the states, past, present and future, that is related to Sarvastivadin. ये आपको ध्यान में रखना है, ठीक है। Second, Mahayana accepts the concept of Sunyat and holds the Nirvana and Samsara are ultimately non-different. Sunyat is the concept of Mahayana. जब Mahayana develop हो गया, then in the 2nd, 3rd century AD you will be finding one school coming out of Mahayana, that is the सुन्नतवाद के अलावा भी इसे हम बोलते हैं, this is the school founded by Nagarjuna. Sunyat, but something else also we call Madhyamika school, right? Madhyamika school. Under Madhyamika school you will be finding the Sunyat doctrine, right? And then parallelly in the 3rd, 4th century AD one more school will be coming. इसको सिर्फ दिमाग में रखो, जब दोबारा पढ़ोगे तो इसको इसी वे में फॉर्म करना। आप अभी इन्फॉर्मेशन स्टोर करने की कोशिश मत करो, बस राइट इट डाउन। योगकारा स्कूल विल बी कमिंग ऑफ वासुबंधु योगकारा, वेयर ही विल बी एंगेजिंग द माइंड ऑल्सो, मेडिटेशन ऑल्सो, राइट? सो दिस you will be finding. Third, the Sthavirvadin school reject Abhidhamma literature and relied only on Vinay text. This is wrong, because Abhidhamma also a canonical text. Canonical means the original teachings of Buddha. So they believed in all these three rules, all these three Pitakas. Vinay Pitaka also they were believing, but they wanted to add few more rules over here, right? So इसको थोड़ा देखना, इसका आंसर होगा first is correct, second is correct, third will be wrong over here. With respect to Theravada Buddhism, guys, Theravada. Now Theravada emerged from Mahayana or Hinayan tradition? Hinayan. Itni understanding should be good. Early conservative school focusing on individual liberation. This concept is right. Because Hinayan people, you try to understand, Hinayan school focuses upon individual salvation. And even if, when you will be following these 4 noble truths, 5 percept, these philosophies of Buddhism, ultimately you will be getting Nirvana. And what you will be known as Arhat, right? Good. देखो यहाँ पर आप समझने की कोशिश करो. This is quite important over here, the terminologies. This is Sangh. Now, first of all, if you want to enter the Sangh, there are 2 routes. How you can enter the Sangh? By renunciating your home, completely renunciating your home. What you will be known as at that point of time where you have renunciated your home and you are searching for the true, like a wanderer. Paravarjika. स्पेलिंग एक बार चेक कर लेना, परवर्जिका। अब ये कोई रैंडम फैक्ट मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, ये इसका रेलेवेंस है PYQ, मैं जो भी बोल रहा हूँ क्लास में वो उसका रेलेवेंस है गाइस, दैट इज बेस्ड अपॉन योर स्टैंडर्ड बुक्स और PYQ. Parvarjika, they have directly asked wanderer. So Parvarjika, you will be known as Parvarjika. And now you have found that Buddhist school, you are finding it right that you should connect with this Buddhist school. So there is a Sangh, organizational structure. You will be joining Sangh as bhikkhus, female bhikkhunis, and female concept came later on, right? Initially only males were allowed. Now you will be joining it as bhikkhus, so you will be known as over here bhikkhus. But there is another option also, that you don't want to leave your home. You want to have this family life also, but join the discipline of Buddha, understand their teachings too, practice their religion too. Then you will be known as Upasaka. Again random information or asked in UPSC. Twice they have asked. Upasaka. You will be known as Upasaka, male, Upasika, female. Ultimately, when you will be passing through this Sangha and practicing all this, and ultimately you will be getting the enlightenment, you will be known as Buddha, नहीं बोला जाएगा, Arhat. ठीक है, because there is a difference and there is dialogue between Buddha and his disciples, that what is the difference between Buddha and Arhat. तो यहाँ पर आपको Arhat की उपाधि मिलेगी, not Buddha की. Though both of them are enlightened beings. Why there is a difference between Buddha and Arhat? Nobody will ask you this. But क्या difference है? Buddha led. Buddha was the initial person to find out the new path, and all other people are following that. That's why Buddha, the enlightened being, and the rest people you will be finding will be called as Arhat. अब यहाँ पर important story नहीं है, यहाँ पर important है ये terminologies. कहीं ना कहीं ये terminologies पूछी गई और पूछी जाए. अभी तक Arhat नहीं पूछा गया, तो keep this in mind guys. Mahayana worship of Bodhisattvas. अब ये new concept आया, that we are not believe. What is Bodhisattva? Yes, so they are getting enlightened? No, they are delaying their enlightenment. That means they have all the qualities, all the practices they have done, rigorous practice to be a arhat, to become enlightened, but they are delaying it. Why they are delaying it? So that they can let others have this path of enlightenment. ठीक है, अब यहाँ पर you will be finding on their path of enlightenment two concept comes in Mahayana. अगर आपको ये enlightened stage पे पहुँचना है, you want to be a bodhisattva. एंड बोधिसत्वा आप कितने टाइम में बनते हो? इफ एनीबडी वांट्स टू बी अ बोधिसत्वा, आपको अगर बोधिसत्वा बनना हो तो कितना टाइम है? एट द एज ऑफ 32 टिल द एज ऑफ 32 इट विल बी टेकिंग लाइफ टाइम्स. ठीक है, बहुत साल, मतलब बहुत सारे लाइफ टाइम्स लगेंगे आपको बोधिसत्वा में. अगेन अ मेटाफिजिकल कॉन्सेप्ट. ठीक है, सो ओवर हियर इन ऑर्डर टू बी अ बोधिसत्वा यू हैव टू पास थ्रू द 6 परफेक्शन नोन एज पारामितास, एंड वन मोर, द 10 bhumis. Now in detail you don't have to go, but you have to understand that these are certain stages which you have to perfect in order to be a bodhisattva. Out of these, what has been asked in the examination? Simply paramitas are related to. Easy. Nobody will ask you what was the 5th paramita in that particular. Net JRF का पेपर नहीं है. ठीक है, तो this you will be understanding terminology based question. Digambar believes a woman cannot attain moksha in current birth and monks practices nudity. Right. So if they understand that females cannot attain liberation, then according to them the 19th Tirthankar was a male or female? Automatically male. So that will be Malli or Mallinath? Mallinath. Good. Shwetambar Jainism. Monks wear simple white robes, women can attain liberation. This is true. तो ऐसे टाइप के क्वेश्चंस आपको एग्जामिनेशन में देखने को मिल सकते हैं. राइट, ऑप्शंस गलत दे रखे होंगे. राइट, तो इसको सही कर लेना. क्या इन्होंने दे रखा है? अच्छा, ऑल 4 कर लेना. इसको मैं सही भी करवा लूँगा. ठीक है, ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड ओवरऑल. ठीक है, विद रेफरेंस टू द हिस्ट्री ऑफ एंशिएंट इंडिया कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग. ये तो हमने देख लिया, आई गेस सीन दिस. 24th बुद्धिज्म बिलीव्ड, ये भी देख लिया. ऑल राइट, दिस ओवर हियर कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग. सम्य सारा, तत्वार्थ सूत्रा, द्रव्य संग्रह, अवदान लिटरेचर. हाउ मेनी ऑफ द अबव बिलोंग टू द जैन पूल? गुड इन्फॉर्मेशन टू एनरिच योर नॉलेज. बताओ इसका आंसर. और कैसे, हाउ यू हैव अटेम्प्टेड इट, इफ यू हैव अटेम्प्टेड इट. एलिमिनेशन से यू हैव ट्राई टू डू इट. कैसे किया है? Avdan is related to Buddhism. So that means this cannot be the answer. Right? You are left with the 3. So only 3, only 2 और only 1. उसके बाद कैसे सॉल्व किया? इन क्वेश्चन से थोड़ा बचना, ठीक है, जहाँ पर आप 3 ऑप्शंस पे अगर रुकते हो, ट्राई टू आखिरी में इनको सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करोगे आप. सो हाउ यू हैव डन इट? द्रव संग्रह, तत्वार्थ सूत्र एंड सम्य सारा सूत्र, सूत्रास कंपेरेटिवली आप कर सकते हो, बट देर विल बी सर्टेन सूत्रास यू विल बी फाइंडिंग इन द ब्राह्मणिकल ट्रेडिशन ऑल्सो. ठीक है, तो सूत्रास को आप डायरेक्टली ऐसे नहीं कर सकते. देखो दूसरा वे मैं बताता हूँ आपको कैसे सॉल्व करा जाता है इन क्वेश्चंस को. When you have read it perfectly, जब आपको अपने में बिलीव है that I have read almost all the literature which is present in the books, you are well aware of the Buddhist literature which are there in the standard books, तो आपको एक confidence आएगा that there is no Avdan word you will be finding, there is no Deep Vamsa, Mahavamsa, there is no Parishishta Parvana, तो आप एक guess कर सकते हो that this might not be of Buddhism. But again यहाँ पर मैं एकदम conclusive नहीं बोल रहा हूँ that आप 100% sure हो गए, but based upon your knowledge pool you can attempt the question that this might not be of Buddhism because I have read almost every literature of Buddhism. ये confidence अगर है तो भी आप इसको attempt कर सकते हो. But right now during the test series आपको अपना enrichment करना है. Even if question को अब फर्क नहीं पड़ता कितने नंबर आ रहे हैं, कितना गलत हो रहा है आपको. What matters is ये 3 books also you should add and you remember it like that you have read this in the Jana literature. So answer will be, this is one good question and this will fit in the aspects which we have drawn, multiple aspects of Buddhism. वहाँ पर फिट बैठेगा लिटरेचर पार्ट में, वहाँ पर ऐड करोगे आप इसको. तो 3 will be of Jainism literature. जैनिया कही है ना तीनों के तीनों, so you write that down. Now Jaina literature is vast. ठीक है, बुद्धिस्ट लिटरेचर को फिर भी आप कंट्रोल कर सकते हो, कैनोनिकल नॉन कैनोनिकल. Jaina literature you cannot control. ठीक है, वो बहुत वास्ट है. Okay, consider the following with reference to Buddhist philosophy. स्यादवाद Jainism, शाश्वतवाद, इसमें थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन होगी बिकॉज शाश्वतवाद यू विल नॉट फाइंड ओवर, बट विद द हेल्प ऑफ वर्ड यू माइट हैव गॉट इट. शाश्वतवाद, स्यादवाद टॉक्स अबाउट मल्टीपल एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ ट्रुथ रियलिटीज. स्यादवाद. व्हाट इज नयावाद? नयावाद इज जैनिज्म और बुद्धिज्म? जैनिज्म. व्हाट इज नयावाद? अनेकांतवाद, स्यादवाद, नयावाद आर almost same but the words are different. Nayavad says that there are different perspectives from an individual point of view. I am seeing a different reality, you are seeing a different reality. Perspectives are different. Same is talked about in different word by Syadvad. Same is talked about in Anekantvad. Question ये नहीं आने वाला कि इनमें difference क्या है, minute differences क्या है. Question से रह गया which of the philosophies it is related to. So Syadvad, Shashvatvad is related to Jainism. Yogacara, Vibhasika, ये सही किया आप लोगों ने. Good guys. So this is a relevant question in terms of UPSC. See, ध्यान मुद्रा depicts the Buddha sitting in meditation with his left hand. अब ये एक बार आपको कुछ मुद्राएं इस ध्यान में रखनी होती है, right? ध्यान मुद्रा depicts the Buddha sitting in meditation with his left hand palm upright in his lap and his right hand touching the earth. जैसे touching the earth आ जाएगा ये तो आपको पता ही होना चाहिए because this is one of the major mudra, that is Bhumi Sparda mudra. And why he is doing this Bhumi Sparda mudra? One of the most important mudra. Evidence. He is not making any individual as an evidence. He is not finding acceptance, ठीक है, from the nearby people. But he is saying the universe to evidence what he is doing at that point of time when he was getting enlightened at that point of time. One good mudra, Bhumi Sparda. Abhay mudra gesture was shown by Buddha immediately after enlightenment. Right, Bhumi Sparda mudra signifies the importance of knowledge or supreme wisdom. This is not right. This is exchanged over here. Incorrect you have to find. What are the incorrect? First and 3, right? You see the different mudras also. एक बार देख लेना, 9 mudras होती हैं. इसको एक बार बस 2-3 mudras को ध्यान में रखो. It will help you out to eliminate the options. Only once they have asked question on the mudras in the last 30-40 years. तो इतना भी important ये aspect नहीं रहेगा. ठीक है, देख लो. Okay, next question. Pravarjya ceremony in Buddhism is related to which of the following? Adoption of ascetic lifestyle by lay person. Why not be retreat of monks during the rainy season? Because there is a ceremony for this also. They will be retreating in a monsoon season. और इनके लिए एक occasion होता है. That is the Vasa occasion. VASSA. Vasa occasion. So Vasa is related to this. This is not given in any book except Upinder Singh. Upinder Singh में mentioned है. Confession of offenses committed by monks. This is also a ceremony over there, and these are the practices. जब आप संघ को in detail पढ़ते हो, you will be finding that संघ was also equipped with all the immoralities also. Discrimination also was happening between the older monks and the younger monks. ठीक है, तो वहाँ पर आप देखोगे confession of offenses committed by the monks. This is known as, this is known as pavarana. ठीक है, ये दोनों नोट करके रखो, pavarana and vasa. Terminology based from Buddhism. Why only Buddhism I am focusing upon? This is a hot topic, guys. Buddhism is the hot topic. तो आप वहाँ के terms को मत छोड़ो, ठीक है? So you will be getting this pavarana. Online people, I am not able to see your comments. Just wait, guys. Na? Let me open it up with another phone. चलो गाइस, लेट अस मूव फॉरवर्ड. 29 अभी हम बुद्धिज्म एंड जैनिज्म में थोड़ा फास्ट करेंगे इसको, ठीक है? बट आई होप अगर हम इन डिटेल पढ़ रहे हैं थोड़ा तो आपको आइडिया मिल रहा होगा. लास्ट में हम थोड़ा स्किप भी कर देंगे तो चलेगा, राइट? बट ट्राई टू एनालाइज इन द सेम वे, ठीक है? कंसिडर विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द स्थाविरवादीन सेक्ट, इंपॉर्टेंट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द स्कूल्स ऑफ बुद्धिज्म. कहाँ पर आएगा आपका ये कॉन्टेंट? स्कूल्स ऑफ बुद्धिज्म, स्किज्म ऑफ बुद्धिज्म. इट फॉलोड स्ट्रिक्ट मोनिस्टिक लाइफ एंड डिसिप्लिनरी लॉज एज ओरिजिनली प्रिस्क्राइब्ड बाय बुद्धा. राइट, बिकॉज दे आर कनेक्टिंग देमसेल्व्स विद द ओरिजिनल प्रीचर्स ऑफ बुद्धा. तो कहीं पर भी ओरिजिनलिटी का कुछ भी आए तो सर्वस्ति स्थाविरवादीन सही होगा. दे बिलीव दैट ऑल थिंग्स एग्जिस्ट कॉन्टिन्यूसली इन पास्ट, प्रेजेंट एंड फ्यूचर. राइट, दिस इज एन एक्सेप्शन, नॉट रिलेटेड टू स्थाविरवाद. स्थाविरवाद तो बहुत ब्रॉड हो गया. अंडर दैट यू हैव सीन डिफरेंट स्कूल लाइक स्वतांत्रिका, विभाषिका एंड सर्वस्तिवादीन. सो दिस इज रॉन्ग. इसकी एक्सप्लेनेशन शायद गलत दे रखी होगी, उसको सही कर लेना, ठीक है? दिस इज रॉन्ग ओवर हियर. थर्ड, द स्थाविरवाद डिस्क्राइब गौतम बुद्ध एज गॉड ऑफ गॉड्स. राइट, ठीक है? इसको स्टेटमेंट आंसर शायद इसका मिसमैच है. यू ट्राई टू इंप्रूव द आंसर. Sthavirvadin never believed because they were the original preachers of Buddha. Did Buddha acclaimed that he is a god or you should worship me like God? And this debate also happened with him. So he never considered himself as a god. That's why the Hinian school, means the earlier school, always worship Buddha as in the form of symbols, not in the form of deification. Right? This is the change you will find in Mahayana. Keep this in mind. Schools related to Sthavirvadin were not considering Buddha as the god, where gods of God concept was given by the Mahasangika or the Mahayana people later on. ठीक है? Clear understanding. Answer explanation जो होगा उसको ठीक कर लेना इस हिसाब से. तो इस हिसाब से आंसर क्या होगा आपका? Wrong, wrong, and only one will be your answer for this. Which of the followings are related to three ratnas of Jainism? अब Jainism में philosophies कम आपको देखने को मिलेंगी. 5 रत्स, अनेकांतवाद, स्यादवाद, नयावाद एंड त्रिरत्ना. त्रिरत्ना इज सिंपल KFC. KFC ढूंढ लो यहाँ पर. नॉलेज, फेथ एंड कंडक्ट. ठीक है, बहुत सिंपल क्वेश्चन है, ऐसे क्वेश्चन आपको नहीं दिखेंगे. ऑल राइट, ओवर हेयर कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग पेयर्स. 48. नाउ दिस यू माइट नॉट बी नोइंग, बट ये आपके एनरिचमेंट का काम करेगा. Upa-sampa or ordination ceremony when the novice becomes a full-fledged member of the monastic community. किसी ने अटेम्प्ट किया ये? नहीं किया? गुड. ठीक है, ऐसे क्वेश्चन आपको देखने को मिलेंगे, बट एनरिच दिस इन्फॉर्मेशन विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द टर्मिनोलॉजी पार्ट. Upa-sampa, uposatha, ceremony held on full moon and new moon. This is right. Shramana, one who strives to realize the truth. One who wanders to strive the truth. Shramana. This is right. Shramana has been asked in the examination. So you are having the terminology based question, terminology based aspect of Buddhism also. एक aspect और करना terminology based. So you have got a lot of terminologies in the single test. ये 3 हो गए, वसा, पवरना, एंड वन मोर यू हैव गॉट ओवर देयर, अर्हत, उपासका, भिक्खूस, प्रवर्जका. इनकी एक कंपाइलेशन अब आपको थोड़ा मेहनत करना होगा, राइट. ये कंपाइलेशन बनाओ और ये डिविडेंड्स देगा आपको, राइट. ठीक है. सो दिस इज that is Paravarjaga. Now one more ahead you will be coming if you want to find the truth of life. That means you are a Shramana. That is why Buddhism and Jainism are considered to be a Shramana tradition religions. ठीक है. ब्रॉडर टर्म है, उसमें आप ये भी लगा सकते हो, वन हु स्ट्राइव्स टू रियलाइज द ट्रुथ. अब आप ट्रुथ को कैसे फाइंड आउट करोगे? बाय फॉलोइंग द पाथ ऑफ बुद्धा एंड महावीरा और any other people also. What they did, they detached themselves from the, not only from home, they detached themselves from the worldly life. Worldly life में include क्या? Family, right? Family and society. ठीक है, this is over. Now let us see about the Mauryan part. ठीक है, Mauryan में you will be finding again Mauryan sources, political life you have to understand, and primarily questions will be coming from these two areas. Rest is your social life, socio-economic life. Rest is your, you will be finding religious life also. And Mauryans, one more part becomes important, that is art and architecture. So the chances of coming the questions more in the examination from sources from the political life or the contemporaries they will be making, and from the art and architecture. Socio-economic they do not ask. ठीक है. Administrative part also you can, political life में आप administrative part भी जोड़ सकते हो. Administration पे there will be questions and there have been question in 2025 prelims also. और कैसे confusion हुआ, we'll discuss that too. ठीक है. And religious life also you will be finding, there might be question on the religious, and this is connected with the art and architecture. Sources क्या क्या है? If I ask you about the literary sources of Mauryas, can you identify? और चलो question से solve करते हैं, we will be saving some time also. Mauryans important है guys, ठीक है, बहुत important है. Mauryans first of all timeline is fixed or not? Timeline क्या Mauryans की जो आपको fix करना है? Good. 321 to 180 BC you will be finding Mauryans. Mauryans are divided between major rulers as Chandragupta Maurya, Bindusar and Ashoka. Chandragupta Maurya ruled from when to when? 321 to 298. As it is, इसको ध्यान में रखना है. As it is. Then Bindusar 298 to 272 or 273 BC. अगर आप रफली भी ध्यान में रखोगे, well and good. Then Ashoka, किसी का याद रहे ना रहे, अशोका का याद रहेगा. These are the points which you will be falling back whenever you will be moving in your head. 272 to 232 BC, Ashoka's time frame. ठीक है, political life. Now, most of the information which you have got about Chandragupta Maurya is from the Jaina literature. And what are the important Jaina literature which highlights the importance of Chandragupta Maurya? हाँ सही बोल रहे हो, लेकिन pronunciation, Persist Parvana, very important source. But the importance of Persist Parvana is, Persist Parvana was not written in this time frame. कब लिखा गया Persist Parvana? ये सब तो पढ़ रखा है आपने, मेरे ख्याल से टेस्ट वगैरह भी दिए हैं, तो ओवरफ्लो तो नहीं कर रहा ना कुछ नॉलेज? यू आर लाइकिंग इट ना, ठीक है. तो Persist Parvana कहाँ पर है, कहाँ पर एग्जिस्ट करा, कब एग्जिस्ट करा? यस. Okay, but when this Persist Parvana was compiled or constructed, Gupta se move a bit ahead of Guptas. And if some of you have attended the class of mine earlier also, Persist Parvana specifically I have told you, chances of this book is going to come in the question, in the examination again guys. 2023 they have mentioned in one of the statements too. This is a book written by Hemchandra in 11th century AD. ठीक है, तो जब literary sources, आप sources के अंदर literary sources you are writing it down ना, when your sources, the sources are divided between literary and archaeological, and these are the fixed sources over here. That's why chances of getting question asked in the examination is from here. Literary also you will be finding Persist Parvana, Jaina literature. Most of the information about Ashoka you will be getting from From the Buddhist literature, Mahavamsa, Deepvamsa and any other Buddhist literature also will be attributed to Ashoka. So, right? And over here also one more book you will be finding, which was compiled in the Gupta's time frame, Mudra Rakshasa by Vishakadatta. Again giving us the insights of the political life of Maurya. One more book you will be finding which is foreign in origin. Indica by Megasthenes. And then there will be certain other books also which you will be finding in the test series, add that too. When you will be Arthashastra, the most important book you will be finding, which is telling us the socio-economic administrative affairs of Mauryans, Arthashastra, right? Written by Kautilya or Vishnugupta or Chanakya, same name, right? When you will be understanding architecture, chances of archaeological sources, chances of this coming in the examination is very high. Archaeological sources you are depending upon. देखो archaeological sources में you have first of all the inscriptions, and the inscriptions you will be finding in the form of Sohgoda, Junagadh, and one more, Mahastan you will be finding. Mahastan is in Bangladesh, present day Bangladesh. Sohgoda is in UP, Junagadh is in Gujarat you will be finding. And how they have asked the question in examination, this is important. They have asked that out of which site, which one of the following is not a Indus Valley civilization site. And in the 4 options, Sohgoda was present, guys. Right? The second important source of understanding Ashoka and his administrative divisions, reign, was the edicts. And these edicts were differentiated between major or basically rock and pillar edicts, then major minor both. दोनों में major in both of them in the rock edicts also and pillar edicts also, you have to learn the major pillar edicts and major rock edicts exactly. Then only you will be able to solve the question in the examination. Okay, major rock edicts, can we see major rock edicts over here, guys? Can tell me about the southernmost major rock edict? Yeraguddi, good. Yeraguddi in the Karnataka region. Very nice. In the Odisha region, Dholi and Jogoda. Very nice. Great. Maharashtra region, Sopara. In the Gujarat region, Girnar. And near around this Girnar only Junagadh inscription. And Junagadh inscription you will be finding not only Ashoka but later on Rudradaman will also be coming and inscribing something on that. Okay? Then in Dehradun, in Uttarakhand, Kalsi. Then in the Pakistan region, the northernmost, Manseheda, Shahbazgadi, and then the westernmost, Afghanistan में कौन सा है? Kandahar. There are you are going to find the major rock edicts. How many major rock edicts are there? 14. And all these 14 rock edicts you will be finding in only few of the places, like Yeraguddi, like Girnar, like Kalsi, like Shahbazgadi. Okay, all these sets will be present over here. Now in the examination in recent times they have directly asked the Dholi state, Jogoda state. You must have seen that question. Okay, एक बार देखना otherwise वो question. So this is one important minor pillar edict, major pillar edicts. If you want to talk about what are the major pillar edicts in Bihar, Rampurva, Lauria Nandargarh, Lauria Araraj. Now also you have to see some of the important things when you will be doing the art and culture. See that what are the motifs present, animal motifs. Bull you will be finding, lion you will be finding, elephant you are going to find. ठीक है, Delhi Topra, Meerut, Allahabad, थोड़ा सा major pillar and major rock edict. You have to by heart learn it. Don't focus upon the stories over here. Focus upon these things. It will be giving you more dividends. Alright guys, let us see this with reference to the principles of Ashoka. It advocate for the abolition of the death penalties. Might be at initial phase you might be saying that this is right. Second, advocated for banning intoxicating liquor. Liquor might be, you are not sure, but might be it can happen. It asks people to limit animal sacrifice only to Ashwamedha Yagya. It is also not there because again, dekho, in detail if you want to study, then all have to see what is written on 14 major rock edicts. This I usually prefer also in the classes too, because questions are framed from those rock edicts. Not like this, that what is written in rock edict 5, rock edict 6. But what is written in them is asked in the statement form. Okay, that is this written in the rock edicts or not? Like this they can ask. Like as I have told you, about the schism, that there should be no schism should happen in Buddhism, is written in major pillar, major rock, minor rock. Where this is mentioned about the schism, minor pillar. Okay, like this they can frame the question, important. So it asks people, this is also not right over here. Okay, this is not specifically mentioned that Ashwamedha Yagya you can sacrifice the horse, otherwise you cannot. This is not specifically written. It encouraged welfare activities like digging wells. This is right. So the answer will be, dekho, this is also not mentioned in the, this seems to be right, but this is not mentioned in anywhere in the rock edicts. And how do we know about his Dhamma policy? Only by the edicts. Okay, only by the edicts we know it. So this is also not there, but it advocated for banning intoxicating liquor, is specifically the policy of the Delhi Sultanate ruler. The Balban, Alauddin Khilji, inki policies, this was the specific policies of these people, right? It asked people to limit animal sacrifice, this is also wrong. So answer will be 1 and 4. What it signifies that you have to read one time the 14 major rock edicts, what is written on them, and you will find it in every book which you will be reading. ठीक है, थोड़ा सा सर्च करना पड़ेगा, you will not be finding it in the NCRTs. ठीक है. 19 good question guys over here. Malvika Agnimitram, and what is they are asking, how many of the above literary works provide information about the Mauryan Empire? Malvika Agnimitram, all sure, false. Secular literature you will be finding. Indica, right. Kumar Sambhavam, how have you done it wrong? How have you done it true? देखो, Kumar Sambhava, again an epic written by Kalidas in the time frame of Gupta, again a secular literature you will be finding. Kumar Sambhava, not related to Mauryan. ठीक है. Dipvamsa Mahavamsa, 100% right. Mudra Rakshas, right, because in literary sources we study as it is. So this you all might have done it right. ये सही होना भी चाहिए, right? What will be the answer with respect to that? Only 3. Do this question, Ashokan pillars. Alright guys, 38th. Again easier in nature. What is the first statement? Right or wrong? Almost all pillars are of similar in form and dimensions and are made up of sandstone quarried from Chinar. What is wrong in this? Monolithic rock was there, single monolithic rock was there, right? It was sandstone, red sandstone you will be finding. हाँ, ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन ये स्टेटमेंट भी इस तरीके से फॉर्म नहीं हुआ है, राइट? है ना, made up of sandstone quarried from Chunar. Majorly you will be finding that these pillars were made up of red sandstone, and where they were taking specifically it from Chunar area only. Okay, that's why it don't get complicated. Dekho, what happens sometimes in the examination I am talking about, that we overthink in a particular statement, which you must have also seen, those who have given the attempts, that we overthink in some statements, though we know it, but by the overthinking we do it wrong. आपने फेस किया है, those who have given the attempts. So don't do this. Some questions, that's why you have to in sync with the PYQs. PYQ says that some things are coming directly. So when your thinking is going like this, that some questions I am going to find directly in the examination, I don't have to overthink that they might throw easy question and this is a easy question. You have to spot. If you will devote much more time in easy question itself, तो वो problem create करेगा. Overthink करोगे वो easy question difficult में convert हो जाएगा. समझ रहे हो? So don't do these type of things. This happens. Second, they are monoliths and have a dull polished surface. Wrong. They do not have a base and have a smooth cylindrical shaft that tapers all the way down. Cylindrical shaft like this they are talking about, tapers all the way down. Okay. They have a rich and varied symbolism in resonance with many prevailing Indian religious traditions. They contain animals like lion, horse, cow, elephant. Cow. ये सही तो नहीं किया तुम लोगों ने? This you have done it right. थोड़ा सा if you cow also not there, horse also you will not find, only elephant and lion. ऐसा थोड़ा ना deer भी लिख देंगे तो it will be there, right? So just beware of the things. You might have got confident in this, right? Lion is also there, elephant is also there, then it might be right, but that is not the case. Though UPSC doesn't trap you like this, ये UPSC का way trap करने का नहीं है, ठीक है? But again, ठीक है, 38. So the answer will be right. देखो ये अब इसकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी, इसका जियोलॉजिकल स्ट्रक्चर कैसा है, आई डोंट नो अबाउट दिस, बट दिस इज एज इट इज रिटन इन योर स्टैंडर्ड बुक्स दैट दे यूज टू ट्रांसफर दिस सैंडस्टोन फ्रॉम द चुनार माइंस, रेड सैंडस्टोन, एंड दे यूज टू क्रिएट दिस मोनोलिथिक स्ट्रक्चर लाइक दिस. This is written in your books. एक बार आप चेक कर सकते हो more about that how is it is sustaining the structure, right? But I don't have any information how it is sustaining the red sandstone. ठीक है? Okay guys, let us move ahead. 39. In the Mauryan kingdom, the advice rendered by the ministers of the king's council was binding on the king. Ministers binding on the king, no reason of getting it right. ठीक है? Second, in the Mauryan courts, the ministers were allowed to discuss king's policy even in the absence of king. You might not be confident about this. This statement is right or wrong. ठीक है? ऐसे statement में होंगे भी नहीं आप confident. Leave it. But it is also you are not getting a reason to mark it wrong too. So neutral you will be there with respect to this. Third, the council had an inner council that decide on matters that needed immediate assistance. अब ये भी कहीं पर लिखा नहीं है. So this is the information which you are getting out of this question. This is not written in any standard book, guys. ठीक है? यहाँ पर आपको information मिल रही है. So what will be the right over here? First is wrong, second will be right, and third will be right over here. So in the administration you can take it. Again, this type of question you are not going to see in the examination. 40. ये करा है attempt तो करा होगा ये वाला. Consider the following statements regarding subject matter of inscription related to Mauryan Emperor Ashok. One good question over here you will be finding. 40. The Kandhar major rock edict describes Ashoka as Piyadasi. Piyadasi. In most of the rock edicts you will be finding Ashoka is referred as Piyadasi and Devanam Piya. In few rock edicts, that too minor rock edicts, you will be finding Ashoka is represented as Ashoka. The name is mentioned as Ashoka, and those minor rock edicts are Uttarmeru, good. Second, Maski. Third, Gujra, right? And fourth, Nittur. Gujra, Nittur, Maski and Uttarmeru you will be finding. These four. और उदय गोलम, नॉट उत्तर मेरू गाइस, मेरे को भी कंफ्यूज कर दिया तुमने. उदय गोलम, राइट इट डाउन, इंपॉर्टेंट. उदय गोलम, निट्टूर, मास्की and Gujra. Now these are the type of information you should focus more upon, because there are chances that directly they are going to come in the examination. Keep it simple, keep it clear. What are these rock edicts written in? The mainland rock edicts. Script which was used over here, Brahmi script, right? Whereas the script which was used in the northwestern part, Kharoshti. And in Kandhar you will be finding the bilingual script, Greek, Aramaic you will be finding. Okay? This you remember. So one good question first. Roman Dei inscription mentions about the Ashoka's visit to Lumbini. Now Roman Dei is a major rock edict, minor pillar edict. What is this? Or major pillar edict? What is this Roman Dei? पता होना चाहिए. This is rock edict or pillar edict? This is pillar. That's why, and you should be sure because major you have learned, major pillar edict you have learned. So bacha major, minor rock edict and minor pillar edict. This is how even if you want to guess, you can guess like this. This is a minor pillar edict. Important minor pillar edict. The image is shown in your 11th class old NCERT also of Roman Dei. Okay, so inscription mentions about the Ashoka's visit to Lumbini. This is right. Nigali Sagar inscription mentions the enlargement of Sanchi Stupa. This is wrong. This you might not be knowing. Isko sahi kar lena. This you corrected because third is wrong and first and two are right. This is with respect to the extension of Konkamana Stupa, and this Konkamana Stupa is not important for the examination because this is present in the present day Nepal, in Kapilvastu district of Nepal, guys. Okay? Not very important. So this information you take it from here. One good question you will be finding. 41. Again an important question. 41. The Rajukas were in charge of the district and correspond to the district magistrates of the present day. Right or wrong? This is right, written as it is in the books. You will be finding. Dekho, how question in 2025 came? How? The question was not very easy in nature because they have confused by giving you one statement. How the question was? Anybody remembers it? Questions ko to dhyan mein rakha karo. Dekho, the question was how it got problematic. Agar ye simple, if they would have asked simple Rajukas, what was Rajukas and Yuktas? Or only Rajukas you will be finding, like the provincial officials, district officials, village officials. If they would have asked this question become easy. But they have asked one more thing over here, that is Pradeshikas. And that's why those who have given the exam must have got confused. Right? But the correct answer of this is they are not of provinces, they are of the district officials only. But the confusion was because of Pradeshika. Because Pradeshika is not the head of province. Neither it is the head of district. It is the head of the division over here. How I am telling you this? Written in your standard books. In Upinder Singh it is mentioned clearly. Right? How the provinces are mentioned of Ashoka. Provinces. Over here you will be finding the province. And provinces were known as Chakra. Then provinces were divided into divisions. And then you will be finding districts. So after the examination, it is very easy to say that iska to yahi hona chahiye tha. But during the examination, the problem which you might have faced would be this. And after districts, you will be finding villages. At divisions, the official was Pradeshika. Though this is not the provincial official. Who will be at the provincial level? The officials will be Kumaras, the nobles over here, the king's nobility you will be finding. Okay. Who will be the head over here at division? Pradeshikas specifically they have mentioned. Who will be the head at the district level? Rajukas. Right, and who will be the head at this village level and the subordinate official of districts? At district level you will be having lower PCS officials also. What are those known as? Yuktas. Right, so Yuktas are specific. And where this is mentioned, Yuktas, Rajukas, Pradeshikas, these three are very definitive. Like they are mentioned somewhere. They are mentioned clearly in the major rock edicts, guys. And that's why they have asked this again over here in 2025. Okay? That's why the importance of 14 major rock edicts is more. Samaharta is the chief treasurer, while Sanidhata is the collector general of revenue. Reversed. Right? This is important. The provinces were divided into districts called Janpads. You might have got confused that Janpads bola jayega, nahi je bola jayega, but Janpads over there, right? So this is also right. Second is wrong. You can take it. You can see it later on also. 46 with respect to the guild system. Guilds had judicial authority and were empowered to settle disputes among their members. right. ठीक है, right, this is right. Second, guilds operated, just wait, guilds operated with significant degree of autonomy but required constant approval from the king for most of the economic activities. Again a confusing statement. This type of statement you will not see, but why? Because this is an in the same statement autonomy be, and they are asking constant approval also. So superfluous statement you will be finding over here. So this becomes wrong. They had autonomy and they function on their own also. They were containing, they can have a small contingent of army too with them, right? And guilds function as the educational hubs too at that point of time. Yes. They were the rudimentary type of bankers also. Yes. Third, artisan merchants lived in fixed localities in towns with the main merchant street known as Vesa. If you not know it, mark it correct. This is also correct. The guilds issued their own coins indicating their significant role in the economy. Again, an obvious statement, generic statement. This is right. 1, 3 and 4 you will be finding over here. Easy and relevant question for your examination. So sabne sahi kiya hoga. All must have done it right. Uttarpath. The whole kingdom was divided into this 4 provinces, and the 4 provinces were like, this is middle, this is southern, and this is eastern, and this is the province. This is the provincial capital of the Mauryan Empire. This is the Patliputra division. This is the Kalinga division or Prachyapata division also, where Toshali you will be finding. This is Dakshin Patha with capital as Swarnagiri, important, good. This is over here Avantipat, the capital as Ujjain, and this is Uttarpath. So with respect to that, what is the answer? All are correct, okay? So do it over here. 50. Consider the administrative unit during the Mauryan time, which among the following is correct. Now this is one good information for you to enrich. You might not be knowing this. Anybody has attempted it with any reference? ठीक है, इसको correct कर लो. 50 का explanation you will be finding over here. Administrative unit of 800 village is known as Sthaniya. ठीक है, though again you try to understand it clearly. Local administration in national exam will never be asked. But the provincial information either of Mughal, provincial, district they can ask. Local administration is based upon the local areas. That will never be asked, guys. Be free. ठीक है, so this also you remember. But otherwise this is not important. Sthaniya, Dronamukha, Kharvatika and Samagrana, not important. Alright, next we will be going to the post-Mauryan. Post-Mauryan is one big topic. What all you have to study in this? Post-Mauryan. The northwestern invasions, Shunga Kanva, small details, Satavahanas, and in the last, Sangam age. The questions of contemporary Sangam, Satavahana are important. One of the most important unit you will be finding over here. Roughly, let me just tell you about this over here. Political questions are asked more over here, guys. Political questions, so focus upon that too. इसको जल्दी जल्दी हम देखेंगे थोड़ा. All right, first question over here. The Bharuch Stupa, known for its detailed railings and gateways, were constructed during the Shunga period. Good question, I would say. Right or wrong? How many people of you got trapped in this particular first statement? Right? And you must have got trapped because of constructed. In Nitin Singhania, when you will be reading for art and culture or any book you must be referring, this was not constructed during Shunga. This was constructed earlier. But during Shungas, you will be finding the elaborative railings were added over here. Torans were made elaborative over here, right? So first statement wrong. Second, important, Panini, the author of Ashtadhyayi, was contemporary scholars in the Sunga court. Everybody of you must have done it right. If you are making mistakes in these type of statements, then your base knowledge is wrong, guys. Okay? So don't do it. Third, the Heliodorus pillar, again an important information asked in the examination too. The Heliodorus pillar at Base Nagar was erected by the Greek ambassador Heliodorus, sent by Antelius Siadas to the Sunga court. Right or wrong? Right, 100% right, mentioned in your 11th class NCERT as it is. Now when this, in the Sunga court, which of the scholar was existing if not Panini? Patanjali. And he was important from which book? Mahabhashya, right? Remember this. Okay, second, Kanva. Information about Kanva you will be getting now. Kanva. The Kanva dynasty, which succeeded the Sungas in Magadh, occupies a brief notable point. Ancient Indian political history. Which of the following is not correct? It was founded by Vasudeva. Iska answer bata do directly. All of this will be giving you information about Kanva, which will not be correct. The last Kanva ruler, Shushavarman, was overthrown by the Chedi dynasty, which subsequently established its control over Magadh. This is not correct, right? Everything else is correct over here. Third, Hathi Gumfa inscription. This is giving you the detail about Kharevela king, right? Hathi Gumfa inscription. Tell me, it is engraved in Brahmi script on the rock face in Udaygiri hills near Bhubaneswar, Odisha. True, over here it provides chronological account of Kharavela's 13-year reign, including details of his early life. Even if you don't know, you will be on the positive side. It might be giving you the details about this. Third, it mentions Kharavela's westward military expeditions against the Satavahanas ruler Satkarni. This you might be confused, but this also happened over there, guys. Okay? Again, the information which you will be getting about Kharevela is more than enough from this question. In the standard books, you will not be finding more information about the king Kharevela in the standard sources. Okay? Test series are important. So answer will be 1, 2, 3 right. Answer will be D. 4, very, very important question. Like this, you will find it in the examination. How many of you have done it right? Great. Gunadhyay is traditionally regarded as the author of Brit Katha, originally composed in the Pesachi dialect. Rest of you must be knowing that Gunadhyay is related to Brihat Katha. Now let me ask you, Gunadhyay was in the court of Hala, Gatha Satasai. And this is written as it is in your Tamil Nadu NCERT. When you will be reading about the king Hala, first statement will be written that Hala constructed or compiled Gatha Satasai. In his court, Gunadhyay was present. Who has written this book, Brihat Katha? Directly will be in the examination, it might come. Okay, so Gunadhyay is traditionally regarded as the author of the Brihat Katha, right? The Gatha Satasai, a celebrated Prakrit anthology, was compiled by Hala, a ruler of Satavahana dynasty. Satavahana's important part to understand is the political chronology. The initial rulers of Satavahana is Simuka. The next ruler, Kahana and Satkarni I. And they were existing in the initial time frame. And Satavahanas were ruling from where to where, when to when? When to when Satavahanas? Rough understanding of Satavahanas. Around 180 BC to 100 AD around you will be finding Satavahanas will be there for almost 200 years. Initial reign was of these three people and the rest major reign was of Gautami Putra Satkarni, Vasishti Putra Pulamavi and one more you will be finding. Okay? Pulamavi something you will be finding over here, VSS, right? I have made you remember like that. So these three people reign are very important. So these two are correct over here. Answer will be C. Hala is placed at where? The 17th ruler of Satavahanas. Consider the following, the political rule of Satavahanas, guys. The Satavahana rulers followed the metronomic tradition of identifying themselves with their mother's name, yet succession largely remained patriarchal. Right or wrong? 100% right. Nobody should be confused in this. Second, the office of Amatyas and Mahamantras mentioned in the Satavahana inscription indicates continuity of certain Mauryan administrative practices. Right? No reason to make it neglect. Third, the Satavahana polity was highly centralized with very limited autonomy granted to feudatories such as the Mahabhujas and Maharathis. This is false. Why? Right. Because these are the people, Satavahanas you will be finding from where feudalism connection you will be finding. Connection I am saying. The pure feudalism came during the period of Guptas. So the answer will be 1 or 2. How many of you have done it right? Ye to sahi karna chahiye tha. Good. Good. Again, score doesn't matter at this point of time. What are your mistakes you are doing and what will be the enrichment? Keep it adding, guys. Automatically you will be flourished in this exam. With reference to the political system of this we have discussed or not? Okay, sixth question. First, they were the successor of Mauryas in the Deccan and Central India. Their official language in court was Sanskrit. How many of you got trapped? Prakrit. Again you understand, till Satavahanas, after Kushanas, Sanskrit was getting prominent. Before that, Prakrit and all these languages you will be finding. Okay. So Prakrit. They were the first Indian kings to give royal grants to land to those practicing Buddhism. Right. Okay. They were giving it to the Buddhist people also. That is why the Ajanta cave formation, when you have seen, this was started during the time period of Satavahanas only. Continued till 500-600 AD. Fourth, they issued gold coins bearing the names and images of the kings and god. No gold coins were found in Satavahanas. Lead, copper and any other base metal you will be finding, no gold coin. Specifically written in your Upinder Singh. Answer will be B. Okay, only 2. With respect to Gautamiputra Satkarni, can you tell me when Gautamiputra Satkarni was existing? And this you have to know, guys. Good. Around 130 to 150 you will be finding. When Rudra Daman was existing? 150 to 180 around you will be finding Rudra Daman. Why I am specifically saying this? Because you have to learn about these rulers. Exact time frame. Now you come over here. Gautamiputra Satkarni revived the Satavahana power after briefly losing Shakas and Western Kshatravas. Right or wrong? This is right. Naneghat inscription provides valuable information about the Vedic sacrifices and rituals performed by Satavahana rulers. True. Because Naneghat and Nasik inscriptions are related to Satavahanas only. Third, the Satavahanas were the first indigenous rulers of India to issue coins bearing the portrait of the ruler. This is also right, you will be finding. Later on you will be seeing Indo-Greeks were doing the same but in gold coins. Right, so the answer will be C. 8th. This is related to Indo-Greeks, guys. 8th. The empire of King Menander extended west to river Indus. Kuch galat lag raha hai isme? This is right over here. They have introduced for the first time the practice of military governorship in India. The governors were called satraps. Written in your NCRT, 11th class old NCRT, this is right. Those who are getting confused. These are the questions which you should do right only in the test series also. In 11th class old NCRT, R.S. Sharma. This you will be finding over there, right? Satrapas they have written. Third, the Indo-Greeks were the first rulers in India to issue coins which can be definitely attributed to any dynasty. Whenever you will read Indo-Greeks, this line you might be finding. Okay, from where, any book you read, either Tamil Nadu or R.S. Sharma. So all the 3 are correct. So answer will be all 3. 9th, Junagadh inscription, one very good inscription over here, might come in the examination. It was sanctioned by the Rudra Daman I of the Kardamakas. Kardamakas is the dynasty. Rudra Daman I was from that dynasty. So right. Even if you don't know Kardamakas, on the basis of Rudra Daman I, you should apply, you should do it. It is the first chaste Sanskrit royal inscription found previously. Right or wrong? This is true, right. For the first time you will be seeing pure Sanskrit was written in the inscription, Junagadh. So Junagadh inscription, when you will be finding, this is the Girnar inscription only. Above Ashokan inscription, below this Rudra Daman inscription you will be finding. And what this inscription will be about? Sudarshan Lake. Constructed or repairment? One whole snippet is mentioned in your Upinder Singh about Sudarshan Lake, guys. but a very elaborative information is given, not very important. It mentioned the repair, okay, that is the same information written, this is right. So all three are correct again. 10th, consider the following statements regarding the Saka rule in India. Sakas. The Sakas established the satrap system of government which was similar to the Achaemenian system of Iran. Right or wrong? This more on the positive side that this is right over here. Satrapi system was of the Achaemenian Empire. Okay? Because Punjab became the 20th satrapy of the Cyrus. Okay? And what do you understand by satrap basically? This is the province, but these are the military governed areas. Military will be governing these areas. Okay? Not the civilian administration. Second, the Junagadh rock inscription claims that Sakas defeated the Indo-Greeks. The Sakas defeated the Indo-Greeks. This you will not find the mention of. Okay? The primary Junagadh inscription was highlighting the expeditions of Rudradaman and the repairment done of Sudarshan Lake. Right? Third, the earliest Saka ruler to establish power in northwestern India was Moga or Mowis, also known to be the first Saka Indian ruler. In India, the first branch which opened up was by Mowis. Then you will be finding Rudradaman. The only important ruler from Sakas which you have to remember is Rudradaman. In the examination, there will be chances that question will be from the Rudradaman or Rudradaman will be placed at the chronological level. You always try to think broad. Okay? In UPSC, they will first be framing question on Akbar, Ashoka, Chandragupta Maurya if they want to frame a dedicated question. If they will not be framing the dedicated question, then they will be framing the contemporary question. Because these people, they will not be giving you one direct question on a particular personality. Neither you will see it in the PYQs also. Okay? Keep this in mind. 11th, with reference to the Parthians' rule in India, consider the following statements. Parthians. The Kushana rule in northwestern part of India was followed by the Parthians in the 1st century AD. Now, if you will go as per the chronological order, which UPSC has asked once, that first Indo-Greeks came, then Sakas came, then Parthians came. As per this chronology, this particular part will get incorrect. Otherwise, this is dubious. Because the presence of Parthians, Sakas and Indo-Greeks were there. Okay? And Saka and Scythian, Sakas and Parthians rule you will also be seeing in the northwestern border simultaneously. So this is a dubious statement. But as per the chronology which UPSC has asked already earlier, that is the chronological order how they came. That is of Indo-Greeks, again I am telling you, Sakas, Parthians and Kushanas. Second, unlike the Indo-Greeks, there are no explicit records of Indo-Parthian rulers supporting Buddhism. This is right. Because Parthians, hardly we know about them from the Rabatak inscriptions, which is not of Indian too. This is present in Pakistan or Afghanistan somewhere, Rabatak inscription, right? Third, St. Thomas came to India to propagate Christianity during the reign of Parthians. Only two statements which you must be reading about the Parthians. One related to Gondophanes, second related to that St. Thomas accompanied him while coming over here, right? One more information which I should ask you, that who were known as Pehlavas? Parthians. This information you all write as in multiple examination other than civil services. Pehlavas, I am not saying Pallavas. Pehlavas were known as Parthians over here, right? Like Sakas, Scythians, Pehlavas, Parthians. Answer will be 2 and 3. 12, you go, very important question. Very, very important question, guys. Ashwaghosh, Sundarnanda. Ashwaghosh, another book you want to highlight? Buddha Charita. Another book if you want to highlight, very important scholar, Ashwaghosh. Sariputta Prakarna, very nice. Okay? At least 3 to 4 books he has written. And Ashwaghosh was present during the time frame of Kanishka. That is how you will be going to the Kanishka timeline. And when reading about Kanishka and Kushan, you should know the exact timeline when he was ruling. When he was ruling Kanishka? 1st century AD. Kamandaka, Niti Sara. This is right over here. Third, and this particular part फर्स्ट asked in multiple examination guys, CAPF CDS का तो फेवरेट है, ठीक है. थर्ड वासुमित्र presided over the third Buddhist council. Vasumitra. Second Buddhist, no. Fourth Buddhist. Fourth Buddhist, Vasumitra. Along with him, you will be finding 4 more scholars. Ashwaghosha. Nagasen, not Nagasen. Nagasen was not there. Nagasen was during the time frame of Menander, Indo-Greeks, 180 BC. This we are talking about 1st century AD. Nagarjun and Vasumitra, right? Then Nagarjuna over here, founder of the Madhyamika school, right or wrong? This is right. Good question. So the answer will be, third is incorrect, right? So 1, 2 and 4. So only 3 you will be finding correctly matched. ये question का pattern इसीलिए change हुआ है. Now they want to understand specific things from you. They want you to understand things fixed. That's why the pattern you will be seeing like this, only 1, only 2, no chance of elimination. Either you know it or you don't know it. What does it signifying? That whatever you are reading, read it multiple times in the same manner, whatever information you are having, so that you can have some fixed understanding of that concept. 13, good question, simple question, all must have done right. So discuss करने की तो जरूरत नहीं है. Cheras, Mushris, Cheras, Mushris, you will right or wrong? Wrong क्यों बोल रहे हो भाई? This is right, Mushri. ठीक है, somewhere it will be written as Muzris. Cholas, Puhar, Kaviripattam, Pumpuhar, same name, right? Pandyas, Tondi, this is of Chera. So Mushri and Tondi are of Cheras. Korakai is of Pandyas, right? So the answer, as per according to it, what will be the answer? Only 2. Sangam. Sangam denotes an assembly of Tamil poet scholars believed to have been held under royal patronage. Nothing wrong, right? Traditionally 5 Sangams. These Sangams were convened under the patronage of Chola kings, Pandyan kings. The Sangam literature is primarily secular in nature and has varied themes and authorship. Right? Very simple question thrown to you. Okay. 15. Consider the following statements regarding Sangam. Tolkappiyam is the earliest extant Tamil grammatical text and also provides insight into Sangam society. Right? Earliest extant Tamil grammatical, Sanskrit grammatical, Tamil, right? Remember this. Ituttogai, 8 anthologies consisting exclusively of poems dealing with love themes or akam themes. Why false? Not exclusively aham or akam, also with puram also. Again, akam and puram are regional names. That's why it will never come like this in the examination. But they will be giving you this like love themes or war themes. ऐसे UPSC पूछेगा, and they have asked it also earlier. So this is right or wrong? This is wrong. Pattu Pattu includes long poems such as Madurai Kanchi and this. Right or wrong? This you might not be knowing, right? And also you don't have to know this also. This in detail information about the Ittutogai, about the Pattu Pattu will never be asked. Let us classify the Sangam literature. Sangam literature, guys, how this is classified? Again, these are divided into narrative text and didactic text. Narrative texts are, narrative means there will be narration, and narration on the basis of the themes will be aham and puram, love and war themes you will be finding. And this will be further divided into Ittutogai and Pattu Pattu. Ittutogai and Pattu Pattu. Pronunciate the way you want. Now Pattu Pattu will be containing your 10 ideals and over here 8 anthologies. Means there will be subpart. In some of the books these are also mentioned. Now it is up to you whether you want to do it or not. I will not recommend you to do these particular part also. But everything which we are constructing about Sangam age is from these books only. Then there is didactic text. What do you understand by didactic? Philosophical, moral values based. You will be finding over here. ये तो याद रखना है Pattu Pattu Ittutogai, and likewise this also you have to remember. That is Patinein Kilaknakku. This is the didactic text. In this Patinein Kilaknakku, there is the fifth Ved of Tamil you will be finding. That is Kural, Tirukural, written by Tiruvalluvar. So this will never be asked that Tirukural is written by Tiruvalluvar. But you have to remember like this. This is the canonical text of Sangal literature also, you can say. Apart from this, there was epics also. And epics in the form of Shilpadikarman, Mani Meglai, Shivaka Sintamani. Apart from that, Kundal Kesi. Like this you will be finding set. And that is fixed from literature part. This question we have seen already. So the answer of this will be 1 and 3, right? 3 is also right. Now you don't have to read this, but as this has appeared in the test, now if you want to remember like Madurai Kanchi is related to Pattu Pattu, you can. But be assured this will never be asked in the examination. Consider the following statements regarding the political rulers of Sangam age. Pandyan ruler Nendu Zeliam is mentioned in Shilpadikarman as the king who ordered the unjust execution of Kovalan. Right? This is the story of Shilpadikarman. Shilpadikarman and Mani Meglai theme you should know. Second, Chera ruler Senguttavan is credited with the Patni cult and praised in the epic Shilpadikarman. This is also right. He is responsible for the Patni cult. Both of them are right. Then 17th question. He is credited Chola King Karikala. Again, Karikala is an important ruler, and out of the Chola political rule, you only have to read about Karikala and Karikala, and whatever is mentioned over here, more than enough for your examination. He is credited to have constructed a dam over river Kaveri during the Sangam age. This is right. He is also credited to be a gifted poet who wrote poems about the personal character of the king. Now, this you might not be knowing in the first instance, but as this question has come, this is not the case with Karikala. This is not the case. Third, he defeated a confederacy of Pandyans, Cheras and their allies in the Battle of Vini. This is written in every book. This is right. Battle of Vini was fought by Karikala and all other regional rulers. So answer will be, second will be incorrect, 1 and 3. B will be the answer. 18th. Which of the following statements is with respect to ancient Sangam literature is correct? कौन सी correct है? Aham represent the world and exterior, whereas Puram represent the individual and the interior. देखो Puram means it is related to love, right? So this represent the exterior. Oh sorry, this represent Puram represent the war, है ना? So this will be opposite. War represent the external, whereas love represent the internal. This is wrong over here. What is right then? Second, Patinapallai contains the life and military conquest of King Karikala. Now see this explanation is B is correct. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पर again this information you might not be having, ये आपने attempt भी नहीं किया होगा, right? So take the information from the information point of view, try to enrich this. Patinapallai contains the life and military conquest of King Karikala. Achha, the first statement, the famous Tamil, this is good. This you can take from here. The famous Tamil epic Shilpadikarman written by Ilangu Adigal from till this is right. Is called the Odyssey of Tamil literature. Why? What it is called then? And what do you understand by Odyssey? Right. देखो, in literature there are two legendary books which were written by the Greek literary figure you will be finding, that is Homer. Homer has written two books, that is Odyssey and Iliad, and these are compared everywhere else in the world, like the Iliad of the Indian culture or the Tamil literature, like this. Iliad is containing certain, you can say that devastating end, and that also reflected in the Shilpadikarman. So it is, that's why considered to be the Iliad of Tamil literature, whereas Odyssey is the sequence of events which happened. So this Odyssey is considered to be the Mani Meglai, right? It is considered to be the Odyssey of Tamil literature, and the spelling of Odyssey is also wrong. ये तो classical dance हो जाएगा आपका. Odyssey, O-D-Y-S-S-E-Y is the right name of the book, Odyssey. ठीक है, Odisha से related नहीं है. चलो. 19th, Good question. 19th. Why this is important? This is because it is PYQ. ठीक है? Aripatti. Right or wrong? Right. These Aripatti were the lands which were fixed for the maintenance of the water tanks. So you'll be finding land revenue reserved specifically for the upkeep of the village tank. Right. Tenures. Village granted to an individual Brahmin or a group of Brahmins. Right. This is known as a Brahmaden. I'll be showing you the NCERT snippet also where you'll be getting this information. So tenures are basically your large land you will be finding over here which will be given to the other people. Palichandam. Land donated to Jain or Buddhist institution. Correct. This is mentioned in your 7th class NCERT, which I'll be showing you the snippet also. Like this, as it is, they have shown you the snippet. Right. So the answer will be 1 and 3. Third, Kushan literature. The Kushan period saw the rise of Sanskrit language. Right or wrong, first of all? Right. This period saw the rise of Hinayana Buddhism. Again, very straightforward. This period saw the rise of Mahajana Buddhism. Second, Sariputta Prakarana was composed in Sanskrit. This is true. If you don't know, this is right. And Sariputta Prakarana is written by Ashwaghosh. Third, the 4th Buddhist Council was held in this language. The way they have framed is not right, but what they want to understand is that the 4th Buddhist Council, the literature which was compiled was in Sanskrit language. This is what they want to signify, and the answer will be 2 and 3. Right, this is over. Now we are left with Guptas. Where is Guptas? अभी समझाता हूँ. Gupta PDF, just let me check है ना once. All right, what was your question? Sanskrit. Basically what they want to ask that in the times of Kushan, Sanskrit language flourished. Right? So this they want to ask. So is this a right statement or wrong? Why are you confused? This is, देखो, what happened in that point of time. Kushanas, though came from outside, but their major rule was the northwestern India, and they were at one point of time ruling till Patliputra also. So they were the major, you can say they consolidated the empire at that point of time in that particular time period. Right? So they were the major dynasties. Also, these were the people who assimilated with the Indian cultures. Like the Kusanas accepted the Indian culture. This is the basic difference between the Britishers and all other invasions which have happened in India. Like Kushanas, Shakas, majorly these two you will be finding, Parthians for a very less time. That's why this is one of the theory with respect to the rise of Sanskrit. Later on you will be finding that Rajputs will be rising. And Rajputs, nowhere you will be finding the mention of Rajputs in ancient history. Then how come ultimately in medieval history you are finding Rajputs? So one of the theory, apart from all the others, theory of Shauryavanshi, Chandravanshi, Agnikula, one theory is the foreign descendancy. That they were the descendants of foreign people, the foreign people who assimilated into the Indian culture. And these people, when they came over here, they defeated the indigenous rulers. Now, if I want to rule you people, so when I understood that, okay, there is a structure, one structure which is going on. What one structure will I be preferring? Being the victor in the war. And I want to assimilate in the society. Will I be choosing the Shudra one or Vaishya one? Or will I be choosing the Kshatriya or Brahmin one? Kshatriya one. That is how they got assimilated. That is how they started converting the names. Few of these people will be known as Vasudev, Vasumitra later on. ठीक है, I hope you got this. Okay, we were at Guptas. Guptas and then Harsha, then we'll be over with the ancient medieval history. I will be giving you the gist, or will you be understanding it whole like 100 questions? कैसे करना है medieval history को? One more lecture you want to have later on? Okay, later on we'll be having one lecture on medieval history. Sometimes in between, till then you proceed ahead with your PRP. अभी कौन सा टेस्ट चल रहे हैं आपके? Geography is going, right? ठीक है. Then one full-fledged we have on ancient, then medieval we will see. I thought that we will be able to do ancient medieval in one go, but कोई बात नहीं. I hope you are getting some good insights over here. ठीक है? Just wait. Gupta. All right, this Gupta question. 21. Advances in medicine. Have you attempted this question? Or were you confused in the dubious nature of the statements? Confused. These are the statements formed not correctly, not very straightforwardly, right? Advances in medicine included the surgical removal of the cataracts as detailed in ancient texts. Now, what do you understand by this, right or wrong? This happened. But this primarily not happened in the Gupta's time frame. Why I am saying that? Because the surgical process of cataract or rhinoplasty, noseplasty you will be finding, is mentioned in Shushruta Samhita. And Shushruta Samhita was compiled during Gupta's phase. But Shushruta was not existing during Gupta's. There is a debate over here. Shushruta Samhita was compiled during Gupta's, and Gupta's are ruling from when to when? 350 to 550. Again, Gupta's you have to, Gupta's ke liye bhi fix karo. 350 to 550 Gupta's. In Gupta's you will be finding sources, then political rule, then their other lives. In sources you will be getting the literature that is of Shushruta Samhita, a physician literature you will be finding, or we call them as the Indian classical medicine. This is nothing known as Ayurveda. And there are certain personalities which are associated with that. Shushruta, Charak, and ये आप हमेशा भूल जाते हो, 2-3 लोग पहले कर चुके हो. What is the third? Vagbhatta. Good. Vagbhatta. So you will be finding the Vagbhatta over here, and the name of Ashtang Hridaya you will be finding. Charak, but obvious, Charak Samhita. Shushruta Samhita. But this they might ask anytime. Till now they have not asked because the names are not matching. Ashtang Hridaya you will be finding. Okay. So Shushruta, the Charak, you know when he was existing? For sure we know Charak. When? Charak का कोई भी आपको timeline अलग से नहीं बताया. Nobody will tell you the timeline of Charak differently. If they are telling you, they are making you confused. Charak you will always remember by Kanishk. Because Kanishk you remember 4 rulers. So all those 4 rulers will be contemporary to Kanishk. Kanishk rule you know, 1st century AD. So fixed Charak is in 1st century AD. Shushruta, debatable, was existing somewhere near around 6th century BC. But now again I am saying debatable. So they will never ask you this debatable information. Okay? Still it is not conclusive in history. So advances in medicine included the surgical removal of cataracts as detailed in ancient texts. This is right. Okay? Over here. But this was not came during the time period of Gupta's only. The Aryabhatta introduced the heliocentric theory. Right. So basically he worked upon this, that earth rotates upon its own axis and the earth is revolving around the sun. But heliocentric theory he did not give. It was later on given by the Copernicus and Kepler's you will be finding. Based upon this information only. This information of Aryabhatta not passed directly to the Europeans, but passed to first Arabian Peninsula. The same information passed to Europeans during the 14th, 15th century. Third, the concept of zero as both numerical and placeholder was first formalized during this period. This is right. And how we have unclassified it, how we have tried to understood that they are talking about the zeros. You will be finding that he has given it in the sutras, the shlokas. Okay, by deciphering that shlokas, we have got that they are talking about the zeros. So this is right. The achievement had substantial societal or academic influence during the Gupta period. First is, this is right. This is not right over here because he has not given heliocentric theory. But his Earth rotation and rotation around the sun has influence over the academic influence in the Gupta period. Third, concept of zero, both, this is right. Both conditions are satisfied with this particular third statement, right? A bit of confusing statement because of first. Otherwise, with respect to these two, this is very clear. The answer will be only third they have given, so only one will be the answer. Okay? But overall, I have explained you what is the logic and what is the information behind these statements. 20th, regarding the Fahin, 20th question. First statement, right or wrong? Fahin writings deny the presence of untouchability. Fahin came during the time period of Chandragupta II. This question was asked when? 25. Direct question was there, guys. Okay. Also, when Chandragupta II was existing? 420 AD. Again, in the political rule of Gupta, you will be understanding about first Chandragupta I. Exactly remember the timeline, 320 to 330 AD. Then the second will be Samudragupta. One of the largest rule you will be finding, 330 to 380, almost 50 years of rule. Then 380 to 420, you will be finding Chandragupta II, that is also known as Vikramaditya, 380 to 420. How you can remember it otherwise? That 300 to 400, there was the major golden rule of Guptas. After that, you will be finding Skandagupta and Kumargupta. Kumargupta and Skandagupta, that was the declining phase. And if you want to see the Shrigupta and Ghatotkacha, that was the rising phase. समझ रहे हो? तो major rule चल कब रहा था? 300 to 400 around, right? Political rule of these three personalities you have to remember. Anyhow, first statement wrong because untouchability he specified in the form of Chandals. He specified about Chandals. Second, a child born out of slave woman could not be enslaved as per Narad's Samriti. This you might not be knowing, but take it as a knowledge that a child born out of the slave was also he was also considered as the slave only. Third, woman had complete rights over the presents received by her on her wedding, that is Stridhan. Right? This later on converted into dowry. Right? So third is right, second is wrong, first is also wrong. So answer will be only one, that is third. The term Simhala Avdana, Mahajanaka, good question over here. Mahajanaka Jataka, Chadanda Jataka. These are related to Buddhism, you might be understanding, but the question is framed in a good way. How many of you have done it right or you have left it? Chhod diya, badhiya gaya. ठीक है? So over here you will be finding that these are the Avdanas and Jataka tales, stories type, and these are highlighted in the Ajanta paintings. Where is Ajanta caves? So these are the paintings which I have highlighted these particular aspects of the Avdanas and Jatakas. One good information you will be finding. When you will be reading Ajanta caves, there you will be understanding where they are situated and what are the major themes. What are the caves? Brahmanical caves, Buddhist caves, Jaina caves. वहाँ पर आप इसको दोबारा focus करोगे, right? Very important. 23rd. First statement, right or wrong? India was a net exporter of silk during the Gupta period. इतना sure कैसा था कोई? Attempt, you have attempted this, right? देखो, but people might not be sure about this, but after having this question, you try to understand that we were not the net exporter, but we were importing most of the silk from the China too. China was in great demand from the silk perspective, guys. China. India was important from the cotton textile point of view. That's why we had a very famous fine clothing that is also known as muslin, and that is a silk or cotton. This is cotton. Okay, remember that. Second, Indians were introduced to the technique of mulberry silk cocoons by the Chinese traders. Again, this you might not be knowing. This they understood. It seems to be right in the first instance, but this is wrong. It is done by the Middle East Arabian people have taught them. Again, the information which you will be getting out of this, written nowhere in your NCRTs. Third, so this is also wrong because the Arabian traders will be doing this. Third, Indian silk was of inferior quality than a Chinese counterpart which was of a luxury. This is the right. China's silk was worldwide famous at that point of time. So the answer will be only one. You can read out these particular statements later on. 24, good question again. These type of questions you will be finding in the examination. विशाख दत्त मृच कटिका कौन सा बिहार बंगाल दिस इज फ्लरिश राइट नाउ राइट मे बी बट देखो अब तो तुम्हें फिक्स इन्फॉर्मेशन पता चल गया ना. नाउ यू आर गेटिंग द फिक्स्ड इन्फॉर्मेशन. दे हैव लर्नड दिस टेक्निक ऑफ मलबरी सिल्क कोकून्स फ्रॉम अरेबियन पेनिनसुला. ठीक है, दिस इज अ राइट इन्फॉर्मेशन. अब इन्फ्रेंसेस मत लगाओ जब आपको पता चल गया स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड इज द राइट इन्फॉर्मेशन, है ना. सी ओवर हियर, विशाख दत्ता, मृच घटिका. एनी कंफ्यूजन इन दिस? मृच घटिका was written by Shudrak, asked in your examination. Shudrak. So Vishak Datta, you will be finding one book as Muduraksha, one book as which is giving you the information about Ramagupta and Devi Chandraguptam. Right. Good. Vishnu Sharma, very famous Panchtantra. Third, Dandin. Dandin, you will be finding. This is not the book written by Dandin. You will be finding the book written by Dandin over here, Kavya Darsha, right, which is written over here. And one more book Dandin has written, Das Kumara Charita. एक बार check कर लेना, Das Kumara Charita, very important. ठीक है, किसी को याद है? Dandin has written this, or you check it once. I am confused bit in this. Dasa Kumara Charita, very important book. Then Subandhu Vaswadatta. The Swapna Vaswadatta is different. This Vaswadatta is different, right? And Dandin is correct. Das Kumara Charita. So you all write down Dandin's book Dasa Kumara Charita in any prelims near 26, 27, 28. I hope 26 mein aa jaye. This will come, Das Kumara Charita. Subandhu wrote Vaswadatta. Swapna Vaswadatta was written by Bhasha. Important. 25. Which of the following are the characteristics of Gupta Empire when compared to Mauryan Empire? Comparison has to be made. Gupta and Maurya. Excessive centralization. False, complete false. Elaborative taxation system. This you might be confused, but elaborative taxation system requires in the centralized state. Decentralized state will be decentralizing the taxation system. The elaborative taxation system which is highlighted in Arthashastra is primarily in a Mauryan state. High interest rates on loans. This you might be confused, but on a positive side you can take it that was there. Increased number of joint corporate bodies of merchant bankers. This might be true. We will not be shortly knowing it, but as the trade was increasing and reached to the zenith in the Gupta's time frame, post-Gupta trade will be declining from the West Asian side, fall of Roman Empire. Southeast Asia trade will be emerging. So seeing that, this might be true, fourth over here. So answer will be 3 and 4. Again, not specifically given in your books, but good for enrichment of the knowledge, guys. 26th. 26th. The trade and commerce taxes declined significantly while there was an increase in the land taxes. Bit dubious statement, but good question, good statement formed. How many of you have attempted this first of all? Right or wrong? Two. How you have attempted this right? Dekho. Like how I want to understand that how you have solved the first part. That is quite interesting. कर दिया ऐसे कर दिया. Trade and commerce was declining and right. Right. ठीक है. So see over here, because this is a bit confusing statement over here. You will be finding trade and commerce reached to the zenith during the three people which I have told you about Chandragupta II. After that, trade declined severely because the northwest, again, when Gupta's polity is declining, northwestern frontiers are open. Who will be attacking now? Hunas will be attacking. So that was disrupted from there. But internally, the state was flourishing. That means the land was coming under more and more agriculture. When it is coming more under agriculture, the more taxes were taken by the state. Second, Uparikara. Uparika is different. Uparikara is different. Uparikara and Udaranga are the two new taxes imposed for irrigation and preservation of cattle wealth. Were you knowing this? You are not, then you take this information. These are not related to cattle wealth. These are the taxes which are for different reasons you will be finding. Iska agar aapko an extra tax levied on subjects distinct from the regular taxes. Just see the explanation for these two taxes, good taxes over here. The Gupta rulers patronized Bhagavatism centered around the worship of Lord Vishnu. This you all must have solved. Okay? Because they were more Vaishnavites, less Shaivites. So third statement is also right over here. This is wrong. First is right. 1 and 3. Only 2 will be the answer. I have explained you also. 27th. Again, one good question over here. This type of question will be giving you more information about the end rule of Guptas around the Sakandgupta and Kumaragupta. Kumaragupta is important in Guptas. Why? Nalanda University you will be finding. They weakened the Gupta Empire by occupying regions as far south as Iran and Koshambi. Now let me tell you, in our books there is not much written about Hunas, but Hunas were as prominent as the Indo-Greeks too, because Hunas were existing till Iran and Koshambi. I don't know why they do not have written much about Meherkula and all. There will be no reference you will be finding of Hunas in the NCRTs. In Upinder Singh, they have given much detail about the Hunas, right? So again, this is right information about Hunas. Second, the Gupta Emperor Skandagupta, along with Yashodharman, repulsed the Hunas army, which was headed by Meherkula. This you might not have done it, right? But the information is not the Skandagupta you will be finding with respect to Yashodharman. The ruler will be, who will be the Narsimha Gupta, right? Where is Narsimha Gupta is written over there. So this information is good, right? But as it is not more than that, you have to learn about the Skandagupta or the Huna invasion. That is not that important. All right, 28th question, guys, regarding Matrakas. First of all, Matrakas were existing where? Tell me. Good, Matrakas in Harshvardhan times. That means when they were existing exactly? 550 to 600 AD, the existence of Matrakas you will be finding. Good. Okay. Now let us see the statement about Matrakas. Dekho, Matrakas, now this is good information. Why? Because you don't have to read regional dynasties in greater detail. That question will never come. But how you can utilize test series then? So whatever information you are getting about these regional dynasties, test series should be the source. Anywhere else you will not find much greater detail about these particular dynasties. So this is the time period of 550 to 600 AD. So we can call it the downfall of Gupta was happening over here. When downfall of Guptas is happening, again the polity will be defragmented or fragmented basically completely. So Guptas will be near around this Patliputra region. These are known as later Guptas. In the Bengal, new dynasty will be coming and that will be known as God, and one famous, great guys. And then over here in Kannauj region, Mokharis, a bit confusing, Mokharis and Matrakas, but Mokharis. One important leader, Grehavarman. Good, Grehavarman you will be finding. Why? Because these are mentioned in your NCRTs, because they will be involved in the fighting with the Harsha and his brothers. When reading Harsha, you must have seen the names. Then in Thanesar, Pushya Bhutis were getting important. Then over here in Gujarat, Matrakas of Vallabhi was getting important. Pushyabhutis of Thaneswar, Mokharis of Kannauj, and Gaudas of Bengal. And over here in the Deccan, Upper Karnataka, Maharashtra, Chalukyas were there, right? But basically started expanding 550 because Harsha and the southern Indian kingdoms, I take the timeline as 550 to 750. So the rise of Chalukyas, and over here Pallavas will be happening. Vakatakas were parallelly during the time frame of Guptas. So after the decline of Guptas, this Chalukyas will start rising. Simultaneously you will be seeing Vakatakas, but the rise of Chalukyas will start happening, right? One good question on Vakatakas also will be asked to you. Okay, let us see now. You have seen the polity, how it was there. Now see Matrakas. They were tributary chiefs of the Gupta Empire. Seems to be right, nothing wrong in this statement. Second, Dhruvsena too was the contemporary of Samudragupta. False. Those who have good timeline says they must have done it right. Dhruvsena too, when he was existing, parallel to Harsha. And why Dhruvsena too is important? Because when Harsha defeated Matrakas, he had the matrimonial alliance with Dhruvsena too. Very important. Who was Rudrasena too then? Rudrasena too kaun tha? Right, great. Chandragupta's two time frame, you will be finding one matrimonial alliance of Prabhavati Gupta with Rudrasena too, and Rudrasena too is of Vakata. Nobody will ask you about Rudrasena too, Dhruvsena too, but how they can give you the question, now you are understanding, with contemporariness. Okay? This has been the pattern, and if they will throw some good questions from history, like this you will be finding. Third, they developed Vallabhi as their capital. This is the right. So answer will be? Oh, answer will be only 2, right? With reference to the Mokharis, now Mokharis information you have over here. They established their independence in the mid-6th century with their capital at Kannauj. Seems to be right, and this is right. They were originally feudatories of the Gupta Empire. This is also right, remnants of Gupta Empire. They were defeated in the conflict with the later Guptas. What happened over here? This you will be finding, dekho, that's why this statement is dubious over here. What exactly happened? Initially, these Mokharis were winning those areas. They defeated later Guptas also. That is why you have heard about this story. Later Guptas, one of the later Gupta will be colluding with the Shashanka, the Gaudas, right? And they both will be fighting against the Mokhari ruler. And that is how they will be killing the Mokhari ruler over here. How Pushyabhutis were introduced over here then? Because Grahavarman was the brother-in-law or the son-in-law of Pushyabhutis. That is how they involved in this particular conflict ultimately. So what they have given, this is a dubious statement over here. The exact part I have told you. What they have given, third statement, correct they have given, right? But again, I have told you the exact thing. 31 regarding Harsha. Harsha united the kingdoms of Thanesar Kannauj. Harsha maintained diplomatic and friendly relationship with the ruler of Vallabhi, although through early conflict but resulted in matrimonial alliance. Seems to be true. Harsha defeated Rudrasena too. How many got trapped? This is true or false? False. How many of you got trapped or sabne sahi kiya? Great. This is Dhruvsena, not Rudrasena over here, right? This is the genealogy of the, again, Matrakas you will be finding. Now again I am telling you, regional dynasties, rulers are not at all important. But you at least place where was Dhruvsena. So Dhruvsena you will be finding over here. Dhruvsena 3 will be coming over here. Where is Dhruvsena 2? This is 11th, right? Dhruvsena 2 you will be finding over here. Okay. Parallel to Harsha you remember, just as it is. Okay, one more question, 32. Harshcharita, biography in Sanskrit prose, provides information on Harsha lineage. Right or wrong? This is right. Sanskrit mein you got confused. Sanskrit. Dekho, post, that's why I am saying post Kushana or post Gupta, you try to, or in Guptas also, you try to focus that Sanskrit was the language, official language you will be finding. Okay, Sanskrit. Even in the southern Indian courts also you will be finding Sanskrit. Like Chalukyas was utilizing Sanskrit. Mahendra Varman's or Pallavas were utilizing Sanskrit as the official language. Satavahanas were utilizing Prakrit. उसके बाद आपको change देखने को मिला, right? First is right. Second, Ratnavali, Priyadarshika, Nagananda are romantic comedies depicting court life at Kannauj. These are not all romantic comedies, guys. One of them is related to a Chimutavahana, basically how he achieved the salvation. It is about the Buddhist philosophy over here you will be seeing. So about Nagananda, Ratnavali, Priyadarshika, one liner you should know. So over here, Nagananda you will be finding Sanskrit drama influenced by Buddhist themes depicting the story of Jimutavahana who sacrifices himself for the Nagas. Basically, yes, you will be finding Harshvardhana initially was a Shaivite. Then, as per many sources, it is debatable, but ultimately most of the sources accept that he converted to Mahayana Buddhism because of the influence of Yunsan, right? So this you will be finding. That's why you will be finding some of the literature like this. Third, Kadambari. Who has written Kadambari? Harisen. Good. Harisen, Kadambari deals with the themes of romance, rebirth, and is considered one of the finest example of Sanskrit, earlier Sanskrit prose. This is right. So they have asked incorrect. What will be the answer? 2 only. Okay? This you will be getting over here. Also, who will be the scholar you will be finding in the court of Samudragupta? Tell me. Harisen. Then who is this related to over here? This Kadambari has written by, उसे भी हरिसेन ने लिखा है और समुद्रगुप्त में भी हरिसेन था, तो 500 साल जीवित रहे हैं. Because 330 to 380 Samudragupta was existing. This is we are talking about 600 to 630, almost 300 years of difference. So somewhere Banabhat has to come. He will be coming over here, right? So remember that too. ठीक है. Consider the following with reference to the political history of Cholas. Again, these are related to the imperial Cholas. Specifically teach imperial Cholas in the tripartite struggle in the medieval. But as this have asked over here, let us discuss construction of Brihadeshwar. This is good chronological question, guys. If they want to throw easy to medium question, they will throw questions like this. Construction of Brihadeshwar temple. How you will be knowing it first of all? Raja Rajavan. Not by exactly when he constructed, but Raja Rajavan, I told you to remember it by heart. Also this is important. So when he was existing? 990 to 1015. Somewhere around 1000 AD you might be remembering. Chhod do. Next, Vijayala conquered Kaveri Delta. One thing you have understood. Raja Raja came later on. Vijayala was the founder. Then this statement should come first. Third, Pratanka first raided against Pandyas. Pratanka first came after Vijayala. That means it should come after Vijayala. Successful naval expedition to Southeast Asia. This was done by Rajendra Verma. So very simple question they have given you over here. What is the answer then? 2, 3, 1. Sabka sahi hua hoga. If you will see the question like this of the actual UPSC Prelims examination of 2019, it was difficult. Okay? If we'll be having time, I'll be showing you. Consider the correct descending order based on the administrative unit of the Pallavas. This must also be easy for you. See, Mandalam, Kottam, Nadu and Ur. Ur somewhere written as UR, somewhere written as OR. Also this type of questions you are finding in the examination or not? Yes, they are coming in the examination like Sarkar, Subba and Pargana. Exactly they have asked like this. Okay, remember the Raja Raja 1 and Rajendra 1 timeline 985 to 1044. This was the glorious period of Cholas, making the Bay of Bengal as the Chola Lake. Right? This is all you will be finding over here. Okay guys, 36. The Gomateshwar statue Shravan Belagola related to Western Gangas. Everybody must be knowing this. Good. Which of the following is a political satire written by Pallava king who is also known as Chitrakar Fuli? Matta Vilasa Prahasanam. And those who have attended the last year sessions, we have exactly done Chitrakar Fuli, Matta Vilasa and which they have asked Vichitra Chitta. Directly asked as Mahendra Varman 1. And wo question agar aapko aata bhi nahi, to how you will be solving it? If that question you are not knowing. In 2025 they have asked that Vichitra Chit, Mata Vilasa Prahasnam was known, who was following was known by these names, and there were 4 options. If you don't know these statements, how you will be solving that? How you will be solving that question? Or if those who have attempted can tell me if they have solved that question, not based upon knowledge. Though that should be solved based upon knowledge because it is present everywhere, or basically it is present in the Tamil Nadu NCERT. But what you will be finding, out of the 4 options, the only known options was Mahendra Varman. Rest were the very insignificant rulers. Now you try to understand, these are the type of tricks you have to utilize, you can say, and this is a valid trick, guys, which you can utilize, that out of the 4 options, if there is a prominent ruler, the answer will be that. If there are 4 rulers, and out of that Akbar is written, answer will be Akbar, but the rest should be insignificant in nature. ऐसा होना चाहिए, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए that one option is Krishna Dev Rai, Akbar, and you will be finding Alauddin Khilji. Or from here, that is the way they have given, like when people were understanding this, they changed this option giving. So one statement was given by them, and they have given 4 options. One was Ashoka, second one was Harsha, third one was Chandragupta, Samudragupta, like this, right? Not in these type of things. But when you are seeing all other are improminent, and one you are finding as prominent one, the answer will be that. These are the valid tricks. Okay, 36th we have discussed, 37th we have discussed, 38th, guys. 38th, Uparikas, Provincial Chief Justice, 1B. So this will be the answer. If you don't know, as it is, you try to understand about the Uparikas, about the Pratiharas, Dukatas, and Mahapratiharas, administrative names of the Guptas. 39th, good question. Western Chalukyas were Brahmanical in origin. Right or wrong? Western Chalukyas, basically their capital was where? Western Chalukyas, Vatapi or Badami, right? Eastern Chalukyas, Vengi. The Gujarat Chalukyas, or in the Gujarats, Latas of Chalukyas you will be finding. The southern Chalukyas, or these are also known as Kalyani Chalukyas, that is in the southern Karnataka area. So this is a bit confusion with respect to Chalukyas. This is right. Second, Pulkeshin II, son of Pulkeshin I, defeated Kadambas of Banavasi and Gangas of Mysore. How many of you got trapped in this? Trap हुए होगे? But obvious होना भी चाहिए था. Because over here, Pulkeshin II seems to be the son of Pulkeshin I, but it is not the case. Right? He is the son of Kirtivarman. So this is good information, eye opener for you with respect to Pulkeshin II. Pulkeshin II is an important ruler. So everything which you are getting from here, you should take it. That, okay, what is the blood relationship with Pulkeshin I or Kirtivarman? Who was Mangalesha? So there was Pulkeshin I, then Kirtivarman I. Then Kirtivarman I will be having 2 sons, Mangalesha and Pulkeshin II. So Pulkeshin II will be overthrowing his elder brother, that is Mangalesha. Right? There you will be finding also Pulkeshin I, Kirtivarman I, Mangalesha and Pulkeshin II. No need to remember the timeline of Pulkeshin II. As you remember, it's contemporary to Harsha. Third, Pulkeshin II established the independent power of this dynasty. This is true over here, right? The answer will be only 2. Okay, 40, guys. With reference to the Chalukya, consider the following. Vatapi served as the capital of the early western Chalukyas under Pulkeshin I. Vatapi. This is right. Second, the Vengi region came under the rule of eastern Chalukyas founded by Vishnuvardhana, the brother of Pulkeshin II. Right or wrong? This you should know. This is also right. Because when you understand the Pulkeshin II expedition to the Pallavas, and he will be defeating the Mahendravarman I of there, he will be leaving the upper portion to the Vishnuvardhana. Right? Third, the Lata region of the Gujarat was permanently incorporated into the Chalukya Empire. It was not incorporated, it was an independent region which flourished later on the Chalukyas of Vatapi. And that later on, Latas of Chalukyas got converted to Solankis, which you read in your Rajputs. Understanding? So answer will be 1 and 2. 41. Now very few questions are remaining, then we'll be getting over with it. Okay. 41. Again an easy question, I would say, or not. This is not an easy question, guys, but this is good information wise. You are getting a lot of information about whom? Kirtivarman I. Because in Chalukyas you should focus on Pulkeshin II. In your books also about Pulkeshin II they have written. But Kirtivarman I, Vikramaditya I, Vikramaditya II are also another significant rulers from Chalukyans, right? So this you will be knowing over here. Rashtrakuta king who composed Kavi Raj Marg also did which of the following? What? He built a new capital at Manyakhet, right? Kailashnath temple he did not constructed. Who constructed? Krishna one, and that is also Kailasha temple you will be seeing. Which of the ruler of Rashtrakuta is known for doing the Hiranyagarbha ritual? Danti Durga. This is written in your NCERT. Good. Okay, Danti Durga you will be finding. Great. 43. One very nice question. How many of you attempted it right? Good. Information of southern India helped you. Okay. Kanchipuram. Kanchipuram. First of all, where Kanchipuram is, and that's why when I teach you Cholas, Imperial Cholas, say Vijayanagar, I focus upon the cities over there also, that you remember the cities, no matter how they will be asking you the questions. So Kanchipuram, you will be finding in the northern Tamil Nadu or the southern Tamil Nadu? Northern Tamil Nadu, you will be getting Kanchipuram. Madurai in the southern or middle? Somewhere in the lower middle you will be finding the Madurai. Madurai was the capital of Pandyas. Kanchi was the capital of Pallavas, right? So Kanchipuram was not near to Vegai river, but with respect to Palar river you will be finding, because Vegai flows downward side. Shravasti, capital city. One good question they have framed. पहले तो ये बताओ कि कौन सी कैपिटल है श्रावस्ती? Right, Mahajanapadas capital. Which capital? Kosala. Kosala you will be finding. That's why, and this is why this is one of the best question I have found, because capitals they have arranged, and by that side they have arranged the rivers. So Shravasti, Kaveri you will be finding, not right. Kaveri southern, Shravasti top, Rapti river you will be getting, or Saryu they have to write, or Sharda they have to write in order to let it correct. Madurai, Vegai river you will be finding. So the answer will be only none. None of the pairs you will be finding. Okay, यहाँ पर देखो Palar, you will be getting Vegai over here, and another major river in between, Kaveri. This is Madurai, over there Kanchipuram. Important. Later on Mahabalipuram will be getting, Uttar Meru will be getting important. Okay, so these are the places which you have to spot as per the topics which you are reading. 44th, with reference to Pallavas, Manavarma, a Sinhalese prince, lived at his court during his temple, Pancharatha temple, and you must have got to the answer with respect to Pancharatha. Narasimhavarman, one also known as Mamla, also, right, did the Vatapi Konda, like he destroyed the city of Vatapi, defeated Pulkeshin II, right? So these are information about this you will be getting. 45. Consider the following statements regarding the Eastern Ganga dynasty. Eastern Ganga dynasty, again good informative question. It was founded by Kamarnava, who migrated from Karnataka. Seems to be right over here. Their coinage system uses a decimal system for dating. If you don't know, add this information about the Eastern Gangas. These Eastern Gangas was existing when? During Khilji's time frame, 12th, 13th century AD, guys. So out of context they have given you over here. After Eastern Ganga, you will be finding one major Gajapati kingdom came into the Odisha region. Okay? Odisha region you will be finding. Western Ganga is of Karnataka. Southern Karnataka you will be seeing. The Jinji copper plate inscription tell us about their most famous king Indravarman. A question like this will not appear in the examination, but again good to be on the safer side that you have knowledge about the Eastern Ganga too. 46. Marco Polo visited India during the Pandya dynasty, right? And which Pandya they are talking about? You must have got confused with respect to this. Pandyas have always remained in the Chennai, sometimes in the prominent way, sometimes in the hidden way, because sometimes Pallavas will be ruling, sometimes Vijayanagar will be coming. Pandyas was there, lekin. So, Pandya dynasty, Marco Polo, they are talking about 1290, 13th century AD. Right. The busiest port town under the Pandyas was, if you don't know, this is right, Kayali Pattanam, you will be finding over here. Pandyas initially followed Jainism, but later they adopted Buddhism. Pandyas were famous for Brahmanical religion, guys, right? Not Buddhism. So initially they favored Jainism, but later on followed Brahmanical religion. Okay, so the answer will be 1 and 2. Marco Polo, Kayalpatnam, what? Kakatia? That is what I am saying. We think that Pandya was ruling only in Sangam. This is not the case. Pandyas will emerge again when Pallavas will also there. So Pandya's existence you will be finding in the 750 also, but as a small regional identity. When Khilji will be doing the expedition in the southern India with Malik Kafur, then also you will be finding the 4th state which he occupied was of Pandya only. Right, so Pandya was existing throughout. Though the question is dubious, you can say, you might have got confused, but in your mind that should be there. 1 is correct, 2 is correct, 3 is incorrect over here. We have seen, what is this? 47th. Both Shaivism and Vaishnavism developed in this time, Chola. Right or wrong? True. Nayanar Talwars. Devdasi system is believed to have originated in this period. Right. Forest land were cut down to increase the land revenue, to increase the land under agriculture. Might be right. Not very fixed we can say, but all 3 you will be finding. Answer is all 3. 48. Consider the following statements with regard to village administration of Chola. One good question. The Kudavalai system is a unique feature of Chola administration. If you don't know, this is one of the good question over here with respect to Chola administration. Kudavalai system is a type of election system where you will be electing people at the local level, where it is written. And why this is important? Because this all information is given in Uttarameru inscription. Uttarameru. Uttarameru is a place in Tamil Nadu itself. Second, knowledge of Vedas is one of the qualifications to become a ward member. This is right. Because in order to get elected or to get nominated also for the election, you should have a certain qualification. Right? And one of the qualification was to have the knowledge of Vedas. This is also right. Uttarameru inscription provides a detailed account of the Chola village administration. This is also right. One good question you will be finding with respect to administration, guys. 49th. Last question, last 2 questions. Pandyan dynasty. Pandyas are mentioned in Kautilya's Arthashastra Megasthenes. Dwar Samudram was the first capital of Pandya. How many of you got confused? Confused ho gaye the? Dwar Samudram you will be finding where? If you have got confused, note down these small things which you have done it wrong, right? Dwar Samudram you will be finding is the capital of Hoysalas. Hoysala's primary was ruling in the Karnataka, right? And this Dwar Samudram was earlier known as Swarnagiri only. Samajh rahe ho? Later on in the medieval time frame, it was known as Dwar Samudram, asked in the examination. So this is wrong. What was the capital of Pandya then? Madurai. Third, Pandya performed Vedic sacrifices. Brahmins enjoyed high influence, but obvious you will be finding. The tiger was the royal emblem of the Pandyas. Carps or fishes you will be finding. Now they have mixed the question over here, the Pandyas of Sangam and the Pandyas of medieval. Okay, like this they have mixed. Okay, last 50th. इसमें कोई doubt तो नहीं है? अमोघ वर्ष. चलिए guys, thank you so much for sitting that long. It was a great session. We'll be meeting again. We'll let know you. ठीक है for. Tomorrow I have to see the schedule also, but we will see. In between that, we'll be having the medieval session, right? Don't worry about it. Okay, guys. Thank you so much. If you have any, you can ask. Online people also, if you have any doubt, you can ask online. एक बार comment दिखा देना. Online people, thank you so much. Okay.